خالفت أقوال الشيوخ فأنتم.
Oh man, assalamu alaikum guys. I'm getting tired of this stuff, man. Like I'm getting flashed like every other day, man. It's really like it just puts off my mood. Like it just ruins my whole vibe, man. Like it's so annoying, bro. Like Christians really resort to this kind of stuff, man. That's how flimsy and weak their religion is. Ah, man. It's really bothering me, man. Like, all right. Let's put up the link. Just gotta do something, guys. 1 second. One moment, guys. For those asking what happened, I got flashed again, man. I got flashed again. We had to restart the stream. Just keep getting flashed for some reason. I don't know why. Well, I actually know why. That's a lie. All right, and Dean responds. If you guys want to come back up, I'll put the link up. Ah, man. It's annoying. Yeah.
Yo, assalamu alaikum.
What's going on?
Yo, bro, you gotta stop letting them get their Bible, bro.
Bro, how did he get a video of a granny on her webcam? How are you guys doing this stuff, bro?
Yo, they're going to extremes. That's when you know that was going good, bro. When they go into these extreme lengths.
Like, how do you get a video of a granny in front of her computer and webcam, and all of a sudden you have, I don't even know what that was, bro. Somebody digging. It's always somebody digging, bro. Like, it's always somebody digging somewhere. It's nasty, bro. Filthy.
Assalamu
Alaikum
Wa
salam,
alaikum
man.
salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Yo, Tyson, show your face. I'm not bringing you up. Well, yeah, I'm not gonna bring you up. You see?
Yo,
Oh, look who it is, man. It's Steve. He's a Unitarian. Yo, Steve,
Hey, how you doing, Liviano?
what's going on, man? Long time no see. Any updates?
Yeah, I mean, what I was wanting to talk with you about, and I'll try to keep it brief with you, because it's probably not very good for like content and stuff. But actually,
Oh, it's okay, man. It's not always about content, man.
I actually recently did my shahada.
No
Based on-
way.
Yeah, But
Blood, bro.
it wasn't. It was short lived before I really started dealing with. I just call it unbelief. Not unbelief to the extent that like I, you know, I don't know what the words are. You know, I'm not like turning into an enemy or anything like that. It's like I still like the path, want to go on the path, but I got this thing in my head. And I'm like, and so what's really weird, I mean, or coincidental, I suppose, is it's very much on the topic of what you've been debating with Jews on recently. Because my whole thing, because it was really hard for me to reject like all this is truth, and I'm accepting like almost a whole new truth in a lot of ways. It was really hard for me. The only thing I was standing on was, you know, like Isaiah, where God said, "This is how you know that I am He, because I declared to you the things that are to come before they come to pass."
Yeah.
And then Deuteronomy is like basically, as long as He doesn't tell you to worship another God that you've not known, and if what He says comes to pass, then you need to fear that prophet, essentially.
Yeah.
So that's what I stood on, was like, you know what? Like, He says worship the God of Jesus, worship the God of Abraham. The things He said to come to pass are like way more explicit than like, I called my son out of Egypt and He sinned in the wilderness,
Yes.
or you know, the other prophecies that we get. I'm like, this is so much more clear and explicit. And it's like, and He didn't say worship a different God. And so that was my criteria, that I said, even though like I don't get anything else, like I don't, if I'm commanded to God, fear Him, then I'm just going to fear Him. And that means for me, obey Him. So I actually like I learned Surah Fatiha, and I was doing my prayers. But on top of this, I had like my wife threatening divorce and taking my kids away from me, and I was already struggling. And then I watched this video
Why'd you tell your wife, man? That was very unwise.
bro. The thing is, I don't know enough my knowledge level, because like I still have fears of things, even though they're from the Bible. Like you know, Revelations 21:8 talks about all liars will be cast in the lake of fire. And I'm like, I don't know what technically qualifies as lying, and I was like, and I'm just afraid of sinning. So at first I didn't tell her, but then
Yeah, you don't gotta worry. You don't gotta. When you're a Muslim, you gotta worry. You don't worry about what Revelation says, okay? Because lying in certain circumstances is good, and the Bible says that. For example, in the story of Rahab the prostitute, right? What happened?
Yep.
She hid spies. Yes.
yeah,
And when they asked her, "Have you seen anybody?" She says, "No, I haven't seen anyone." And she let them go from the other side. James says that she was blessed for what she did. James chapter 2. Also, David, he lied to King Saul, right? Or sorry, King Saul was chasing him and he lied. Yes?
I can't remember what that lie was, but I do know that King David.
He lied to the, I believe, to the high priest. Okay, if I'm remembering correctly, right? But God says that David obeyed God and did everything that is pleasing to Him except for one thing.
Uriah the Hittite.
The incident of Uriah the Hittite and Bathsheba, right? So David lied, but his lie was a good lie. right? So we see that consistently in the Bible, in the Torah, in the Old Testament. Lying in certain circumstances is good, right? It's
Yeah, there,
intuitive, right? It's
yeah, it's
intuitive.
another one of those stories. I think it's like the king's name is like Achish or something like that,
Yeah.
and then David like fights against the city of Gath.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he says, well, who are you out fighting? He's like, oh, I was fighting the children of Israel. And he's like, oh, well, now David's really going to be on my side. But really, he was out killing, like, the enemies of Israel.
Yeah.
So he lied about who he was fighting. Those things have been in my mind. I was just afraid of, like, maybe, yes, he did that, but, I don't know. I was afraid, and in my fear of, like, not knowing,
I get it.
I just told the truth when she hammered me on it.
I think you're anxious because of these prescribed punishments and you don't want to fall under them. I get it. I understand. Yeah, but anyways, continue.
So, anyways, I got on watching this debate with Rabbi Singer in this Christian debate,
Yeah.
and Rabbi Singer
Is that the one in person with the Australian evangelical guy?
Yeah, I think he was Australian. Yeah, he had kind of longish hair, but not too.
I watched it too. Yeah.
Okay, so in that debate, Rabbi Singer had a different interpretation of Deuteronomy 13, that it doesn't matter, even if he says worship the God of Abraham, and even if what he says comes to pass, but if he tries to add to or diminish from, to divert you away from keeping the law of Moses, then you should be put to death. And then I've been talking to some Jews on X, and they're like, yeah, that's a prayer.
That comes from Maimonides. It doesn't come from the text. The text never says that. Maimonides, in his book, he's the one who's introduced this idea that the Torah is eternal, it can never be abrogated. But other rabbis refuted him. We can go through it. You want to go through it?
Yeah, I mean, like, honestly, like, it's so weird or coincidental that really threw me off my faith, because that's what I was standing on, was that. Like, I need to fear him because what he said came to pass, and he said worship the God of Jesus. So how can I disobey that?
Yeah, yeah, we could go through it.
Yeah.
Here, we could go through it if you want. Where the heck my files? Okay. Yeah, I'll pull it up for you, no problem. I'll show you many examples in the Torah, but here, let's look at this example first from Sefer Hal-Karim by Rabbi Joseph Albo, who's a rabbi from the medieval period, sorry.
He refutes Maimonides.
He dedicates this whole thing refuting Maimonides. So let me show you what he says. Okay. Let me share my screen. All right. Can you see my screen? No, you can't. Can you see it now?
Yeah.
All right. Here. So this is in Mamar 3, chapter 16. So kind of like book 3, chapter 16, right? Of his book, Sefer Hal-Karim. This is what he says. Some have thought to prove the eternity of the Mosaic law from the expressions which are used in connection with some of the commandments, such as a statute forever throughout your generations, a sign it is forever. Thus, in connection with the Day of Atonement and the prohibition of the new fruit we find, it is a statute forever throughout your generations and all your dwellings. In connection with the Sabbath, we read, it is a sign between me and the children of Israel forever. In the commandment concerning Passover, in the commandment concerning Passover, we find, for an ordinance to thee and to thy sons forever. And so there are other commandments besides in which we find expressions, a statute forever, or throughout your generations, or in all your dwellings. My goodness, why does this keep happening? All right, next. This, however, is no proof, for the opponent may say, this rather proves that the other commandments that don't have this will be a statute forever, or in all your dwellings, or throughout your generations. So it's only said about specific laws, right? So this is what he says. If this is the case, and that proves that he's saying, this rather proves that the other commandments will be abolished, since these alone are so qualified. Besides, we are expressly told in the treatise Kiddoshin, why do we find the expression in all your dwellings in connection with the prohibition of fat and blood? Answer, if the expression were not there, we might argue that since the prohibition is found in connection with the sacrifices, it holds only of the time when the sacrifices are offered, but not when there are no more sacrifices. So he's quoting the Talmud. In the same place, they explain why the expression a statute forever occurs in the commandments concerning the Day of Atonement and the prohibition of the new fruit, and not in other commandments. It appears from their answer that if the expressions were not there, one might suppose that the commandments in question might become obsolete even while the others are still in force. But the expressions in question do not denote the eternity of the law, for it is possible that when the other commandments are abolished, these will also be abolished. Nor can any evidence be found in the expressions eternity. That's a ain, that's a yod, that's a lamed, that's a mim. Olam. Nor can any evidence be found in expression of eternity. Onto eternity. Is that la olam? A statute for eternity. Or to eternity. For these expressions and their like are also applied to a limited and not an infinite time. Thus we read, remove, he's quoting the Torah now, remove not the ancient landmark which thy fathers have set. The word, olam, eternity, is here used to denote a time limited and dating from the fathers. Other passages are, of old, I have spoken, thy yoke. Then shall the offering of Judah and Jerusalem be pleasant unto the Lord as in the days of old. So the word here is eternity. The plural, this word is also used to denote a finite time, as I will dwell in thy tent forever. O Israel, O Israel, thou art saved by the Lord with an everlasting salvation. This refers to the salvation from the Sennacherib. Similarly, in the expression, it hath been already in the ages which were before us. The word denotes here a long time. The word here is also applied to a. So, anyways, he goes on to show many examples, and one of my favorites is here, right? Thus Hannah said, Hannah is the mother of Saul, right? If I'm not mistaken. Anyways, thus Hannah said, I will bring him, or the mother of Samuel, or Saul, I forgot. Anyways, I will bring him that he may appear before the Lord and there abide forever. She's talking about being a temple priest, right? The temple priests in the Torah are only to serve 55 years, if I'm remembering correctly. 55 years. But Hannah says that I will raise him up, bring him up, so that he may serve in the temple forever. So then he gives many examples where forever doesn't mean actually forever. It means a finite amount of time, as long as the conditions are met, or as long as said regulations are there, right? It applies. But when God decides to abrogate it, then he can abrogate it. There's no problem. There's nothing in the Torah that says he can't abrogate it. As a matter of fact, we will show examples, and I'll show it here, where there is abrogation of something that is said to be a statute forever in the Torah. Okay? So let me pull it up here.
Numbers 25.
Yeah, here, I got it. So check this out, okay? In Exodus and in Numbers, it basically says the same thing. It says, wrap the sashes around the waists of Aaron and his sons and put their special head coverings on them. Then the right to the priesthood will be theirs by law forever. And another verse, it says, for all their generations, or throughout their generations. In this way, you will ordain Aaron and his sons. So, Steve, is this verse saying that Aaron and his sons will have a priesthood by law forever?
I mean, in English, but I think you showed that the forever doesn't always mean it forever in every context.
Yeah, but let's say that it does, right? Like,
Yep.
given that logic, Tovia Singer's
Okay.
logic. It's saying here that they always have priesthood. Aaron and his sons forever, right?
Right.
All right. Now, if you go to 1 Samuel chapter 2, verse 30, right? In the case of the house of Eli. So look what it says. Now a man of God came to Eli and said to him, this is what the Lord says. Did I not clearly reveal myself to your ancestors' family when they were in Egypt under Pharaoh? I chose your ancestor, talking about Aaron, I chose your ancestor out of all the tribes of Israel to be my priest, to go up to my altar and to burn incense, and to wear an ephod in my presence. I also gave your ancestors' family all the food offerings presented by the Israelites. Why do you scorn my sacrifice and offering that I prescribed for my dwelling? Why do you honor your sons more than me by fattening yourselves on the choice parts of every offering made by the people of Israel? Therefore, the Lord God of Israel declares, I promised that members of your family would minister before me forever. But now the Lord declares, far be it from me. Those who honor me, I will honor, but those who despise me will be despised. So is God abrogating a promise that he gave to Aaron here?
Yep.
Right. And we read the fulfillment of this, 1 Kings chapter 2, verse 27. So Solomon removed Abiathar from the priesthood of the Lord, fulfilling the word of the Lord, or the word that the Lord has spoken at Shiloh about the house of Eli. So here this shows us that God made a promise to Aaron and his sons, but he canceled that promise. Why? Because whoever honors me, I will honor, and whoever dishonors me, I will dishonor. So then God tells us the condition of his promise is if you honor him. What happens if you dishonor God? He will abrogate and take away your promise. Right? It's very clear. There's no ambiguity here. So then, eternal doesn't mean eternal or eternity. God does abrogate laws, and God's covenant is based on obedience. Whoever honors me, I will honor. Whoever dishonors me, I will dishonor. Very simple. What do you think of that?
I'm thinking, so I guess the first thing that would come to my mind that would still be in a struggle is like Jesus's words. The only way I could think to get away from it is the fact that there's obviously, I think it's pretty well agreed upon verses in the New Testament that we cannot prove really even belong there, like the Johannine comma, things like that.
Yep.
Which, in Paul is the one that had said, a little leaven ruins the whole lump. It's like, if there's a little poison in there, how do you pick and choose? Like, how can you pick and choose what's really belongs there or not, or what was added in or not?
Very
Like,
easy.
what's
Very
God?
easy. Very easy. I could respond to you, but I'll let them, because my guests haven't spoken. So Dean or Ann, if you guys want to go ahead and take it. Dean, you there? All right. Dean is
Can
sleeping.
respond.
Go ahead, Ann. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Steve, this is interesting quote that you're bringing from Paul. Right? If any drop of poison has basically seeped into the collective, right? How can you trust? How can you verify? Where's the validity? Where's the reliability? Where's the preservation? Right? And the whole historical development of the Gospels, and whenever it comes to the traceability and the transmission and how it was quote unquote controlled, right? There's a lack thereof. So whenever it comes to the reliability of the manuscripts, whenever it comes to the development of the Gospels, whenever it comes to the contrary statements from every single father, depending on major core verses that imply very heavy theological connotations, right? There's a lot of confusion, right? And we say that there's a correction. Whenever people distort and confuse the message of a prophet, we say that there's a correction. We say within God's wisdom, he sent a correction. The correction would be the Quran and the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. All right, so
So,
if you
sorry
see-
guys, sorry, Ian, but were you guys asking me something? Because I saw the chat. I was just on the phone.
Bro,
Sorry,
why are you always disappearing, bro?
dude. I was on my phone, but I get calls. What was going on?
Don't worry. So he's asking if there are proven passages to be unreliable or distorted in the Gospels or in the Torah, then how do we
Right.
even filter out what is trustworthy and what is not, and what is a prophecy and what is not, and so on and so forth? Go ahead.
Okay, so Ian, were you done, or you still need to speak on that?
just to wrap up the point, yeah, I was saying, Steve, that we believe that there's a correction within the Quran, right? The correction would be us getting the revelatory word of God, right? And whatever conforms to that of what is in the present text, that we would accept, right? And there's a lot of forms of methodology that we can employ. We can employ some sort of redactionist methodology, right? And we can see what the earliest sayings and how the earliest people are speaking about Christ. We can see the later insertions. We can see the church father contrary testimonies to what.
Here, I can give one perfect example on what we're saying here. So, IP recently, if you just share my screen, the Biano. So this is relevant to what we were speaking about before. So here we go. So IP made a video where he's trying to say that Jesus performed miracles. We don't disagree with that, and we can prove that via historical critical means, right? So we have Jesus' miraculous abilities are multiply attested, and he appeals to the Q material. Do you know what the Q material is, Steve?
It's like the common thread between the Gospels that they think they pulled from a common source.
Yep. So Matthew and
Hey,
Luke pull from a
I would
common
point-
source.
I do want
Yeah,
to point
go on.
out something about that, because when I heard that argument for the first time, and I heard it from a Muslim guy, I thought to myself, that verse in John, it says that Jesus did so many.
You cut out, yeah, Steve.
You cut out, Steve.
Jesus did.
I think he drives a truck, so he cuts out here and there.
Can y'all hear me now? Or?
Yes.
Yeah, John says that he did so many miracles and things that there's not enough ink and paper and pen to basically write it all down. Like, you couldn't write all the things he did. And I said, well, if he did that many things, it is odd that they all just tell you the same stories, and it's like you think they would remember different things. If you have 1,000 things that he, 100,000 things he did, to have the same 20 is kind of weird from 4 different witnesses. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So
I don't
the
know.
issue is here is that the Q material, Steve, it gives us a tradition line coming from Jewish Christians, and even scholars such as Kloppenberg says that the Epistle of James is actually dependent to some extent on similar oral traditions to Q. There's a case to be made there. These sources like the Didache and James and Q, they give you an essence of what we think the historical Jesus and disciples would have preached, right? This is a very, very different idea to what we have in the Pauline Gospels and the epistles, right? And the letters. So the point here is that the Q material, yeah, it gives us, Jesus doing miracles. Mark gives us Jesus doing miracles, Matthew, Luke, etc. But Q doesn't give us a passion narrative. Jesus never speaks about his death, never speaks about his resurrection, never makes any divine claims that are incompatible with Islam, such as he's going to be the one that's going to resurrect the dead and all these things. It doesn't give us any of that. So are you familiar with that fact?
I've heard it. Yeah.
Yeah. So you can check it for yourself. Q, The Earliest Gospel by John Kloppenberg. I recommend you guys buying that. Now, I have a video on my channel where I go through the fact that nothing in there contradicts with Islam. But my point is, what we're saying is, we first prove Islam is true, and then the Quran and Sunnah is our definitive criteria. But there are probabilistic criterias, such as what we've shown, like with the Q Gospel, showing us the earliest sayings of Jesus, that also attests to this definitive objective criteria that we have to show that it does have merit to an external person, right? Someone from the outside can be like, wow, isn't it amazing that, you know, there's nothing about the Trinity, nothing about Jesus being co-equal in any sense that you can try to interpret it, nothing about high divine claims, nothing about anything like that do we have in the Q Gospel. But we have heavy intertext between the Quran and the Hadiths with the Q Gospel. We have nothing contradicting Islam from the Q Gospel, right? So, yeah, that's the point. The point is that we have a probabilistic criteria like the historical critical method and other methods where we can try to derive the earliest understanding of texts, and that's one way, that's probabilistic. But the Quran and Sunnah at the end of the day is our definitive criteria. And especially when you go to the Old Testament, the manuscripts come so late, and it's you can still see differences between Jeremiah and like the Septuagint Masoretic. I don't know if the brothers mentioned it, but you know, the manuscripts are so apart from when it was originally written. You can't really see those insertions or additions due to that fact. Does that make sense?
Let's just make it very simple also, Steve. There are things in the text, in the biblical text, okay, that are verifiable beyond the text itself. Why is Islam true? Okay, we say that Islam is true because one of the reasons, because the Prophet, peace be upon him, is prophesied. Because there's enough truth in the Torah and the Gospel to prove Islam. Now, somebody may ask, well, there's also enough things in the Torah and the Gospel to prove Islam is false, that disagree with the Quran, right? Well, we answer is that there are things, the things that or talk about Islam or confirm Islam are verifiable beyond the text itself. What do I mean by that? Okay. Prophecies, okay, in essence, must be from divine origin. Okay? They must be from divine origin. All right? So if we find a prophecy in the Bible about Islam or about anything, and we find its direct and literal fulfillment externally, then that external fulfillment serves as a verification for that text. So now you don't even need to go into historical critical method, mass attestation, different criterias of contextual credibility or criteria of embarrassment. You don't need to know all these things, because remember, the Quran comes where? It comes to the 7th century, to Arabs in the 7th century who didn't have access to historical critical method, different criteria. So how would they filter these things out? Well, it's very simple. If the biblical text is distorted, but the biblical text contains prophecies, and these prophecies are coming to pass, then that fulfillment serves as a witness to its validity. You get it? And because it serves as a witness to its validity, and prophecies by essence are of divine origin, then we know that the Quran and the Prophet Muhammad are of divine origin. It's that simple.
So the reason I brought up the scriptures, and that there's definitely things that it's well agreed upon were added in, and trying to discern what really was said and what really wasn't. I was tying this all into the fact that Jesus said, "Don't think that I come to change the law. Until heaven and earth pass away, not one jot or tittle will pass from the law until all is fulfilled."
Yep.
That strict reading of that, which is not a mainstream Protestant view, but it is like the Torah observant Christians who believe you have to obey the law.
Yeah.
They would hold that more strict reading on that.
We agree. We agree. We don't disagree. We still keep the law. But how does that mean that none of the laws can be abrogated by God?
The same Gospel of Matthew
yeah.
abrogates divorce.
Yeah. So you must take that in consideration of what Matthew has in mind. Matthew, in the same chapter, abrogates a law or a couple laws. So is he contradicting himself within a few passages?
I hear what you're saying, because I was raised I've always understood it that way as well. Though there are I'm really waiting to see you get to talk with what was it? Who's
IP?
that other Unitarian guy? The Unitarian guy you was talking with earlier.
Metaphysics Mike.
Yeah. Yeah, because he is Torah observant, and he doesn't believe Jesus changed anything.
Metaphysics Mike is Torah observant, to be honest?
Yeah.
I didn't even know that, to be honest.
And so what this kind of ties into, if what Rabbi Singer was saying was true, which would agree with that strict reading of what Jesus said, that I did not come to change it, basically it's never going to change, that would not be a problem for Mike. Like, it would not be a problem for Jesus still being able to be a prophet, because he says I didn't change it. So if Jesus didn't change it, and according to Mike he didn't, that's not a problem for Mike and Tobias Singer. Mike could argue with Tobias Singer and say, well, Jesus didn't change it, so why do you deny he's a prophet? Well, not according to Mike, though. He doesn't believe Jesus changed the law.
But Mike's doing ta'wil.
That's just not a clear, apparent reading of the text. The text is very clear.
Well,
Steve, how is he not changing the law of divorce? He's saying before you could write a get. A get is like a certificate with divorce,
and now you can't.
And now you can't. That's literally abrogation.
Before it was X, and now it's not X.
Yeah, I think that the argument from you'd have to talk. That's why I'm waiting for you to talk to Mike, because I've never been Torah observant. Understanding their argument.
We didn't get to Torah observance. So
I'm really curious about that, to hear from him how. But I would think the argument would.
Steve,
yeah.
Let me tell you something. You took your Shahada, right?
Yeah.
Okay. One of the conditions, of Islam, or what Islam actually is complete submission and surrender. Okay? So, Islam is al-istislamu lillahi bi tawheedihi, right? It is submission to God, complete surrender to God in singling Him out in worship, وَالْإِنْقِيَادُ لَهُ بِالطَّاعَةِ, and persevering in doing what He wants you to do in His obedience. Okay? So, you can't, one of the conditions of your Islam is that you are in complete surrender and submission to God and what the Messenger says. So, I don't know why you're still worried about what this guy says and what that text says. If you've already submitted and surrendered, and you've accepted the Quran to be divine revelation, and that the Quran is truth from your Lord, and that everything in it is true, it's God's latest communication, then why are you still worried about what Tovia Singer has to say? Just curious.
Wait. Sorry, just before you respond, Steve, I just want to make it clear. I'm gonna be back in about an hour. You can leave me on the panel, but I'll just be back in an hour.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
So when I took my Shahada, basically I was talking with this Muslim guy who is basically giving me the warning of hellfire, and I am very pressured by this fear of God and hellfire, and I do not want to sin, and I do want to do what's right. And I stood up. It was really hard, but the only thing I stood on was that my reading on Deuteronomy 13. But when I went and read it again, I could see how he could get from Deuteronomy 13 that a prophet cannot divert you away from keeping the commandments, which could be implied the commandments that I've given you from the text. It's like I could see that reading of Deuteronomy 13, which I didn't read it that way before. And that's what my whole faith was built upon. Is I thought I was obeying God through, I found my way to it through the Bible in a sense. Like I found my way to Islam through the Bible, and standing on that verse alone, really, is that if what he says comes to pass and he doesn't say worship another God, fear him. I was like, okay, I'm going to fear him. I'm going to obey him. And I did. I was doing my prayers and learned Surah Fatiha. And I didn't last very long before I saw that debate. And I said, everything my faith was built on, because I was struggling. I mean, I've got, and, if my first reading of that, which I got there through that, and I come to say, oh, it's not supposed, I was missing this part of in this passage. I didn't know that would disqualify. You know what I'm saying? That it's kind of kicking me out of the door that I originally opened. It's closing it, shutting it on me, and cutting me off from the little faith that I had.
Yeah, but I don't think that reading is not justified at all. It's not in the text. It doesn't exist.
I would like to continue talking with you, but maybe privately, if that'd be
Sure.
okay.
Sure, you
DM
could,
me or something.
you could send me an email, theorthodoxmuslim@gmail.com,
Okay.
and we could talk about it further. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, Steve. Thank you for coming, man.
Yep. Sorry. Have a good day, guys.
Have a good one. All right. Let's move on. Let me just drop Dean quickly so I can have the cover.
So,
Adam, are you Christian?
Yo, assalamu alaikum, guys. I'm just watching the stream from StreamYard.
All right, man. If you could watch from YouTube, it's better because you're taking up space. Because there's only 15
I got you. I'll
people
switch up. I'll switch up. I got you.
I appreciate it, man.
Assalam.
Alaikum salam.
hi.
Yo, these guys coming up with like images and stuff. Please, guys, stop trolling. You guys are taking up space. Like, look at this, bro. What are you doing? Like, look at this. Like, look at this, bro. Like, bro, come on, guys. Come on, you guys are taking up space. Yeah, I'm gonna remove you, okay? Sorry about that. Who's doing these pictures, bro? Come on, guys. Come on. Get the pictures out. All right. Hello, Dionysius of Rome.
Yo, hello. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. What's up?
What's up? First, I would like to tell you something, and then we can have a conversation of Dionysius of Rome if he taught the Trinity. Are you down to have that conversation?
Yeah, against
Sure. Are you a Christian?
Yeah, he's Christian.
Of course.
Why is your name Nur Hamad on YouTube if you're a Christian?
I don't know.
You don't know? Your name is not Nur Hamad?
It is.
So you're
If
a
you're-
Christian who's named Nur Hamad?
What's the problem? I'm not. This is not my
No.
account.
I mean, you're clearly changing your voice, and your name is Nur Hamad.
Yeah,
So you're clearly not a Christian from what I could see in front of me. So why are you pretending to be a Christian?
I'm not.
Your name is, where are you from?
Why do you want to know my info?
Because your name is Nur Hamad and you're pretending to be Dionysius of Rome. So where are you from?
Can we get to the convo, sir?
All right, sir. How about you get off my live? Man. Hello. Hello. Ula Lua Michael. Ula Lua Michael. You're on stage. Hello? Literally just unmuted yourself. Hello.
Yeah, what's up? Good evening.
Good evening. What's up?
Yeah, I'm doing good. And you?
Oh, okay. What's up?
Yeah.
Are you from
Yeah,
Nigeria?
yeah, absolutely.
You lost. How does it feel to lose to Morocco today?
Yeah, it wasn't easy, you know.
How does it feel?
Yeah, very tough. Yeah, very
I
tough.
know that's tough, man. That's tough. That's tough. All right. All right. Who you got in the final? Senegal or Morocco? Who you got?
Actually, I actually don't follow African football that much. I'm more
Oh,
be
okay.
like
You
a
don't. You
Portugal
don't
fan.
care. All right. You
Yeah,
don't
sure.
care.
Yeah.
You're African, but you don't care about African football. All right, man. No problem.
Yeah.
All right. What's the most compelling evidence for Christianity or the Christian God?
One of the things that's actually comparing about Christianity is more like the historical facts, and when like Christianity get tested by internal critique, it like actually stand over more like over, because Christianity is more like we don't just believe for believing sake. Our belief is being tested, whereby question can be asked, we can be asked questions without us getting offended. Why? Because we're actually willing to provide answer to the question that is being asked.
Hey,
So
Mr. Olalua, brother. I don't know what the heck you just said. So, what's the most compelling evidence for Christianity?
okay, so one, it is the true religion. Okay, first it is the true religion and the historical facts. So like it like goes hand in hand with history, and it is not against science. It works
All right.
hand in hand with science.
All right. So, what is the evidence that it's the true religion?
Because as we could see in the Bible, it is basically the word of God itself. The
Yeah.
Bible is the word of
What's
God.
the evidence for that?
Okay, what's the evidence that it is the word of God?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because the Bible said it. And we've looked
The
and we've
Bible.
looked
The
at
Bible says it. Therefore, it's true.
yeah.
So there is no evidence. It's just circular.
Okay, so what evidence are you actually? Because I don't want to debate outside the Bible. I debate within the Bible. So I kind of focus more on the
All
Bible.
right. Do you have any messianic prophecies that demonstrate a dying, rising Savior, Messiah expected to come?
Yes, absolutely. I'm
All
not
right,
very
let's
good with my Bible, but like we'll see what we can do. Okay, let's check Isaiah chapter 9, verse 6. Yeah, if you can just let me pull it up.
Okay.
Isaiah 9:6, man. Wow, it's not like
Yeah.
we go through this like 60 times a day.
Every single live now.
Okay, what about
No,
Isaiah 9:6? I have it memorized
yeah,
at this point. What about it?
okay, no. You just have to pull it up, then you read them, we analyze what the verse actually says.
All right, man. I got you, man.
No, so sorry.
Shiver me
Yeah, this is my
timbers,
first time
man.
on. Yeah, this is my first time on joining the live debate, so I might be a bit nervous.
No problem, man. You're welcome here.
Yeah.
Are you Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba?
No.
What are you?
Yeah, Yoruba.
Yoruba? Nice,
Yeah,
man.
sure. Yeah,
Where
thanks.
are you from in Nigeria, man? I still need to try that fufu, man. Maybe you can ship me some.
Doesn't look appetizing.
Huh?
It does not look appetizing. So
No.
I need to try that fufu one day, man. I'm telling you, it looks so good, man.
Yeah, is a food like is a food you eat and just go to sleep
Fufu
straight.
and igusi. I need that
Yes,
igusi.
absolutely.
All
So-
right. Here's the passage. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So he said, for what version is it? Okay, yeah, whatever. For a child has been born for us, and a child given to us. I'm very sorry. Okay, authority rests on his shoulder, and his name Wonderful, Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting. And so this is one of the Bible passage that actually spoke about the birth of Jesus
So
Christ.
where in this passage is a reader compelled to think this is about a dying, rising Savior, mythological man God who comes 700 years later?
Okay, so your question is where in this verse does it says a child will be born to us?
No. Where in this passage does a reader get the implication that this is about a dying, rising Savior, man God who comes 700 years later?
Okay, you know what? Please, can you just let me go like a verse, maybe like from verse 5? I'm very sorry.
All right, you want to go to verse 5? We can go to verse 5, no problem. Here we go. Verse
I
5.
actually don't know what. Okay, verse 5, what it says.
For all the boots of the tramping warriors and all the garments rolled in blood shall be burned as fuel for the fire. For a child
Okay.
has been born for us,
Then,
a son is given to us.
sorry.
Authority rests
I'm
upon
very
his
sorry. What
shoulder. His
translation is
name,
this, please?
wonderful counselor, mighty God, everlasting
Okay,
Father.
okay, just good. Okay, just continue. And great will be his authority, and there shall be an endless peace for the throne of David and his kingdom he has established. Okay,
Yep.
so and
This person will be a king in the kingdom of David. He will have a Davidic dynasty, right?
yep.
Did Jesus have a Davidic dynasty?
No, Jesus does not have an earthly. He doesn't have an earthly throne because I actually
All right.
don't know the meaning of.
All
I
right.
actually
So
don't know
how
the
could
meaning of the word itself.
how could you historically demonstrate a fulfillment?
Okay, so thank you very much. You know, in one of the story of Jesus and the Pharisees when they were talking, they threw to him a question about David and he like actually
What about the Messiah? Whose son is he? David. How could he be David's son if he says to me, the Lord said to my Lord? That has nothing to do with anything. The question is,
hold on.
all
Orthodox
right,
Muslim, just hold on. You get so I am here for like to like actually prove a point. So when they asked and he like quoted our verse, said, and the Lord said to my okay, so blah blah blah. So when he did that, if we go back into history, we go back into into the family tree of Jesus, both from his mother's side and his
which
stepdad's side.
one? There's multiple family trees that are
No,
contradictory.
it's just two. It is and it is not contradictory, and I will
No,
explain
it's
to you why it is.
contradictory. We can go through it
Hold
if
on,
you want.
hold on,
It's
I will
contradictory.
explain.
Yeah.
Orthodox Muslim, just calm down. Let me explain to you. Let me
Sure.
explain.
Sure, man.
Both the one in I guess is in Matthew and in Luke. It is just those two, and I can explain to you in detail why those two are not against each other.
Yeah, we could go through that, but for now, can you show
Yes.
me where Jesus had a Davidic empire historically and demonstrate that?
Yeah, because Jesus is from the family tree of David through his
Nice.
mother.
Many people from the family tree of David didn't have a Davidic dynasty.
Yeah, were they born of the Virgin Mary? Were they born of the Virgin?
You have to prove it. And being born of a virgin doesn't mean you're a Davidic king.
Were they born of the Virgin?
Doesn't mean you're a Davidic king.
Actually, can't. Actually, wish I can.
Historically, was Jesus a king of a Davidic dynasty?
He's not a king in. He's not a king in the context in which you are saying it.
I said historically speaking because when you want to demonstrate a fulfillment, it has to be free of any theological dogma that's pre-assumed. So, does the historical Jesus fulfill the idea that there will be a Davidic king, that this person Isaiah will be a Davidic king?
Okay, no, actually don't understand the meaning of that.
Okay. Does it say the child will be a king over the kingdom of David?
So that is why I said it is not king in the context in which you are saying it, because you as a person,
It
you
just
are
says
saying
king,
it
dude. It just says king. Was Jesus a king?
Okay, so when Jesus was about to be crucified, why was it put on his head, here is the King of the Jews?
Because they were making fun of him for saying he's the Messiah when he wasn't an actual king.
Okay, that is why I said he is not a king in the context in which you are putting it, because when he came, the Pharisees assume that the Messiah is actually coming to become an actual king.
All right. So
So,
was
and
Jesus an actual king?
that's why I said he's not the king in the context in which you
All
are
right. Was
putting
he a
it.
king at all?
Yes, Jesus is the King of Kings.
Where is
and
his
it is proven
kingdom?
in the Bible. The kingdom is the head. The kingdom is the head thereof.
Is the what?
The whole, the head, the head, the whole head. Is
The
not.
he- the
He's
he-
not a
the
king.
head?
Earth.
The earth.
EARTH.
So where is his kingdom on earth? Where is it?
All the heads. All.
Okay, I'm also a king. Did you know that? My kingdom is all the earth.
No, your kingdom. Okay, for instance, if you as a person you are a king
I'm a king. And the
of
earth is my
which
kingdom.
community?
The
Nope.
earth.
For you, nope. I totally disagree.
Oh, okay, but I said it. It must be true. I am the king of earth. Prove me wrong.
Okay, I'm coming. Jesus.
I have a kingdom just like Jesus. It's invisible.
Future.
And it's the kingdom of the earth. How is that a historical fulfillment, man? It says
Okay,
he
hold
will be
on,
a
hold
king.
on.
Words have meanings. He just left. Literally just left. Wow. Do you guys see how absurd Christian prophecies are? Do you see how absurd they are? The text says he will be a king over David's dynasty. And Jesus's kingdom apparently is invisible and nobody's ever seen it, heard it, touched it, felt it. But he's a king. I mean, if that's what it means to be a king, then I'm a king. I'm the king of the earth. Hello? Hola, hello, I'm Michael. You're back.
Hey, yeah, I'm back. Yeah, sorry. I actually left for like a couple of seconds.
I know. So
Actually, I lost you at some
I
point.
am a king, and my kingdom is not of this world. It's invisible, but I am the king of everybody.
No, you can't be the king of everybody
not?
because because you are like actually limited. You are actually limited in all aspects.
How does that mean I can't be a king?
No, you can't, because for you to be the king of the heads, you must not be limited.
What's the evidence for that?
Yeah, because you can like basically just commit sin at like any point, and it does not make it yours any longer.
It's just invisible. You can't see it, but I'm a king.
So what you're saying is that you can move into a new space and do anything you like without anybody telling you.
No, that doesn't mean that doesn't. I don't need that to be a
Nope.
king. I'm a
Nope.
king of an invisible kingdom.
Nope. For you to be a king, so like you must have authority over a particular space. That's what makes you a king.
Yeah,
It is
I
called
have
kingdom.
invisible authority. Can't
Okay,
see
so
it,
what
but I'm a king.
what invisible authority do you have?
You can't see it, but I'm a king.
No. What invisible authority do you have?
It's a kingdom
That's
in
what
heaven.
I'm asking.
Kingdom in
Nope.
heaven. It's not of this world.
Nope. So this is where you're like actually getting it wrong. This is where you're actually
My
getting it
kingdom is in heaven. It's not of this world.
Okay, so when Jesus was saying, "Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven." So what does
The
that
Father's
verse mean?
kingdom. The Father's kingdom.
No, so what does that verse mean when it said, "Let thy will be done as it is in heaven"?
Let
Let
thy
it be
will
done
be
on
done.
earth.
Yeah, let the Father's will be done.
Yeah. So what does it mean?
Let people obey God. I don't know how that answers. Can you please tell
Okay,
me?
so
Can you
okay, so
tell? I have a king. I have a kingdom, and I'm a king. Am I the child in Isaiah 6?
nope, you are not.
Why?
Because in actually a lot of Bible verse, especially in Isaiah, actually spoke about the virgin birth. I can't pinpoint the verse.
We
That's
can
it.
get
I
it's
can't.
Isaiah 7:14. For the young
Okay,
woman
so
will give birth to a son, and she will call him Emmanuel. We'll get to that. Here in Isaiah
okay.
9, is there
Hold on,
anything in Isaiah? Just
hold on,
wait.
hold
Is
on,
there
hold on.
anything in Isaiah 9? Brother, stop. Is there
Okay,
anything in
continue.
Isaiah 9 that will compel me to think that Jesus is a king?
Yes, absolutely. So if we actually go
Then
back to
I'm a king.
nope, you not.
All right, I'm just as much of a king as Jesus.
Are you the wonderful counselor?
Wow,
Are
how
you
do
the
you know I'm
mighty
not?
king?
Yes, I'm
Are
the
you the
wonderful counselor,
okay?
the
So
mighty
are you,
king,
so are you the everlasting father?
father of David's kingdom. Yes.
Nope, everlasting father. So which
Yeah,
means
I'm
for
the
you,
father. I'm the
no
father of the everlasting
everlasting
kingdom of
father.
David. Yep. The
Nope,
father of the
you not.
everlasting kingdom of David. Yes.
Nope, it's everlasting father. So which means
Nope.
a father.
The Hebrew is Jesus the Father?
No. Jesus
Baked.
is not the
Ba
father.
ba ba
But
ba ba ba
Jesus,
ba ba baked. Ba 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 baked. You just said,
hold on.
are you the everlasting Father? Is Jesus the everlasting Father?
Nope, but Jesus is God.
Oh, okay.
He's
So there's
same.
not. So
He's
it's not
same as
about.
the father.
So it's not about him
He's
then.
the same as the
He's
Father.
it doesn't say he's the same as the Father. It says he is the everlasting Father.
Call no
No,
man
no.
Father
No,
upon
no, no,
earth.
no. Yeah, you Orthodox Muslim, you like actually explaining it wrongly.
You just,
You like
bro,
actually
you just
explaining it wrongly.
asked me if I'm the everlasting Father. You don't even think Jesus is the everlasting. The point is, the Hebrew doesn't say everlasting Father. The
Okay,
Hebrew
so
says
what
he's
does
the
the Hebrew
Father
says?
of eternity. Ave
Yeah,
Ab.
so okay, so if Jesus, so we say Jesus is God, does that not make Jesus an everlasting being?
No.
Doesn't make him the everlasting Father.
Okay, I'll grant you that.
Yeah.
I'll grant you the
All right.
I'll
Thank
grant
you
you
for
the,
granting
I'll
me.
grant you the
And
everlasting father.
prove to me that Jesus is prophesied here then, because nothing here talks about Jesus. Nothing
Okay,
here
nothing let's
compels
talk
the
about.
reader to think it's about Jesus. Sorry, man.
Okay, hold on. Yeah. Okay, so it says, great will be his authority, and there shall be endless peace for the throne of that David, and his kingdom, blah blah, will be established, and upon the justice and right. So let's go to Hebrew chapter 1 from maybe like from verse 3
That's
or 4.
question begging. I don't care what Hebrews says. Can you prove
Nope,
to me from Isaiah 6 that
it's
this is
not
about Jesus?
question begging. I
No,
want
it's
to
question begging.
explain. No, it isn't. It
No, it is.
isn't. It isn't because we like understand the scripture with the scripture, so it is more
No,
of
but
an
I don't
internal
think
statement.
Hebrews is scripture. You have to. You're now trying to prove Hebrews is scripture to begin with.
Okay, Hebrew is a revelation of God.
I don't agree.
So
I think Isaiah is a
so
revelation from God.
okay, so prove to me why Hebrew is not a revelation of God.
You're the one making the claim. The burden of proof is on you,
Okay,
not on me.
okay, so let's go to Hebrew. Okay, now let's go to Hebrew.
Let's go to Hebrews to
Let's go to
verify
Hebrew,
Hebrews.
Let's go
Hebrew
to
1.
Hebrews to find out what Isaiah means, guys.
Okay, so no. I'm not saying Isaiah. I just want to talk about this, or if we establish and uphold it with justice and righteousness. Okay, that's the Jerusalem.
Do you know who wrote? Do you know who wrote Hebrews? Alalua.
Actually,
I don't know what this has to do with the fulfillment of Isaiah 6 or Isaiah 9.
Doesn't have much, but he
no,
believes
he
it's
said
more reliable.
he's
Isaiah
he said
9,
Isaiah
Isaiah
7.
9 6 says that he will be on the throne of David and he will have a kingdom. He will
Nope,
establish
he
it and
didn't
uphold it
say
with
it will
justice.
be. He didn't
With
say it will be on.
there great will be his authority, and there shall be endless peace for the throne of David and his kingdom.
Okay,
So his
so
kingdom is the
okay,
Davidic kingdom, right?
okay. So let me ask you a question: Is
Right?
Jesus? I said it is not a king in that context you are putting it.
It says here, it says he will be on the throne of David and he will establish peace in David's kingdom and he will
No,
uphold
Jesus,
it
my
with
network.
justice, with righteousness. And where does Jesus do any of this? Jesus didn't have a kingdom.
Okay, so yes, Jesus has a kingdom on there. Okay, let's go to Hebrew. Let's go to the book of Hebrew.
The book of Hebrews
Hebrew
doesn't
1.
prove Jesus had a kingdom, dude. You need to historically demonstrate Jesus having a
Go
kingdom.
to the book of. Can we just go to Hebrew 1 first?
All right. Too slow. Way too slow. You see, I feel sorry for layman Christians. They don't know anything. It's so sad.
No.
It's so sad. Their prophecies suck. Hello?
Deluded mentality.
Generalist?
Yo, assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam. Only Christians here today, brother.
Only Christians? All right, never mind then.
Yeah, stick
Thank you
around.
for your
I'll
work,
bring you
though.
up later.
All right.
I'll bring you up later, bro. Appreciate it. Thank you. Hello. Somebody's name, Jesus is not Muslim. What's up?
This guy said he's a Muslim in the studio chat, but he said has some doubts.
Hello.
Hello. Why is your name Jesus is not Muslim? Are you a Muslim?
Because we can. No, I'm not a Muslim. Have you
Oh,
seen any Muslim claiming that Jesus is a Muslim?
oh, that's why I was surprised. All right. Let's
Yeah,
hear it.
that's why.
What's up? What you got?
You said
So
it,
my
but you said in
follow-up-
studio chat. You said in studio chat. I'll be completely honest with you. I'm a Muslim, but I don't consider myself.
Okay,
Muslim.
hell. Let me just look at the chat and see what I just said. Let me just see that.
Good. Go ahead. I don't care. I'm just saying that this is what you said in the side chat. So like, I don't know why you're lying in the side chat. But go ahead, continue with your claim. Or
Sorry,
your
but
point.
you forgot to add the point that I also said that, but I don't consider myself a Muslim.
All right,
as I'm looking for.
whatever, bro. Consider yourself whatever you want to be a unicorn, be a unicorn. What's up? How can I help you, bro?
I'm saying you just made a point that you are debating layman Christians. So why don't you go to other apologetics channel like God Logic's panel or?
I've already pooped on God Logic.
Please don't disrespect him. Don't disrespect, please.
I have pooped on IP. I have pooped on all his friends. I've already done that many times. So are you here? Are you here?
Yeah. Whatever makes you sleep at night. Whatever makes you sleep at night.
It makes me sleep like a baby at night, just to let you know. All right, so you want what you got?
I just don't consider myself a knowledgeable Christian, so I would highly recommend you to debate God Logic apologetics on his panel. And if you can,
you know what's funny, guys? You know what's funny?
No, don't talk to me. Talk to me. Don't talk to other guys.
Okay,
I'm here on the panel.
I got you. You know what? You said to go to talk to God Logic, right?
Yeah.
Okay, stay here. I got you. You guys heard it, right?
Go to his
He
panel.
wants me to talk to God Logic. All right.
Yeah, go to his panel and get cooked.
Let's watch.
Get cooked.
Just watch, man. Just watch. I'm gonna follow your advice now, and we'll see what happens. Okay, I'm following your advice, man. One sec. Just stay here for me.
And see if he's live or not.
Yeah, he is
right,
live. Well, he's better go up on
don't worry.
the
One sec. Just stay here.
See he's live or not. Don't scare. Don't run. Don't run.
Don't scare, right? All right, just calm down, buddy. 1 second. We're gonna follow your advice. Hold on. Where is?
I'll send you the live, Liviano.
No, not the live. I'm not.
Yeah. Getting destroyed by God Logic.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, just be quiet, bro. Don't let me insult you, man. Don't let me insult you, bro.
That's what you can do, bro.
All right. Whatever you say, bro.
Yeah.
Where
can't debate knowledgeable Christians and just insult them.
All right. I'm gonna follow your advice. I got it right here. Let's share the screen.
Show me is he live or not.
No, we don't even need him to be live. I'm gonna follow your advice. Don't worry.
Then how the heck are you gonna debate him?
I'm gonna show you. Let's see. Here we go. Let's see. This is me following your advice. Let's watch it.
Yes.
Or
chop it.
Bro, come on, man.
You see, I went up on Logic's panel. Let's see what he did.
And support the Orthodox Muslim channel.
Let's get this over with.
Can you guys remove this guy?
Oh, he's telling people to remove me? Okay, let's see what happens.
Don't panic, Logic. Don't panic, man.
Why did he tell you to remove you?
Walaikum assalam. I didn't bring him up. Just putting that out there.
All right, so can you remove?
No, they're not gonna remove me, Logic. We're gonna do the Islamic dilemma, man.
Can you remove him so we can continue, Abu Noor?
Y'all see the panic?
Yeah.
This is crazy.
Hey, look. I'm gonna be honest with you. One of my brothers got dropped for you one time, and I disagreed with it. I can't do it a second time.
Cool. All right, so can we do the Islamic dilemma now?
Muslim cousin, you there?
Why are you? I'm right here, bro. Why are you not talking to me, man? What's up with this guy? Are you like on the spectrum or something?
Let them finish their
They're one-on-one, bro. No. I have a stream in like 20 minutes. Let's
So
just do it
go,
now.
so go ahead and get ready for your stream, or maybe
No.
or you could come to my
It's okay.
live like
I'm
you
gonna.
promised and
Well,
come
we're
talk
here.
about the
We're here
dilemma.
now. We're here now. Let's do it, man.
Muslim cousin, you there?
Okay, so I followed your advice. I went up on Logic's panel. So why doesn't he want to talk to me? Go ahead. Defend him.
I muted up. Why he muted up?
Defend him.
Yeah, bro.
Defend him. Go ahead.
He can defend himself. Sorry to say.
He could defend himself? No, you
Yeah.
said you want me to go on. You want me to go and talk to Avery. I tried to do that, and he doesn't want to talk to me. So
Because he was already having a discussion with someone, and you cannot just interrupt someone. You know that.
Oh, it's can't interrupt someone. Oh, is that
Yeah,
really
yeah,
why?
bro.
Is that really why?
Because look, hold on. Let me respond. Let me respond, bro. Let me respond.
Go ahead.
Laughing doesn't make you better, bro. Let me respond.
All right, sure.
I'm saying that he went publicly on your panel and debated you on who's the most high God according to New Testament.
On my
So can't you
panel.
do the
That was-
same?
I was on his panel.
No, that was on his.
Sorry to say, but he was on your panel, and I
No,
saw the whole debate.
you're-
Sorry to
you're
say.
mistaken. That was on his panel, not on mine.
I'm talking about the second debate, bro.
Yeah,
Come
the
on, man.
second debate. Yeah, he came to my panel. Does that mean I have
Yes,
to go to
yes,
his?
yes. Now
that-
the facts are coming
Does that-
out. Yes.
Does that mean I have to go to his?
Yeah, bro. Yes.
Why do I have to go to his when I already went to his panels on TikTok and he doesn't want to talk to me?
Why not on YouTube? Because he came on your panel on YouTube.
Just one
bro.
second. If he wanted to talk to me, why didn't he talk to me when I went up to talk to him?
Because he was already having a discussion with someone. Come on, bro.
So wait 1 second. So he's having a discussion with someone. That someone is telling him it's okay. You could talk to Orthodox Muslim instead.
Hold on. Let me respond,
And
please.
and he's saying-
Hold on.
and
Let
he's
me
saying
respond,
to
bro.
stop me.
Let me respond, bro.
Yeah, you
Let
guys
me
see
respond.
the
Let me
amount of like.
let me
bounty-
respond, bro.
This is
On the
10
second
now.
debate, when come on, man. You're not.
You are bouncing on Logic, your master, right now.
No,
Sorry.
bro. No, bro. I'm telling you that when he came on your panel at the second time, you were not having a discussion with someone. He came when you were
It
alone.
doesn't matter if he's having a discussion. If he wants to talk to me, why doesn't he stop talking to a random, and talk to me? Is
Just
the
say
random,
no, you can't debate. Just say no, you can't debate God logic on YouTube. Just say no. Just say no.
Is the random more important than talking to me?
Sorry, what do you say?
Is the random layman that he's discussing with more important than talking to me? What do you think?
Bro, come on, man. Grow up.
Tell me,
You
what do you
can't just
think?
debate God logic. You can't debate God logic. I'm sorry to say you can't debate him on YouTube.
So why did he say drop him instead of let him wait until I finish my conversation?
Do you want to actually debate God logic on YouTube? Yes or no?
Answer this. Why didn't he say, okay, Libiano, you're here. Perfect. Wait until I finish my discussion and then we'll talk.
I'm sorry, but I don't know.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right. So since you failed serving your master, what do you got for me?
So I heard from your title that you said that Christianity cannot be trusted. So the burden of proof is on you. Why did you make that claim that Christianity cannot be trusted?
Because the New Testament says God is one person, and Christianity posits God is three persons. Therefore, Christianity can't be trusted.
Oh, okay. So you're the same guy that also said that Jesus is the most high God below Father, but he's a Yahweh in a sense. Okay. Yeah.
In the lesser
Brilliant,
sense.
brilliant, man. Yeah, brilliant,
Do
brilliant.
you agree with that or disagree with that?
I disagree with that because that doesn't make him a Muslim.
Okay, beautiful. So if Yahweh is the lesser Yahweh in the or Jesus is the lesser Yahweh in the New Testament, is that compatible with Christianity or does that refute Christianity?
It's compatible with Christianity, sorry to say.
It's compatible to say Jesus is a lesser Yahweh?
Yeah, bro.
Okay, is Jesus a lesser Yahweh than the Father?
He's the point that you were making was that he was lesser than the Father. Yeah, I'm responding. I'm responding, bro. I'm responding.
Is Jesus a lesser Yahweh than the Father?
I'm responding to that. Yeah, I'm responding to that. I'm saying that the point you were making was that Jesus was a lesser Yahweh than his Father, but he was God above all of his creation besides his Father.
Yeah, so you agree with me that Jesus is a lesser God?
Yeah, because that doesn't make him a Muslim.
Okay, so you agree it's compatible with Christianity that the New Testament teaches Jesus is a lesser God.
How does that make him a Muslim, bro? Come on.
The topic wasn't is
You're
Jesus
not, bro.
Muslim?
Come on, man. You're not engaging with me. Come
Hey,
on, man.
this guy is cuckoo, guys. The topic wasn't is Jesus a Muslim? The topic is does the New Testament teach Jesus is the most high God? Is Jesus a lesser God in the New Testament?
Lesser in what sense?
Ontologically.
If you're saying that he's lesser than his father, then I would say in some instance,
Is he a lesser God?
bro, he's not a lesser God because we can clearly see in the Bible that
All right. So what are you celebrating?
I'm celebrating because that doesn't make him a Muslim. He's still a God above all this creation. Come on, man.
The debate wasn't is Jesus a Muslim? Are you stupid? Did you watch the debate?
Yeah, bro, I watched both of your debates.
What was my introduction? What position was I arguing for? Was I arguing for Islam? What was I arguing for?
You were arguing that Jesus was not the most high God in the New Testament.
No, what was the thing I said in the first 5 minutes of my introduction? What is the thesis?
I can't recall it in my mind. Sorry, I can't recall in my mind.
Okay, did I say that I am arguing today that Jesus is a lesser God?
Today?
Did I say in my introduction, my position that I will be holding and arguing for, according to the New Testament, Jesus is a lesser God? Did I say that?
Yes.
Okay, so you're celebrating what I'm arguing for? So I won the debate? Oh, thank you.
How can you win the debate? Because you were saying that Jesus is Yahweh in a sense. You were still come on, let me respond, bro.
Thank you for conceding that I was able to prove my thesis that Jesus is a lesser God, man.
So you agree that hold on. So you agree that Jesus is Yahweh in a sense.
In the New Testament, Jesus is a lesser Yahweh.
So he is Yahweh in a sense.
In the New Testament, yeah.
Little G.
So that's what God Logic was arguing about, that he was a Yahweh in a sense or not. Come on, man.
God Logic wasn't arguing that Jesus is
bro, he just made a short. Bro, let me.
God Logic believes Jesus is the same Yahweh as the Father, not a different lesser Yahweh. Is that right?
Yes. He was arguing that Jesus is the most high.
All right, beautiful. If you're a lesser Yahweh, can you be the most high God?
You can be the most high God above all the creation.
Okay, is Jesus a lesser God that's just above creation? That's it? But he's
above all the creation, bro. God? He's above all the creation.
Is he under the Father as a second lesser God?
Based on the Trinity, no.
Okay, so logic lost, because that's what he's arguing for, the Trinity. Thank you.
Clearly, he was arguing for the Trinity. Yeah, he was arguing for the Trinity.
All right,
I agree.
And what I said contradicts the Trinity, right?
Based on the first 3 centuries, yes.
Thank you, man. Thank you for admitting that logic wasn't able to defend his polytheistic understanding.
No. Hold on.
And that I was able to overcome and absolutely humiliate him, make him look like a clown, like a lapdog. It was so embarrassing. And you know what's funny, right? That debate is the reason my channel blew up.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Why did my channel blow up? Because of such a bad debate for me?
Because you got all of the views from God Logic's channel.
So what views? Sorry, I posted my own video.
No, but you were having some good points. I would be completely honest with you that you were having some good points against God Logic, but God Logic was defending this position too.
Why did my channel do so well if it is as you say? I said Jesus is Yahweh and I lost it a bit. Why did my channel do so well after that? Are people stupid? Are they slow? They can't see what's going on? Brother,
I don't know. I think you did some damage to yourself.
Everybody knows, it's very obvious that, and I say this, I don't try to praise myself, but I say this, that ever since I've been around, Christian apologists haven't been the same.
How?
They're all dodging me.
No, sorry to say no, because I also saw your debate.
You know what Sam Shimon said to his fans? I don't need to debate him. It's enough that I made a 4-hour live stream responding to my live stream. I mean, what a coward. He thinks that he doesn't need to debate me because he made a live stream responding.
Bro, he's old, man. Come on, he cannot debate as he used to.
Okay, so you agree that if I debated Sam Shimon, I would make his hair grow out of his bald head once again. You would agree then? He just doesn't got
Yeah,
the
I think you will insult him. That's why he doesn't want you to debate you, because you will insult him.
Oh, poor Sammy boy. I'm gonna insult him. That's why he doesn't want to debate me. Do you see the excuses that you have to come up to defend these guys?
Then why don't you go to his panel too? Why don't you go to his panel? Because we had.
I went to IP's panel. What did they do to me? Mod abused me and kicked me out. That's why.
Hold on. Please don't lie. Don't lie, because I saw your. Hold on. Let me respond, please. I saw your whole debate yesterday about on IP's channel, and you were completely interrupting him.
Were they interrupting me before interrupting them?
Because you were coming on insults, like you were saying pork had Christian, or like.
I didn't. Nope. That was after. They were actually insulting me, calling me lesbiano, orthodox lips, just looking at my lips. I don't know why they love talking about my lips, right? Maybe they want to kiss or something. I don't know. But they insult me all the time. Mike, his name was Muhaymin Mike, insulting the
I completely agree with you that was kind of insult to your scripture. I completely agree with you.
Well, then that is why I don't go on their panel, because they can't handle my swag and they want to mute me and kick me down. They want it every time I'm pressing them on something. They just want to mute me. So that is why I respectfully decline.
Bro, can I ask you a question? Hello, bro.
Yeah.
Hello. I want to ask you a question that when will you come live next time?
I go live 3 times a week, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday.
Okay, so will you be live tomorrow?
No.
Okay, so my phone's charging is getting a bit low. I promise I will get you on this topic next time. I promise that.
You can't get me this time?
No, my phone's charging is a bit low, so I don't have time to destroy you.
All right. Destroy me next time.
Okay, yeah.
Right.
See ya, bro. Okay, bro. Yeah, bro.
All right. What a weird dude, man. Bro, that is such a weird interaction, man. I'm telling you. Like,
you could sense that he like lost hope and like faith in like
he lost hope in the Christian apology. All right, let's move on. Hello, Christoph. Christoph, you're on stage.
Is my voice clear?
Yes.
So let's keep it short. To give you the arguments, have you played GTA 5?
Huh?
Have you played GTA 5?
Yeah, I played GTA 5. What does that got to do with Christianity?
So it's funny, but it's related to the Trinity. You play with the 3 persons, Michael, Frank, and Trevor, but you are 3 person, but 1 controller.
Yeah, how does that represent the Trinity? He just left.
Yeah, 3 persons, 1 controller.
3 persons, 1 controller, man. Wow. Yo, Dean, are you back? I don't think it's been an hour. Okay. Hello, Darren? Hello? Cool. No response. Hello, Ross Costin?
Yep.
What's up?
What's up?
How can I help you today, man? What you got?
So, how is Christianity untrustworthy?
Can you better your mic? You sound like you're speaking from a potato, man.
How is Christianity untrustworthy?
Why has it got so much? What's it called?
Why is Christianity untrustworthy?
Yeah, we're telling you to fix your mic so we can have like a productive conversation, so we don't have to tell you to repeat yourself multiple times.
Can you hear me now?
It would be untrustworthy for multiple reasons. Yeah, we can hear you. Okay. Whenever it comes to the scribes, are the scribes untrustworthy?
Oh, Matthew?
The scribes of the manuscript.
Yeah, like Matthew.
The scribes of the manuscripts. You don't have any sort of manuscript that traces back to Matthew or that can be properly.
Yeah, Matthew finished his writings before
the scribes
Judas
historically
fell from the tree.
Dude, this is the fourth time you do this. Okay, dude, just stop dodging the question. The scribes historically, were they untrustworthy or trustworthy?
Judas's body fell from the tree, right?
Judas's body fell from the tree. No, good response. Nice, then. No, that was substantial.
Now listen to what I'm saying. Matthew finished his writings before Judas's body rotted. You understand what I'm saying?
Matthew finished his writing before Judas died?
Nice.
Before his body fell.
Before his body fell?
Yes. In Matthew, all he records is that.
Get out of here, man. Hello, John Doe.
طلع البدر علينا من ثنيات الوداع وجب الشكر علينا منع لله
This was like us to sleep when we were kids.
أيها المبعوث فينا جئت من all right.
My man used to sleep that before I'd sleep, bro. SubhanAllah.
All right. Jeffrey, what's up? Jeffrey's always coming back.
Wait, am I up?
Hello.
You.
What's up, man? How can I help you?
You hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I couldn't see my camera didn't populate. Okay.
Populate?
Yes, bro. Come on now. Let me use the words.
Go ahead.
You got to give me a chance to freaking shine, guy.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Jeffrey, you need to shine at getting a job, bro. Like,
Bro, I
seriously.
recently just started working, bro. I'm a maintenance apprentice now for apartments.
All right. All right.
Yeah,
How
if
can
you
I help
need
you,
your
man?
toilet fixed, bro, if you're in my apartment complex, I got you.
All right, man.
Even if you're a Muslim.
I'll keep you in mind, man. What's up? How can I help you?
Okay. Was there ever a point in history where Christianity was trustworthy?
I don't know what that means.
Yes, you do. Don't run from that. The logic is sound in that question. Don't run from that. I'm not going to ask it again. Okay, I'll ask it again.
Don't know what that means, bro.
Yeah, assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum.
The claim behind the question
Yo,
is
Jeffrey,
Christianity
Jeffrey,
is not
you look.
trustworthy. So I'm asking, has there ever been a time in
Wait,
history
Jeffrey.
where Christianity has been trustworthy? Wait,
Wait,
engage
Jeffrey, I
with
have a
that
question. I have a
first.
question, bro. Where are you from, Jeffrey? You look like Kaaba. Has anyone told you that? You guys know Kaaba in the chat?
I've
He
heard
looks
that.
just
I've heard
like
that.
Kaaba.
Kaaba?
Wait, engage
TikTok.
with the question though. Engage with the question.
Yeah,
Has
go
there
on, go
ever
on.
been a time in history where Christianities have
What do you
been
mean by
trustworthy?
Christianity?
No,
What do you mean by
no,
Christianity?
there's never been a time.
Okay, back that with Islam. Back that with the Quran. Have some Quranic evidence to back that.
Yeah, Allah says that the Jews and the Christians say that.
Yeah,
or
I gotta see
the
the
Jews
verse.
say
I
that
gotta see the
Ezra
verse,
is the
buddy.
son of God. Bro,
Chapter
can
9,
you
verse
stop
5.
cutting me off? The Jews say that Ezra is the son of God. The Christians say that Jesus is the son of God. They're reprimanded for that. And Allah says in the Quran, all people of the book, لا تغلوا في لا تغلوا
Do you want
في
me to ask the
دينكم.
question that's really gonna make you run?
Oh, brother, Jeffrey, I'm gonna kick you, bro. Like, come on, don't
I
get on
know,
my
I know
nerves.
you want to kick me because the heat's picking up. The heat's picking
Yeah,
up.
yeah, I know. Yeah. So, all people of the book, do not transgress, do not over exaggerate in your religion, do not say about God except what is true. Jesus, the son of Mary, is only a messenger of Allah and his spirit, and so on and so forth. So, anyways, Allah criticizes Christianity and Judaism and says, Inna dina inda Allahi al-Islam, that only acceptable religion to God is Islam, and whoever takes any other way of life other than Islam will never be accepted from him. So yes, Christianity or any other religion has never been trustworthy. Only
What
Islam
about
has
the
been
early followers
trustworthy.
of Christ? The first followers of Christ.
They're Muslim. They weren't Christian.
What do they believe?
They believed in Islam.
Can you prove that?
Yeah, we have our earliest documentation of the Jamesonian community and the Jewish Christian followers of Christ from
But
the
the letters
letter.
of Paul are the most earliest text that we have. Let's go off of Paul.
Doesn't matter if they're early. And in the letters of
Yes, it
Paul,
does. Yes, it does.
in
You're
the
gonna tell me
letters,
that doesn't matter?
Q is earlier than Paul.
in the
Paul
letters
is
of.
the earliest.
Yo, what's wrong with this guy? Hey,
the
Jeffrey,
letters
you
are in
got
there.
hey, you got ADHD, bro? What's
Low
going
key,
on?
low key. You gotta bear. Yo, you gotta be graceful with me, man. Maybe I got like a mental disorder or something.
Maybe, bro, maybe. So, anyways,
I'll grant that. Hey, I'll grant that.
brother, just stop, bro. So even in the letters of
I
Paul,
feel you're about to kick me. I just want to say, don't run.
Dude, just take your sugar pills.
bro,
and
what's
shut up.
wrong with these guys, bro? Do you guys take medicine? Like what like pills?
You know what
What's
you're
wrong with
running
these
from?
guys?
You're running from historical Christian.
Placebo effect.
What's wrong with
The
these
real,
people?
the real,
bro?
wait, the real claim is that the Quran.
All right, he just comes here because he's bored.
I swear.
Jeffrey, can you touch some grass, bro?
Jeffrey, how's
Okay,
work
let's
been?
continue, let's
I heard
continue,
I heard you just got a job recently, a recent part-time job. How was
Jeffrey, go get a
Full
job,
time,
bro.
full time. Don't try that.
Full-time,
Get your,
okay, my
get
bad,
your
brother.
life together. Make your mama proud.
Wait, let's engage. Let's engage.
Go
Ask,
go
ask.
find a wife, bro. What are you doing with your life, bro? Like, come on.
Bro,
Like, what are you
engage
even
with the
doing?
substance. Don't
Brother,
run from
you have
historical
no
Christianity.
substance. You're a troll. You come here because
Okay.
you're bored.
No. There's no troll content here, and you know it. You feel the heat from what I'm asking. You
Jeffrey,
feel the heat
I
of my
promise
logic.
you got no motion right now. You got motion?
No, you feel the heat of my logic. That's
do you
why
have-
you
do
kicked
you have-
me.
do you-
That's why
you
you
got-
kicked me, because you feel
You
the heat.
got you got motion in life.
Bro, I move every day.
What's your motion?
My emotion is a maintenance apprentice at the moment.
All right, what else? That's it. You're just, that's it. What's
And
your
Jesus
motion?
Christ.
All right. What's the motion though? Like, you
That's
got your
it.
own
I
place.
only need those two.
Do you have a wife? What are you doing with your life?
I do have a wife to be.
You're married?
To be.
To be? So you don't have a wife.
To be.
So you have a Snapchat relationship is what I'm hearing.
Definitely not. I don't do that. I don't do that.
So Jeffrey, bro, you're not sincere. You waste your time coming here. If you're not gonna
Okay.
be sincere,
Instagram
why-
relationship,
why-
to
Let's
be
be
honest.
honest. Let's be honest. Let's be
To be
serious.
honest, Instagram
Let's be-
relationship,
Let's
not
be very
Snapchat.
serious for a second. You can tell from conversing with me that I am sincere. Don't try that. Don't try
Brother, that is the furthest from the truth.
No, don't try
That's why I keep kicking you every time. 'cause
No,
you're not
this is why you
sincere,
kick me, because there's logic. You're tracking the logic and there's heat behind it. The claim is the Quran contradicts history. What is a historical Christian? Answer that question.
I'm telling you, bro, Christianity makes people sick. If you're a true Christian, you become mentally ill, bro. It's like it's just proven at this point. It's proven. Let's keep going, man. Let's move on.
Yo, you know what IP said on Twitter? Because I posted on Twitter that he put that in his video about Q. And he said he's saying that he's not positing that Q exists when he mentions Q in the video. He
How
says
is an
all-
independent attestation if Q doesn't
yeah,
exist?
exactly. And you know what he's saying? He's saying I'm just mentioning the Q material. That's what he said. I'm only mentioning the Q material. That's all I'm saying in the video. Like, what, dude?
Q material assumes Q. Otherwise, it wouldn't be.
Wallahi, that's exactly what I told him. It presupposes that Q exists.
Otherwise, Q wouldn't be Q, and that material wouldn't be Q material. So
Exactly.
stupid.
Especially in the context where you're trying to posit it as a source.
Yeah. 1 sec, Dean. I'm just gonna move you and have that thing and bring you up. Hold on. Hello, Gasser.
Yeah.
What's up?
I'm a Muslim, by the way. If you want to let the Christians on first.
Oh, okay, man. Thank you. Hello, Shank. Shank. All right. Oh, hell no. Hello? Sage King. You're on stage. Oh, you're on stage. All right. I had bad connection. What's up?
Yo, so I was the guy who gave you the GTA 5 arguments. Prove me wrong.
Are you French?
I am French, half Moroccan.
French, half from Morocco?
Yes.
How many times have you been on the stream before?
First time. Why?
It's not the first time. Stop lying.
It's the first time.
It's not the first time. I'm
What's
going to ask
your
you again. How many times have you been on the stream?
Bro, do you think you are Nakir or Munkar asking me like this? Just answer
Nakir
the
and
argument.
Munkar. Ha ha ha. You got the whole squad laughing. How many times have you been on stream?
It's the first time.
All right. I want to be honest. Hello. Cud spitting. What's up? Usually people say Munkar and Nakir. He's so backwards. He said Nakir and Munkar. SubhanAllah, man. Oh, why do we got no good guests today, man? What's going on? Hello, man.
أيها المبعوث فينا جئت بالأمر المطاع جئت شرفت المدينة
مرحبا يا خير داع. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, man. NGM, hello.
Muslim, bro. I'll wait for the end of the stream. Sorry.
All right. Ibn Hisham.
Assalamu alaikum. Yes, I'm Muslim.
Only for Christians now. Guys, if you're not Muslim, please don't join. I'll bring you later, okay?
All right.
Man. Yo, Dean.
Yeah, sorry, man. I'm just a Muslim. I'm waiting till the end.
Oh, okay. Come back later, man. Why are you up here? Yeah, honestly, bro, I don't see any Christians coming up. Just bring this guy up. What's up, man? How can I help you, NGM?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. First, Maghrib to the finals.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
First time since 2004.
Hey, man, Morocco, man. Squad is different, man. Squad is different. They won in the World Cup, man. They won in the World Cup. Anyways, you actually have anything related to?
Yeah, other question. We believe, of course, as Muslims, Isa alayhi salam was the Messiah. Sorry, he's the Messiah. But do we also believe the Jewish prophecies, what they believe the Messiah would have been and what he would have done?
They formulated and fabricated a Messiah of their own. All right, that's why they get these distinctions between two Messiahs, and they have all of these characteristics and these properties about the Messiah that doesn't conform to our narrative.
Okay. Well, I guess you could look at it that way, but I would say that Jesus would have sufficiently proved his truthfulness just by the signs and wonders that he did.
Exactly.
And by the prophecies that he made. That would have been sufficient to prove his truthfulness, even if he didn't fill their expectation of what the Messiah would do. And obviously he will fulfill that expectation when he comes back.
Yeah, of course, that's clear. Okay, so the argument you use against the Christians, their idea of the Messiah is like the false Messiah. Their prophecies don't match Jesus, Isa alayhi salam, at all. we don't believe that is what you're saying, basically.
The connections and the correlations that they make are very, very weak, very fragile. They hold to many like internal inconsistencies and problematic issues whenever they affirm typology and so on and so forth.
Okay. Last question, I think. Is there any like Islamic tradition of prophecies we have that he would have?
Yeah, you can go to this hadith in Tirmidhi, right? And you can connect it to Isaiah 11. But it talks about Isa alayhi salam's second coming. It talks about basically how the wolf will live with the lamb, talking about complete peace and serenity like that will come to earth. It talks about the young child would put his hand into the viper's nest.
You want to share your screen, Ann?
I can. Yeah, of course.
By the way, okay, this is all in Isaiah 11.
Yeah.
Okay. Where is it in our socials?
Hey man, so much for a magical Torah, man. So much for a magical Torah.
Hey guys, let me get my Bible real quick, man.
Yeah, make sure you don't turn on your camera, bro.
No.
I got you, sir. Here. I'll put it inside chat, or I'll put it on stream. You can see a lot of intertextuality. What was your name, Akhi?
Ness.
Make it bigger, bro. Make it bigger.
I will. So right here, you have the Sunan ibn Majah right here. This is talking about Isa alayhi salam and his second coming. The Messenger of Allah sallallahu alayhi wasallam said, Isa ibn Maryam alayhi salam will be that of a just judge and a just ruler among my nation. He will break the cross, slaughter the pigs, abolish the jizya, and the charity will be left. No one will be appointed to collect the zakat of sheep and camels. Grudges and mutual hatred will disappear, and the venom of every venomous creature will be removed, so that a baby boy will, so it should say put here. Well, you know.
So this fulfills messianic expectation, right? That in the time of the Messiah there will be such peace and recognition of God, and he will be a just ruler, which fits. I guess you could, if you want to say that Isaiah 9 is messianic, it fits Isaiah 9, it fits Isaiah 11, it fits Jeremiah, and all of that. So here's the intertext there.
Yeah. You could say, like right here, like the wolf will live with the lamb. That's exactly within the hadith. And remember, the hadith over there is talking about the second coming of Isa alayhi salam. So whenever it comes to these connections, whenever it comes to saying, or us from the Muslim position saying something bears trustworthiness, right? About specifically about the character of the Messiah and what he will do and what he'll accomplish. You can see these intertextual connections. The wolf will live with the lamb. Remember, the hadith says that as well. The young child will put his hand into the viper's nest. They will neither harm nor destroy. And for the earth will be filled with the knowledge
of the Lord.
Right here in the Quran, or the hadith says, the people will be united and none will be worshipped except Allah. So basically they will unite upon the knowledge of what? Knowing Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, knowing how to worship him properly, right? And knowing the truth that has come to them, right? The wolf will be among the sheep like their sheepdog, right? And the venomous creature like a snake. Right, so that a baby boy will put his hand in a snake and it will not harm him. So whenever it comes to these connections, Isaiah chapter 11, verse 6 through 9, and Sunan ibn Majah 4077. All right. There's other connections I try to make. All right. Like whenever it comes to Surah Al-Ma'idah, verse 110, how it connects a lot of the miracles with Isa alayhi salam, but it talks about how he was supported with the Holy Spirit, how he was given the gospel, how he was had these specific miracles. And if we go to Isaiah 60, this is the Septuagint form of it. And this would be fulfilled in Luke chapter 4, verse 18. You can make a lot of and these correlations, right? So we're covering the sight of the blind, preaching the glad tidings. Right? They would interpret this as the gospel.
Isaiah 61, even Jesus quotes it as well. I think.
Yeah, in the synagogue when he's reading the great Isaiah scroll, and he says, "The Lord has anointed me to preach the gospel to the poor." Now, what's interesting is the Ebionites. What's their name? The Ebionim. The Ebionim in Hebrew means the poor ones.
Yeah.
The poor ones. So perhaps there's a connection there with the followers of Christ and where they got their name, because the Torah says that Jesus will preach the gospel to the poor ones.
Yeah. Blessed are the
be
poor.
able to share my screen if you don't mind, just because there's just a couple. I think there's a couple you can also add from Isaiah 11. Okay. Before I explain this, let me just. I think Isaiah 61. Before I start explaining the rest of the intertext, I think are in Isaiah 11. I think Isaiah 61 is the go-to one because that'll link what Libiano was saying before about the miracles being sufficient, and the miracle of healing the blind is sufficient enough to then prove that, you know, Isa alayhi salam is the prophesied one that's going to come as the Messiah who's going to preach the good news. So yeah, I think Isaiah 61 is a go-to. Like that's one of the go-to. It's in Luke, so it's likely Jesus preached it, and it's in Isaiah 61. Now, Isaiah 11. I don't know. Ian, did you mention the part about him not judging what he sees?
No, I didn't mention it. Go ahead.
Okay, so in Isaiah 11, it says,
he does not judge by what his eyes see. I know where you're going to connect this with.
Yeah.
We have a hadith of Isa alayhi salam seeing somebody steal, and he asked him, he's like, did you steal? And the man says, by Allah, I didn't steal. And Isa alayhi salam says, I believe in Allah and disbelieve in my eyes. So he literally, like you have our sources that allow Jesus alayhi salam to fulfill even more of these expectations than the New Testament does. The New Testament is terrible at making Jesus fulfill prophecy. Like terrible. Out of Egypt I called my son, and he will be called a Nazarene. Like
so here's another one.
Yeah.
The last bit is what Ayan was saying. I'm pretty sure at this part. But there's another part. This is when the Dajjal comes, right? So it says in Isaiah 11, he will strike the earth with the rod of his mouth. With the breath of his lips, he will slay the wicked. And it says here in Bukhari, or Muslim, sorry, Allah would send Jesus, son of Mary, and he would descend at the white minaret in the eastern side of Damascus, wearing 2 garments, lightly dyed, etc., etc. Every non-believer who would smell the odor of himself would die, and his breath would reach as far as he would be able to see. He would then search for the Dajjal until he would catch hold of him at the gate of Lud and would kill him.
Yep.
So
for those who are saying there's a magical Torah out there, magical gospel, and nobody's ever seen, touched, heard, it's very clear that our sources intertext with the Torah and the gospel very beautifully, very beautifully.
Yeah.
We don't need to posit a magical Torah and be conspiracy theorists, right? People laugh.
I wouldn't call it magical, but yeah, I think it's unlikely to posit.
Yeah, I would call it magical. It's okay. You don't have to call it magical, but I think it's a magical. Yeah. Anyways,
but doesn't the Torah also like tell it's like the verse with the scribes, the lying scribes, and when the king like tore his shirt from the like not disbelief, but like he was flabbergasted. If you know what I mean.
It was what?
He was like very distraught.
Hey, bro. And why are people saying that you're from Liberia, bro?
We're saying I'm from Liberia?
Yeah, bro. What the heck? Yo, AN is from Palestine, right? AN?
Palestine, yeah.
Yeah, he's Palestine. You guys talking about Liberia, bro. What the heck? That's so random.
Well, inshallah, we can unite together in Palestine one day.
Amen.
Is that all your questions, bro?
I think so. I have a question for AN because the sources he showed. Is it like a possibility to like get like access to them or something like that?
Add me on TikTok and I'll send you any source that you need.
No, TikTok
right
for
now,
me, bro.
my Discord account is like kind of buggy.
I don't do TikTok, bro. Anywhere else?
TikTok? Okay, I can give you. It's just because like
or something.
Like this account that I'm using on Discord right now, it's like kind of hidden, right? But I can message it in the studio chat.
I think I already added you and sent you a private message, man.
The thing is, dude, my Discord account is like it's locked. Like they're not letting me, like giving me access to it. Well, so I have to make an opt.
So what do you think I should do? Like,
I'll message you in the side chat, and then you can text my alt, and I'll send it to you.
Okay, barakallahu fik, boys.
Right,
also, last thing I want to say, I want
Okay.
to commend Dean for yesterday, for what he did, and standing up to all the misguidance and deviance that has been going on, unfortunately, in the Muslims. So I want to commend Dean for, what he did and the stance he took, and he defended it like we should all, I think, do, even
yeah,
from the guys
Thank
with
you,
the
man.
biggest platforms to the smallest. But guys, I want to thank you for your time. My apologies
Thank
for
you.
taking your time, even though
No
there's
worries.
questions. And barakallahu fik for your time. And
Have a
assalamu
good
alaikum
one.
Wafik, assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum. All right.
So there's some guys in the chat spamming some questions. If you want to ask a question, come up on panel, guys.
Somebody is trying to join for the past hour, and I don't have space. Like they keep spamming, man. One sec. Let me remove this person because he's not even connected. Sage, are you there? Sage King, whatever your name is. Hello? All right. Okay, come. So,
Yeah, just a bit on the Isaiah point.
hello, Yasin.
Hello.
What's up, brother? Assalamu alaikum.
I don't have headphones, so I don't hear you well. But,
Okay. Okay, can I help you with something?
can I just? I'll be brief. I'll just.
Sure, sure.
About whether Jesus is a lesser God in the New Testament.
Yeah.
There are places which point to his eternal existence.
There is no places.
In 2 Timothy, first chapter, verses 9-10, when it says, just
2 Timothy chapter 1, verse 9 through 10. And this one
yes,
talks about the believers receiving the grace in Christ Jesus
Before the world began.
Yeah, there's different readings on it.
the
But
How does that point as eternal existence?
The
Yeah.
Greek where it says before the world began, the original Greek says before times eternal.
4 times
Yeah,
eternal.
yeah,
There is
yeah,
substitution.
because the promise of God is eternal. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but it says grace is given in Christ before times eternal.
Yep.
Give it to believers.
Because the promise is eternal itself. So it's given
Yes, but
in Christ
also
before
in,
the world was.
In First Peter chapter 1, verses 1 and 2, he says that he has chosen. Excuse me, just I want to.
First Peter is very good in refuting your point. Well, go ahead. Yeah. Okay. But you know this kind of language, so let's break this down first, because this kind of language is used.
Go ahead, Yasin. Yes.
It says that he has he's elected. He has elected his chosen according to his foreknowledge, according to his eternal foreknowledge. So
First Peter chapter 2,
in
verse 1.
Ephesians 1:4, he says that he has chosen his elect in Christ. So Christ must be eternal in order for the Father to have chosen him since eternity.
He could choose them from eternity, but it doesn't mean he's eternal. He could choose them in Christ for eternity, but doesn't mean Christ is eternal.
Because he has the choices according to the eternal foreknowledge.
Yeah, foreknowledge of Christ as well.
Yes, but if Christ isn't eternal, the Father cannot have.
Yes, he can,
eternally
because
chosen.
because he could have eternal choice in the foreknowledge of Christ, which is also eternal.
Yes, but the choice is eternal.
Yep, the choice is eternal.
But if Christ didn't exist eternally, the Father cannot have chosen in Christ.
What's the argument for that?
Ephesians 1:4.
I know, but what's the argument that Christ must exist eternally for God to choose in him eternally?
Because the choice is pre-eternal.
So what? The choice is pre-eternal. We agree.
Yes, but it is through Christ. The choice is through Christ.
In Christ. Yep. How does that mean Christ is eternal?
If Christ is not eternal, the choice cannot be. The choice through Christ cannot be eternal.
That's not true. It doesn't follow.
Because he says. Can I point? I just recalled something else. If I remember well, you had mentioned that the Gospel of John was influenced by Philo of Alexandria, right?
Nope. Didn't say that. I said it's influenced by Middle Platonic ideology.
Yeah, not probably. I don't remember well. Not Philo, but my point is that you said that in the gospel, the Father works only through the Son. So the Son is the Logos is created before the world. Then the Father created everything through the Son, right?
Yep.
So in if I'm right, in Neoplatonism, the God works only through the Logos, not directly, right?
Yep.
Yes, but in the Gospel of John, there are places where the Father directly acts, which is not that does not align with
Directly
some
acts like
Platonic
what?
influence.
Directly acts like what?
Excuse me, I can't hear you.
Directly acts like what?
Creating out of nothing.
The Father creates out of nothing by himself?
They have the same act, but my point
No,
is that
John says that everything's created through the Son.
Excuse me, can you repeat?
John says, John 1:3, everything is created through the Son.
Yes, because the Son is eternally begotten.
He's not eternal and begotten. Doesn't say that anywhere. He's
Yes, but-
begotten, but he's not eternal.
Yes, but he creates together with the Father.
No, the Father doesn't create anything in John.
Yes, but in chapter 5, verses 19 and 20, he says that he sees what the Father does. So in order for the Son to see...
That's talking about the miracles in context. He says, I
Yes,
will
but
even show
it
you
says
more
all
of these
things.
signs.
It says all things.
All things doesn't mean all things in that context.
Yes.
It's very clear.
Yes, but in John 1:3 it says that everything that was made through the Word, and nothing that was made without Him.
Because
Right?
the Word wasn't made. The Word was begotten.
No, my point is that John 5:19 refers to all acts in relation with John 1:3 about the creation of all things. So all things in 5:19-20 includes the acts of creating out of nothing. That was my point.
No, it doesn't. It only includes miracles.
Excuse me, I can't hear.
The context only speaks about miracles.
Yes, but he says all things.
Okay, he says all the things that the Father has his mind. Does he have ingeneracy?
Yes, but they're related.
Does he have ingeneracy?
Excuse me, I can't hear. What?
Does he have unbegottenness like the Father has?
Only to the only by the nature, by personhood, he is begotten.
Is Jesus unbegotten like the Father?
By nature, yes, by the common divine nature.
I didn't ask that. Is Jesus unbegotten like the Father?
Only according to the essence.
I didn't ask that. Is Jesus unbegotten like the Father?
The begottenness refers to the personhood, not to the
All
nature.
right. So is Jesus unbegotten like the Father?
Yeah, but this reminds me of the debate with Nick, where he repeated according to the essence.
Didn't ask that. I said, is Jesus unbegotten like the Father?
But it must be clarified whether it's by personhood or by nature.
By personhood. Is he unbegotten?
He's begotten. By
All right, so the
personhood,
Father has something the Son doesn't?
he's unbegotten by the nature.
I'm not asking that. It's a different category. Is he unbegotten in person?
The Father.
The Son.
The Son is unbegotten only by the nature.
In person.
In person, he is eternally begotten.
So he has the Father has something the Son doesn't?
Those are the personal attributes. They are
Right. So
different.
does he have something that the Son doesn't?
Only according to the personhood.
All right. So everything doesn't mean everything then, right?
Excuse me, can you repeat?
So everything doesn't mean everything, right?
Yes, but the acts
All right.
refer to the
Beautiful.
power.
So then everything doesn't mean everything. Where in
But
John's
everything is-
gospel is Jesus
everything-
eternal? Can you show
the
me where?
power-
Can you show me where Jesus is eternal in John's gospel? I'm getting bored.
In 5:19:20,
5:19:20 doesn't say Jesus is eternal.
it doesn't say it directly. But
All right. So where does it say Jesus is eternal?
he does all things that the Father does.
All right.
The
Nice.
creature
How does that
cannot
make?
create.
How does that make him eternal?
Because a creature cannot create out of nothing.
Oh my God. Did the Father create out of nothing?
Yes, because he is God.
Nope. It doesn't say that. Where does it say the Father created in John?
I mean, what?
Can you show me where it says the Father created anything in John?
He says that the Son is shown all things that the Father himself does.
Nice.
The Father himself.
Right. So where
Yes.
does it say
Oh.
the Father creates anything?
It clarifies when he says that the Son is shown what the Father himself does.
Nice.
That
So
means
where does
that
it say Jesus, the Father creates anything?
So all things are all acts, right?
Nope.
Without exception.
Where does it say the Father creates anything? Does it say that?
He shows the Son everything that he himself does.
Nice. Where does it say the Father creates anything?
All things includes all acts without
Doesn't.
exception.
You just said it doesn't. So where does it say the Father
I
creates?
didn't say it doesn't include it.
All right. So then the Father creates through the Son, right?
Can you repeat? I can't hear well. Excuse me.
Does it say the Father creates through the Son?
It says that the Son sees what the Father.
I didn't ask that. Does it say the Father creates through the Son?
They create together.
All right. So the Father doesn't create on his own, right?
They have one act.
Does the Father create on his own?
What do you mean? They act together, co-act.
Does the Father create on his own?
No, they create together.
All right, beautiful. So where does it say Jesus is eternal?
Because Jesus does everything that he sees the Father does.
Nice.
They don't
So how does that mean Jesus is eternal?
Because they don't have separate acts. That's
Nice.
one act.
So how does that mean Jesus is eternal?
Because all acts includes the acts of creating out of nothing.
Oh my God. Jesus isn't created out of nothing. Are you? Oh. Where does it say Jesus is eternal?
Directly. You mean directly said or
Even
context?
indirectly.
The verses that I first quoted.
Nothing that you quoted says Jesus is eternal.
In 2 Timothy, it says that that grace was given in Christ before times eternal.
It also says in Revelations that Christ was crucified before the world.
Yeah, but this that refers to the foreknowledge.
Okay. So it refers to foreknowledge in Timothy too.
Yeah.
Can you repeat?
It refers to foreknowledge in Timothy as well.
Yes, but the foreknowledge. Also in John 16, when he says that he has all things that the Father has.
Yeah. Does he have ingeneracy, being unbegotten?
Only by the nature.
By the person, does he have it?
By the person, he's eternally begotten.
So they don't have all the same things. They have different things. That's what Saint Gregory of Nazianzus says. The Son has
Yes,
everything
but
the
the
Father
tributes-
has except for ingeneracy.
But the attributes of the nature are the same.
Also,
Nice.
share my screen to be
So
honest,
it's
so we
not-
can have people.
Oh, wait, Dean. So it's not everything, right? It's just some things.
So he has the same attributes.
Yeah, but it's not everything. It's just some things.
But the person the personal attributes they distinct the persons, not the nature.
It doesn't matter. It's still not everything, right?
Everything in nature is the same.
It doesn't say everything in nature. It says everything.
Share my screen, Libiana. Let me show something.
It says everything. Doesn't say everything.
So Yasin, is all here everything? All things have been committed to my Father. That's basically what was in John 16:30, right? So is that everything?
Yeah, this verse, yes, but this verse, specifically this verse.
Wait.
this
Is
verse-
this everything or not? It's using the same language. All that the Father has is mine.
Yes.
Is it everything or not
refers to
everything?
The economy of the incarnation.
Is it everything or not
There's
everything?
no economy of incarnation. You're reading anachronistic
The second-
metaphysics.
Is this
You're
everything?
reading
It's very
anachronistic
similar.
metaphysics into the text.
The second part.
It's very
second
simple. Is it actually everything or not everything? It's a true dichotomy. Is it everything or not?
Well, some
Is
of
it
the
everything or not?
The second part.
Is
of
it
the verse-
everything or not?
He doesn't answer. That's why I'm so
Yazid,
upset.
are you okay? Akhi.
Is
But
it everything
this
or
verse-
not?
You don't understand it. This verse shows that they're the same.
But is
The
it
second
everything
part.
or not? You can explain the verse. But
Read
just-
the second part, please. Read the
we
second part.
can,
of the
but
verse.
I'm asking you first. You already know what's going to come after. That's fine. So bearing in mind that you know the verse, is it everything or not?
Yes, but this refers to the.
Is it
Can
everything
you
or not?
answer? Is it everything or not? Oh my
Yassine.
god, dude.
But
Yassine,
all
are you
things
trolling?
Here, all things here doesn't mean all acts.
No.
When
Does it mean
he
everything or not? Yeah. Is it everything or not? Is it everything or not? Is it everything or not?
But
Is it everything or not?
This refers to the creation, not to the acts.
Yeah, he's actually.
This refers to the creation.
Is it
not to the
everything or
acts of
not?
the Son. This does not refer to the acts.
Is it
by the
everything or not?
But this is different.
Was he Muslim or not?
I don't know. He's Christian, obviously Christian.
Not Christian. Yeah. Okay.
Like, bro. And you guys wonder why I get like so harsh with these guys, man. Like, bro, like, how many times you have to repeat something, man? It's crazy. Like, brother. And God, it's not language barrier. He knew exactly what the question was. It's not language barrier, bro. Hello? Apiro. Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello, Libiano. Assalamu alaikum, brother. Can I ask a question?
Wa alaikum salam
Is
wa
that
rahmatullah.
okay?
Wa alaikum
Or is it
salam.
Christians
Yes,
only?
sure.
So I was wondering, is there any way to prove the historicity of the Kaaba without how do you accept the Kaaba without being Muslim already? How do you prove to a Christian?
Except what about the Kaaba?
Like how do you accept the historicity of it? Like
What does
its
that mean?
significance?
What does that
Its
mean?
significant its significance in the Abrahamic religions is what I mean.
You can't. Well, you could, I guess, but very vaguely.
How do you do that?
By a passage in Psalm where the valley of
aware.
Mecca is mentioned in relation to pilgrimage.
So was Becca referring to what was that referring to?
We would say it's Mecca. But
Okay.
again, it's ambiguous.
Okay. Yeah, that was just a question I was wondering. I was gonna ask Sheikh Uthman. He was actually in town in Arizona a few days ago, but I didn't get to ask him.
Why do we need to show any connection? Why would we have that burden?
It's just so I'm a revert, so I mean, it's something I've always wondered about.
Why
and
would
something
we why okay, just think about it like this. Why would we expect any evidence connecting Mecca to any ancient biblical prophet?
I mean, I would wonder about it because I mean it. The way I think about it is like it should logically it should be referenced in the earlier
That's what I'm asking. Why? Why do you expect any evidence?
because the Kaaba is so significant in like in
It's not
Islam.
significant to Israelite religion. The Bible is
Okay.
about Israelite religion.
So it's only significant in Islam.
It's only significant to Abraham and Islam.
Ismail.
Ismail.
Yeah.
Abraham and Ismail. It's not significant to the Israelite lineage or the Israelite religion. So why would
Okay,
it be
so
mentioned?
so it wasn't a place of significance prior to the revelation
Being a
of
place of significance isn't the same as being significant to Israelite religion.
okay. So
These are
prior
two
to
different things.
okay.
So why
Hey,
should
hey
we
bro,
expect any evidence? And we have a mention in the 1st century by a Greek historian, and he mentions a temple of pilgrimage in Arabia, which all Arabs revere. Now, why would all Arabs reveal this temple in Arabia?
I'm not sure.
Well, you can make an argument that it has something to do with common grounds that all Arabs have, and the common grounds that all Arabs had is that they came from Abraham.
Okay.
But anyways, it's besides the point. If you're expecting to find it in the Torah, why would you expect to find it in the Torah? For example, the Jews believe there's millions. The Jews believe God sent millions of prophets. You know that? Hello?
Pyro.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yep, talking to you,
Hello?
man.
I can hear you.
The Jews
Okay, I can
believe
hear you
God
now.
sent millions of prophets. Did you know that?
Yeah.
Sorry, you're cutting out, man.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah,
all right, cool.
I've heard about that, yeah.
Should you expect to find a biography of these prophets in the Bible?
No.
Why not, man?
Because I mean logically, because the Bible was supposed to be was supposed to be for the Jews, right? Like I mean the Torah was supposed to be for the
Because
Jews
those
and then the
prophets had nothing to do with an Israelite story, right?
Okay.
Nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
They were sent to other nations. So we shouldn't find any attestation of these different prophets that are unknown, right?
Yeah.
Same thing.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Why should we expect any attestation for a location that is connected to Arabs?
Yeah.
Why do Jews have anything to do with something that's connected to Ishmael and the Arabs? Nothing. Why should we expect it? Maybe we would expect to find a vague reference, and we do.
With the Mecca thing.
Yeah, it's a place connected to pilgrimage, and it's called the Valley of Becca. The Valley of Becca, the word Becca there, can also be translated as balsam tree, or it's connected to balsam trees. And it just so happens to be that Mecca is a valley, okay? The Kaaba is located within a valley, And it just happens to be the place that was known for where balsam trees used to grow. And Becca happens to be the name that the Quran gives Mecca. Becca. And Becca happens to be the ancient name of Mecca. And in ancient phonetic language and pronunciation, scholars note that the meme sound, the mat sound, the M sound, and the B sound, the bat sound, were interchangeable.
Okay.
So Mecca,
is that an argument?
Mecca.
Is that something we could present in our arguments against the Christians?
Yeah, 100%. There's a lot of forms of argumentation that you can bring up here. It's very important that you that we understand that the Jews historically they did try undermining Ismail, the prophet Ishmael's purpose and his mission and his story. They did try undermining him in many different instances, and they tried degrading him. So a lot of significant details within the story, within the life of Ibrahim alayhi salam, and specifically Ismail alayhi salam, some of them they could have just undermined. Right? According to the Bible, Abraham built many altars, right, and many sacred sites. Right? According to our tradition, Ismail alayhi salam, he's tasked with building the Kaaba and setting up the foundations for the Kaaba. So whenever it comes to the Jews and them understanding the significance of the sacred site and maybe them having a sort of distaste towards this land or towards the basically the narrative and the traditions and the stories of Ismail alayhi salam and the significance that comes with this, right? It's very plausible that they would have undermined the story, or they would have belittled the details, or they would have swept it under the rug. But whenever it comes to Ibrahim alayhi salam historically building sacred sites, whenever it comes to some linguistic connections that we can draw, like from what Libiano was saying, from the book of Psalms, connecting a holy site, identified as Becca, understanding the geographical location and the connections that we can make, understanding the customs and the traditions within the Old Testament about circling a pilgrimage site or circling a sacred temple, right? This is something that Moses and Aaron were commanded to do, right? Whenever it comes to a lot of these correlations and a lot of these connections, whenever it comes to proving the Kaaba existed historically or Mecca historically, you have Greek historians, Potemeli being one of them, and Libiano quoted Diderus, right, who mentions this temple which the Arabs revered, right? And I can even show some Orientalists, if you can give me a share screen, Libiano. So yeah.
Yeah, I got you. One sec. You say Diderus? Hey man, Diddy. Hey man, we got Diddy in the 1st century, man. I got you. All right.
Yeah, this is Diderus. He talks about the temple that the Arabs revered, right? And some Orientalists, they speak on this custom and they speak on this tradition as well, right? But Diderus of Sicily, he talks about the temple that has been set up there, which is very holy and exceedingly revered by all Arabians. Now, when it comes to some Orientalists and what they say about this, it's very interesting. Right here, you have by George Sale, the Quran, right, where he gives an excerpt and a commentary on this, and he basically says, before the time of Muhammad, the Arabians went in pilgrimage to Mecca. They went there to celebrate the memory of Abraham and Ishmael. This was only a custom. Muhammad consecrated it by religious ceremonies and enjoyed in it by a precept. Right? So whenever it comes to making these historical connections, making these correlations, looking at the biblical data, understanding what the Jews would have undermined and understanding what they would have elevated, they would have elevated the traditions and the stories and the significance, and they would have magnified the story of Isaac over that of Ishmael. So whenever it comes to these holy sites or these sacred sites, right, if they had some sort of distaste towards these lands or distaste towards these peoples or distaste towards this prophet, or they wanted to undermine or belittle it, what better way to do that than by undermining that of the religious and the sacred site that was established by Ismail alayhi salam. Whenever it comes to the ties that you can even make from Genesis, you can make the ties that basically whenever it comes to the well, and whenever it comes to Zamzam well, and whenever it comes to Hagar praying to God and her looking for water to seek out flourishment for her and her son, you can make these connections to the book of Genesis as well, and you can tie a geographical location to where Abraham's wives and Ishmael would have subsisted in, right, or would have lived in. Right, so you can make a lot of these connections, a lot of these ties, a lot of these correlations to prove the historical existence of Mecca, to prove that there's significance to this land. You can show how it's.
And I'll be back. I just have to pray.
I'll
be back.
Okay. What else, Apiro? But
Yeah,
if there's anything you want to I know I mentioned a lot of things. Right? If you want me to highlight, or if you want me to go like on sources on a specific anything I mentioned in specific, right? Maybe the Zamzam well existing within the Book of Genesis. Maybe the Tawaf, right? Them circling the temples and them circling sacred sites. I can show you how this is found within the Old Testament as well. Right? Showing you how they could have undermined the story of Ishmael. Even according to the Talmud, Ishmael is called one who's an idol worshiper, one who partakes in idolatry, and one who partakes in horrible and grotesque acts, like going around and graping specific individuals, right? So there's a lot of points that we can make, that we can bring up to make an accumulative case to show how they would have undermined the narrative and the stories and the significance of the Kaaba, its land, who it's tied to whenever it comes to the construction, so on and so forth. So if there's anything you want me to hone in on, or if there's any other questions that you had, inshallah, we can answer.
Could you just like highlight the most important evidences?
The most important evidences? Okay, so first of all, we want to understand that this temple did exist historically. All right, so whenever we go to specific individuals like Diderus is writing in the 1st century BC. Right, Bibliotheca Historica is what it's called. All right, the writing, and he talks about this temple that was exceedingly holy and revered by all the Arabians. Now, was it overrun by pagans? Yes. Right? Do some Orientalists basically, do they hypothesize and try to make these connections? And if you can look on the screen, I'm showing like a lot of sources. Do some historians and Orientalists try to make this connection to the Arabs and showing how they would have revered Ishmael, since this is their father, right? Ishmael is the one who the Arabs come from, right? And they would have done like these commemorative rites, and they would have done it in memory of Abraham and Ishmael. Yeah, some Orientalists do hypothesize, and they do grant this idea and this interpretation, this understanding that some of the people could have went to the Kaaba, right, for deification of false gods and so on and so forth, but some of them could have went to honor and revere this connection to Abraham and Ismail and them building this Kaaba. Right, this is what some Orientalists hypothesize about. But I would say these are the two most important points. Then understanding that this historical temple existed, even if it was overrun by pagans, it wouldn't take away from its origins being purely monotheistic, and so on and so forth. Connecting it to the biblical data, there's ways that we can connect the practices and the customs and the geographical location to the biblical data. But whenever it comes to it very explicitly being stated within the Bible that Abraham and Ismail, they built a Kaaba, they built this temple, no, we wouldn't find this. Right? Nor do we need it. Right? It's not something that's obviously, like the Quran is claiming continuity, like in this aspect. But whenever it comes to what the Jews would have undermined, it's very plausible that they would have undermined the story and they would have undermined this narrative. Right? And whenever it comes to proving the historicity of the Quran, it's not very hard. We can show how there's details within the Quran about Abraham's story that no one could have known. Right? That expands upon the biblical knowledge, that elevates, right, the sort of criteria, right, and substance that you wouldn't find within the Bible whenever it comes to like specific examples, like what the gods that the pagans were worshiping in the time of Abraham. The Quran tells us about the gods that the people were worshiping in the time of Abraham from the pagans, and the Bible doesn't. The Bible is very vague and ambiguous in the sense. The Quran specifies and highlights that there was an astral triad that the ancient Babylonians used to worship. So whenever it comes to a lot of these details, the Quran can show you. We can show how the Quran is a very historical, succinct document. Right, from a external perspective, obviously we would say that's the revelatory words of God.
Is there any way you can send me these sources, or do I just look them up? I get what you're saying. Like, this makes sense. This makes sense, and I understand. Like, I appreciate your help, brother. This is very helpful for me.
No problem. You can add me if you scroll up. You'll see like I gave my Discord username. You can just add me there, and I'll send you whatever you need.
Okay.
Do you have any other
questions?
questions?
I did have one more question, but I know something not to be like dogmatic about.
Go ahead.
It's about like the dual Qarnayn, because I know Libiano takes the position that the Dhul-Qarnayn is Alexander the Great, but I don't know how you can make that connection. Not that I'm like arguing against it, but I just don't know how you can make that connection.
I'm pretty sure he brings up like an argument, and he brings up a writing from Josephus. We can confirm with him whenever he's back. He just went to go pray, but whenever it comes to the historical figure of Dhul-Qarnayn, it can be disputed. We have some attributations to the Salaf, or people very early on, scholars, who said that Dhul-Qarnayn would have been acquainted with Ibrahim alayhi salam, and he would have basically became Muslim with Ibrahim alayhi salam. And there's going to be different views from the historical time period where Dhul-Qarnayn would have lived, right? And even then, if we find any sort of stories that bears resemblance to the Quranic tradition, it doesn't necessitate that this story is original to whatever may be the Christian tradition or the Jewish tradition, right? Josephus has a narrative of Dhul-Qarnayn, right? We have church fathers who said that Alexander the Great was Christian, right? The Jews, they might make some connections. Libyana can expand that. The Jews ever make any sort of connections whenever it comes to Alexander the Great and who he was? Was there a passage from Josephus that you appeal to? Yeah. Libyano?
Yeah, Josephus mentions that when Alexander with his army reached Jerusalem, he came off his horse, he entered the city. The high priest was gonna leave, but I guess he got like inspiration from God or something not to leave. And he saw the high priest, and he came and he kneeled or bowed before him. And he told him that the name of that God on your, because I guess they wore these things on their head that had the tetragrammaton. The name of the God on your head is the God that I worship. And I saw you in my vision. And, it is your God who gave me this vision. And he opened up the scroll of Daniel chapter 8, where Alexander is mentioned. And he said, oh yeah, this is about me. And so Jewish and Christian tradition has that Alexander is a monotheist. We do have historical evidence that he was an idolater and that he was a pagan. And, some even say that he was a homosexual or whatever. But I don't have to accept these Greek sources about Alexander. If I have a Jewish tradition that dates back early from Josephus, then I'm better off accepting the Jewish tradition over any Greek tradition.
Yeah. Have you seen this tradition? Yeah, Libyano, share screen.
Yeah.
The Coptic text right here. Coptic text that talks about Alexander the Great. Where it talks about, but these arrangements fell to the ground because the young men devoted all their days to the military duties and the study of the scriptures and passed their nights in fasting and prayer. They modeled their behavior upon that of Alexander the Great, who, according to the beliefs of the Arabian and Ethiopian writers, preached Christian asceticism, right, to his troops. Yeah, it's a very interesting.
Yeah. So you have this idea that Alexander is considered to be a believer in Christian sources and Jewish sources.
No.
And we have no reason to think it's otherwise for us. But again, I'm not dogmatic on this. So not dogmatic. I know a lot of people got upset at me last time. The Orthodox Muslim, how can you say Dhul-Qarnayn is Alexander the Great? Alexander was gay. Alexander was he's an idolater. Like, bro, but subhanAllah.
It's not absurd. Like, dude, a lot of historical figures, their like persona can be warped to a very high degree. Look at Jesus, how his historical persona was warped to a very high degree. Right? Like, to say that it happened with other figures and other individuals who were conquerors, who were people who were like participating in battles, so on and so forth. It's not absurd to say that Alexander the Great, historically, he could have been misrepresented, or he could have been like his persona could have been accustomed to
the earliest historical attestation says Solomon was a disbeliever.
Yeah, exactly.
Somebody who worshipped many gods.
Yeah.
If you want to be,
and then in the Talmud it says he didn't.
Right.
By the way.
So if you want to be consistent, you might as well go ahead and say Solomon is a disbeliever, but you won't, right? Our earliest sources say that Aaron was a polytheist, was a disbeliever. But guess what? We know that we don't accept those sources, right? So if we have reason to think the Quran is true, and we could make a decent, even if it's not that good, historical case why Alexander is a monotheist, then why not? You know, why not?
Yeah, and anyways, it's not just like if
So basically,
Alexander
they
the
were
Great
trying to
is not a
claim
Muslim.
the Greeks were
Apir,
trying to
Apir,
claim the Greek
Apir, can you hear
the
me?
Greek history was trying to claim that Alexander was like that
Fabiano,
guy who left to get his
can you hear
Bible.
me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Apiro, can you hear real quick? Can you hear Dean?
Hello?
Because he's trying to say
Hello?
something to you. Are you able to hear Dean? Yeah,
Speak
Sometimes
Dean,
he does
please.
it. Yeah, go ahead, Dean.
Yeah, Apir, can you hear me now?
No, I can't hear him if he's
No,
talking.
No, he can't hear him. He can't hear you, bro.
It happens sometimes. Yeah.
Sorry, Apiro,
Dean,
just
stop.
Dean wants to say something real quick. Just wait, okay? Go ahead, Dean.
Yeah,
Okay.
the Biano just repeated some. Basically, my point is that
Yeah.
with when there's historical critiques, they're inherently a lot weaker than critiques involving theological apparent issues when you're reading the text. So you can't, compare this to something like you have a theological contradiction when you read the fact that Jesus doesn't know the hour, or so on and so forth, right? These are theological on the apparent. The text itself, it doesn't align with your theological commitments. Historical critiques are inherently less effective. And also mentioned to him that there are a variety of other views, even if Alexander the Great isn't proper. There's a variety of other views. Even the two-horn motif predates Alexander.
I ain't gonna let Ann repeat that, bro.
Is
I
Dean
wasn't,
talking?
really, I wasn't really paying attention. My bad. And just repeat that.
Okay, let me try and summarize. So last point he made is that the two-horn motif pre-existed in Alexander the Great. I think he's also reiterating the point of the historical personas, how they could be skewered, right? And a lot of people will back project their theology onto a specific figure, right? Where the historical early attestation doesn't really align with that of the later developments or the later stories or the later misrepresentations of this specific individual. So
Yeah, and just mention some how historical, because I think he keeps coming with these historical critiques.
Historical critiques are inherently less effective.
Yeah.
That's what he's saying. But I just want to address something real quick. What the heck? Why Lubiano kind of dissing Dean in this lot? Bro, what are you talking about, bro? I said I wasn't paying attention. How was that dissing Dean?
I can't lie, bro. If that's the standard, bro, then I've been dissing the Biano every life, bro, because I haven't
Yeah,
been
bro.
responding.
No. Somebody brought a point. The comment is lost now, so I'll just address it. Somebody said, "Oh, well, we have inscriptions from the time of Alexander. Therefore, it's very, that say he's like the son of God and son of Zeus, I think, and stuff. So therefore, he must be a polytheist, huh? Dude, we have inscriptions of Christians worshiping Jesus from the 2nd century.
Of Christians worshiping Mary, second.
We have inscriptions of all that kind of stuff. We have inscription of ancient Israelites worshiping Yahweh and Asherah. You guys know that, right? We have inscriptions of ancient Israelites in the time of the prophets in Jerusalem worshiping Yahweh and his Asherah. Does that mean that reflects a true belief that comes from the ancient Israelites? For those who are saying that it's or Cyrus, well, that's a good view. I don't have a problem with that. But it falls into the same problem. We have the Cyrus cylinder from Cyrus's time. It's full of shirk, full of it, where he's praying and worshiping Marduk. I mean, are you going to trust the Cyrus cylinder and a bunch of Greek pagan inscriptions? I won't. I definitely won't. These pagan Greeks make up too much mythology for me. They think Zeus is they have water gods and fire gods and ocean gods. I mean, these guys are clearly making up stuff too much. So I wouldn't be surprised.
They're very imaginative.
Yeah. But yeah, Pierre, you wanted to say something?
So basically, they're trying to act like Alexander was the guy who left to get his Bible, basically.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Hey, but hey, I mean, I don't have any more questions, but I'll think of some to ask you later. Maybe I'll join on a different live. But I've been watching you since like for a long time, bro. Like before you dog logic, man. That guy's
Oh,
is
yeah?
horrible, bro. Yeah, I've been watching you way before that.
Were you Muslim at the time or no?
So I became Muslim last year, January 3rd.
Okay.
I watched a lot of Sheikh Uthman. I used to watch a lot of him. Now I watch a lot of you.
Okay.
The F tier guys.
But
Yeah,
yeah, bro, you
we're
guys are
F
S
tier.
tier, man.
We're F tier,
Nah,
man.
that-
We're F tier.
Come on, man.
We're F tier, man.
That B tier don't mean nothing, bro. Come on.
Hey, man.
Come on.
It's all right.
Hey, I was watching Dean yesterday too.
Oh,
On
nice.
the live. Yeah.
Nice, bro. Anyways,
Do I get an A tier now?
You're
Ask him.
S tier, bro. You're S tier, right? Hey, I appreciate everything you guys do. You guys are awesome. Hey, where's Vienna though? Where's Vienna?
He's dealing with stuff right now. He'll be back soon. Don't worry.
I was watching his video with Block Boy. Man, Block Boy is so lost, bro.
Yeah, he's baked. Anyways, thank you, bro. Thank you for coming,
Yeah,
man.
bro.
I appreciate it. Have
Assalamu
a good one,
alaikum,
bro.
brother.
Alaikum salam.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
All right, guys. Who else we got? The
Orthodox Christian.
Orthodox Christian, turn on your camera. If you don't turn on your camera, I'm not bringing you up. Let me see your face. Let me see your face. You're not.
And let me
coming
see
up.
your Bible.
Bro, chill, bro. Chill, man. Chill. All right. I think this person's been waiting a while. Hello, Nasibullah Ahmed Zai. What's up?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
I hope I'm Muslim, but I have one question.
Yeah? What's up?
It's I think it's in Quran. Allah say the good man is for good women and good woman is for a good man. But we know some prophets had like a non-Muslim wife.
Yeah.
Mhm. So Allah say the good man is for good. So how can that work? Like
So because Allah said good women are for good men, every good man in the world has married a good woman?
It's so much
no,
chastity there as well.
Yeah. So just let's rationalize. Allah said good man for good woman. That means every good man is for a good woman, right?
yeah,
Where do you get that from?
but in the Quran say like that the good man is for good woman and
I
so
I know. So what? How does that mean that every specific case that will be expressed?
Didn't Lut alayhi salam have a bad woman that he married?
yeah, that's my point. Like in the
That
Quran,
doesn't mean so just because this is the ideal, it doesn't mean that it happens all the time, does it?
yeah, okay, and that was my question. Like it didn't happen, but in the Quran say like a good man is for a like
Yep. Ideally, they're for each other. Yeah.
Okay, that was all. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. So,
Do people really get shubuhat about these things? Huh? I'm sorry, man. I don't mean to come across like that, but guys, if you're getting shubuhat because of these things, you need to log off the internet. Seriously. Seriously, man. I need to log off the internet, bro. Okay. Yusuf Barakat. Hello?
Assalamu alaikum.
wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
What's up?
I had a question on the Islamic dilemma. Can it be used as an internal critique, like that Allah is like God?
It can be used as an internal and external critique at the same time, according to Chris.
No.
So the Islamic dilemma is inherently an internal critique.
Yeah, but they don't really like grant that like Allah is like, the author, right? Like they just say like
Well, they don't
according
need to. They don't need to grant that he's the author.
Yeah, but like I'm saying, like if if like this is something that should make a Muslim leave Islam, couldn't they like, you know, grant that Allah is like, couldn't you say
They
if
grant
Allah is
Allah
God
as the author, the argument fails.
why?
Because it's granting its divine inspiration. Can't
Oh, okay.
possibly be a
Yeah.
contradiction.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, yeah.
The point is that because it has a contradiction, therefore there's an absurdity here.
Therefore,
Okay,
it's
okay.
not from
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
That's-
Okay, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
They won't grant you the very premise they're trying to disprove.
Right, right, yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Alright.
what about it? You got some doubts about the Islamic dilemma or something, man?
No, no, not really. No. I was just like, no,
Are
no,
you
not
sure?
doubts. Yeah, yeah. Alhamdulillah.
Are you sure you don't want me to contradict you right now?
All right, man. All right, you got any other questions?
No, no, that's it.
All right, thank you, Yusuf. Assalamu
Alright,
alaikum.
Sam.
Alaikum salam.
One question, what's up?
Assalamu alaikum, akhi.
Alaikum salam.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Yeah, I don't want to take your time. I just have one question. So there's this idea that Jesus will come back, and another one that about the Antichrist, and the scholarship said that these are forgeries invented by church fathers. But why do we have that in Islam too?
Which scholars? Sorry.
I forgot. I just watched like videos from a YouTube channel called what it was called, like a religion
Myth
for breakfast.
Religion for breakfast? Yeah, what did religion
Yeah.
for breakfast say?
So basically, he's saying that the first time we heard about the Antichrist
What's the video
stuff,
called, Akhi? What's the video called?
I forgot. It was like weeks ago. And well, give me a second. It was just like about Antichrist or something like that.
Okay.
They say that we don't have this idea about the Antichrist and about Jesus coming back, and they speculate
Jesus
that
coming
this
back is
was-
in wait Akhi, one second, one at a time. Jesus coming back is in it's literally in Q that the Son of Man is gonna
Jesus,
come.
Jesus. Okay, no. So it depends on what you interpret the Son of Man to be, but we could demonstrate that the earliest followers of Jesus believed genuinely that Jesus is coming back and he was raised up from the dead.
Yeah.
The naturalistic explanation is that obviously it's made up, but we're not naturalists. We don't need to accept a naturalistic explanation if we have a better theological explanation.
Another thing, Jesus returning and fighting the Antichrist, it's in the Bible. What does he mean it's made up by the church fathers? It's in the Bible.
where is it in the Bible?
Thessalonians.
It's in First John. It's everywhere.
Oh, really? Oh, okay, then I think that was all.
It's in James as well.
In James.
Yeah.
Okay, I will look into it. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Let me address this comment here. Why is Dean granting the Son of Man is Christ in Q? The reason is because there's two concepts in Q. There's one that is other than Jesus. That's one saying. Then there's the other sayings that we believe are later developments where Jesus was later identified as the Son of Man. So before it was someone else, then the Q community would have identified Jesus as that person later on.
And that makes sense. Because if Jesus is speaking about a future Son of Man, and they expect Jesus to be doing the things that the Son of Man is doing, then they would expect that Jesus was probably speaking about himself.
What's very interesting as well is...
One sec. Hello, Glow?
Yeah, assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
Really quick question. You don't have to answer this because I won't lie, it does relate to pretty annoying things. But hypostatic essential properties.
Yeah, what about it?
I hold the same view you had when you did previously speak on it. I don't know if your view changed, but do you know if there's any like what their argument is against that being a thing?
Who? Jake's argument?
Or anybody who thinks that those are actual things.
Well, so I don't want to look at Jake's intention, bro. So I'm not gonna speak.
Yeah,
on
yeah, yeah.
that.
Don't. Yeah, you don't have to.
I'll just look at the substance. The whole argument was the following, right? That Christians have these categories of properties, essential properties, and when we say essential here, we're invoking essential to nature because there is a different category of essential, right? And then there's hypostatic properties. Now, granted that the person exists, or that the father is a father, or that the son is a son, okay? In that world, there are necessary conditions for the father to be a father, right? So, for example, if I asked you, Glow, in every world that you exist, are there things that are essential that make you glow?
No.
No, there are.
What would there be? I could be. I'm black, so I could have been white.
I know, but that's okay. So those are accidents, right? But there are things about glow that couldn't have been otherwise. You just wouldn't be glow.
But about glow, then you would.
For example, I'll tell you.
Yeah. Okay.
In every world that glow exists, does he have the same parents?
I wouldn't be glow if I didn't have.
Exactly.
Okay.
So every world where glow exists, he has the same parents.
Has those same parents. Okay.
So essential in that sense.
But why would you even assume I'm glow? You know what I'm trying to say?
But that's the argument I'm getting at. The argument against logic there, which Jake himself admitted is a good contention. I don't know why he's backtracking.
He used to argue, but yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, the argument here is what grounds that in every world the first person begets. What grounds that necessity?
Yeah, and that's.
I'm fine with the father begetting in every world. If he's a father, to be a father, you necessarily beget.
But you have to assume he's a father.
Right. But what grounds that necessity that the first person must beget? It's not grounded by the essence, because there's nothing about the divine nature
that has paternity.
that necessitates paternity. Otherwise, the distinctions between the persons collapse, right? So that can't be in relation to nature. So then paternity is hypostatic, and filiation is hypostatic, and spiration is hypostatic. Sure, no problem. But what grounds that the first person must beget in every world? And obviously, because Logic was on ChatGPT on Discord, he was all over the place, and we never. So what I was trying to get him to concede is that it's an arbitrary, brute necessity, right? That there actually is no grounding. It just is the case. Why? Because it just is. So I was trying to drive him to that conclusion.
I think you did in the convo. I think.
I don't remember now if he ended up conceding it or not. But clearly he had no idea. And I mean, listen, the conversation talks for itself. I mean, Logic was way out of his depth.
Yeah.
I agree. So I don't know
what argument do they have to say no? There is.
I think what I don't even want to mention his name. What that person is saying is that, Lubiano, but there is hypostatic essential properties. I'm fine with that. Given that the person exists, in every world that the person exists, there are necessary conditions for that person to be that person. This is what we call hexaity. A thing's hexaity. So given that a thing is what it is, there are necessary conditions for that thing to be that thing. If that thing is actualized in this given world.
But that's a big if.
Right. But you must first assume the person has those properties. You must assume the son is a son and that the father is a father, and say, okay, well, the son must be a son because he's a son, essentially, because he's begotten. That's nobody is disagreeing that the son must be a son in order to be a son, or that the father must be a father in order to be a father. Okay, but the whole argument was what grounds that necessity, and I wasn't able to get a clear answer from logic. Hence, logic, I think, failed that interaction.
I think, yeah, I mean, the only reason why I'm bringing this up is because that person was just making it seem like there was an obvious answer, and I was like, what did I miss in the convo? But yeah, it is what it is. Okay.
Whatever, man.
Yeah, it is what it is.
It's like, it's ridiculous. It's giving ammo, and it's like stroking logic's ego when he's clueless, right?
Yeah.
But it's okay. At the end of the day, we all walked away from the debate knowing that logic got it. It was just way out of his depth. So it's okay. I don't have a problem with somebody having a personal opinion. So if they could have a personal opinion if they want, no problem.
Yeah, there's a way about going about that, though, for being honest. But yeah, okay. All right.
Yeah. Do you get what I'm saying, though?
No, 100%. Yeah.
All right, bro. I appreciate you coming and asking about it, man.
All right.
Have a good one. Assalamu alaikum. All right. Hello?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah. What's up?
Yeah, can I ask a question regarding a verse in the Quran?
Sure.
Yeah. So I was just scrolling, and I saw some Christian dude, and some Muslim was on there, and he got very affected by this. Point being is, it's chapter 4, Surah Nisa. It's going to be verse 11, and he brought up a scenario regarding how it wouldn't mathematically add up.
Oh,
So
you're
I-
talking about this.
Yeah, so he was like, okay,
Yeah,
3 daughters.
You're talking about the owl, right?
Exactly, but he said regarding the owl, he was like, no, you can't use that because it contradicts the Quran. But I was like, okay, but I followed the Salaf.
It's okay. No. When people are given this argument, they answer wrong. Okay. What is the justification that it always must equal a 1 in every case, a whole 1? What is the justification that the Quranic author intends that in every possible scenario, the inheritance is going to equal a whole 1? There is no justification. It's question begging. Where is it in the where does the Quran say that you're always going to get a whole 1?
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
Right?
It doesn't.
There are circumstances where if you add up the fractions, when you add up the fractions, you get more than a whole 1. In that scenario, we deal with it by making sure that the common denominator corresponds to the amount of people receiving the previous fraction and convert it to using whatever, making the common denominator the same. And in that way, the result you get still corresponds to the ayah. You still get the inheritance that Allah intends for them to get. So who says that you have to get a whole 1? If a Christian wants to say that you have to get a whole 1, then why does the Bible miscalculate pi in the Book of Kings?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know what pi is, right?
Yeah. Like I have an idea of it. A bunch of big numbers, man.
Yeah. In the Book of Kings, it miscalculates pi. It just does what's it called? It rounds up. Here, let me show you guys this example. Okay. Is that your cat in the background?
Yeah. Let me open the door.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay. I thought it was from me. I'm like, what the heck? All right, here, let me show you. So this is in 1 Kings 7. Okay? 1 Kings 7:23.
First King.
If you just All right, I'll pull it up.
So what was the chapter and verse? Sorry.
1 Kings 7,
Uh-huh.
23.
Okay.
Where the heck is the... All right, here we go. I'll put it on my screen. Okay, here. Man, what is going on? All right, you can see my screen, right?
Yeah.
See, look. It says, then he made the molten sea. It was round, 10 cubits from brim to brim, 5 cubits high, and a line of 30 cubits would circle it completely. Okay, let's continue. Hold on, let me just make sure something. I think I got it. I haven't looked at this in a long time. Pretty sure it was this. One sec.
Yeah, take your time, man.
Okay, you made a molten. One sec. The heck? Now the capitals at the top, they set up the pillars and temple and worked, and he made the molten. It was round, 10 cubits.
Yeah, Libiana, he left.
Oh, did he leave? Oh. Oh, one sec. Oh, is that you? Is that the same person?
I got it.
Okay. Yeah, so where was it, man? This 10 of bronze. So from what I remember in 1 Kings 7, there is an equation for the circumference of a circle. Okay?
What does that mean?
Brother, you haven't gone to school or what? Like the circumference of a circle. The
Like this-
circumference of a
okay.
circle. I don't know how else to explain it to you. There's a
Like
circle.
length, distance, kind of. Yeah. Okay.
Anyway, the circumference of a circle
Yeah.
is calculated by, guys, what was the circumference equation again? Was it pi times somebody tell me the circumference equation. Let's see if you guys are smart. The circumference equation.
Someone said E equals MC squared.
Yeah, so pi times diameter. That's right. So it's pi times the diameter. Okay. In 1 Kings, the pi is assumed to be 3, just 3, right? A whole 3. But we know pi is a little bit more than 3. It's like 3 point. What was it? It's
Mathiano.
Yeah. Listen, it's been a while. It's 3.14 or something like that, right, guys? Pi is 3.14 and on and on and on.
Yeah, I think something like that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So then pi is 3.14 on and on and on. But then in the book of 1 Kings, pi is assumed to be just a 3. And so the calculations to find out the circumference.
Yo, where do you get the argument from? That's sick. What?
What do you mean? Where'd I get it from?
This is a sick argument. Where do you when did you find this?
It's the Orthodox Muslim, man. The Orthodox. Actually, I found this intertext myself. Hey, man, no. But yeah, so instead of 3.14, the Bible assumes pi to be just 3. And so whenever it's trying to find the circumference of a round thing or a circle, it does 3 times the diameter instead of 3.14 and on times the diameter. Okay, so if we're really going to be technical, then the Bible gets it wrong because it assumes that pi is just 3, but we know it's not just 3, right? So
I mean,
the Quranic argument fails there.
I mean, couldn't they just say that that God rounded it up just to make it easy for us? Because it'd be very technical.
Rounded it
for us
down.
to, like-
Rounded it down.
Rounded it down. Okay.
Oh,
so
down,
then-
sorry, yeah.
So then there's no problem with rounding. It doesn't have to be a perfect one.
Okay, tamam. May I ask one more thing, or are you trying to like move on to more people?
Yeah, if you got one more question, you could ask. Go ahead.
Tamam,
and then we'll
shukran,
move
shukran.
on.
Yeah, so sometimes I try to debate Christians, and I try to basically just say that it's a contradiction for Jesus to have a human nature and a divine nature, due to like the divine nature making him all knowing and the human nature making him not all knowing.
Just 1 second. 1 second. 1 second.
I can't hear you.
Some people are trying to be funny. As a Muslim, this is low tier. You can make the argument for any amount of rounding. Do it being irrational. Sir, the whole point is that it's responding to the low tier argument that necessitates that the fraction equals a perfect 1 in the inheritance rules in the Quran. We're not saying, oh, the Bible gets a mistake. We're saying that according to that standard, this would be a mistake. We're not saying it's a mistake. We don't have a problem. Come on, guys. You guys got to track. Please. All right, continue.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. Go on. Yeah, I can hear you.
I don't know what's wrong with your audio. I don't know why it sounds like that to me. Am I the only one?
No, it sounds
Hello?
fine. Sounds fine.
Here, let me try leaving rejoining. No, it sounds like it's insanely quiet. Give me like 1 second.
All right.
He said, "I just joined, bro. I didn't know the context."
All right, bro. All right, man. No problem. Well, hey, guys, this is not an argument against the Bible. I'm saying this just exposes the hypocrisy.
Double standard, Yano.
Double standard, Yano, man.
Actually, two Quocchiano. That's a better one.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
What's up? Yeah.
Nothing much. How are you doing?
Nothing much, man. Chilling. What's up?
Yeah, I was gonna actually talk about a few other things, but earlier you brought up the whole the hypostatic thing, and I actually was thinking about this like a little while ago, a few weeks ago, and I did talk with a few people about it, and I didn't get a satisfying answer because I was basically asking the question of why there's firstness, secondness, and thirdness in the Godhead, like the question of why that's there in the first place. And it seems like a lot of people were confused by that question because they sort of said is by definition. So they're like, there's really no explanation. It's just by essence.
Oh, it's just brute.
Yeah. Well, they wouldn't say it's brute, kind of like how they, do you know, like with the contingency argument, for example, they would say God explains himself, but they wouldn't say God is brute. Like they would just say he's.
No, but that's literally bruteness, though.
Well, I guess you'll have to like discuss with them how they understand explanation, because they adopt they usually in relation to like the essence and existence distinction. So I don't know if they use maybe the more modern standards of explanation. I'm not sure, but so I was asking this question. I didn't really get a satisfying answer, but the one I was reading on, like I was just reading through some of the scholastic works and stuff. So the one explanation that did come to mind is basically they want to say that God, because God exists and he's an intellectual substance, they want to say God has as an intellectual substance two operations, two immanent operations, and they want to say knowing and willing, those are two operations of an intellectual substance.
Is this the Augustinian cope.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes in the literature they call it the psychological analogy or whatever.
Yeah. It's such a bad argument. It's terrible.
Yeah, but I think so. Like, yeah, whether you agree with it or not, and I do actually have problems with it. Like other problems, I was thinking about it myself too. I think that's how they get at it, is because they say that God is an intellectual substance, and because He knows Himself, you have the knower, which is the Father, and the known, which is the Son. And because they believe in the priority of the intellect.
But the problem is the known would be just the Father.
Well,
why would the known be distinct from the knower?
Yeah. I think that they're only conceptually distinct, but in reality, that's the same thing.
Right. So then the Son just is the Father.
Yeah. I agree with that. Yeah, because I think that that's a problem in their view. Yeah.
And also, wouldn't Jesus have his own operations as well, of knowing and willing?
Like, are you referring to like like with the human nature, or just the Son?
No, the Son.
Yeah.
Because he's a rational agent, and he has his own faculty. Doesn't he also have this operation of knowing and operation of willing? And if so, if he perfectly knows himself, then that means the Son generates a divine person?
Yeah. That's that's actually an objection I was thinking about. It's the infinite production objection.
Infinite generation.
Yeah. I've tried to think of solutions for them. I was thinking of a few, but I'm not sure if they work, to be honest. But yeah, I was just going to say that that's just a side comment pertaining to what you were saying earlier. I do think that that's typically maybe the explanation that at least maybe Thomas, I don't know if all Catholics, but maybe Thomas would go for, is the two operations. And because they believe in the intellect prior to the will, which is a negation of voluntarism. So they would say the Son is produced first through the intellection, and then through one principle of both the Son and the Father operating with the same will. They produce the Spirit, and then you just have those three. Now they do try to block it by speaking of
you know how Logic tried to answer?
No, I didn't watch that debate. No.
Logic tried to say he said because love is an essential property, okay? In every world, the first person has love, and because he has love, he generates. So if in every world the person has love, and that means that person must generate, then you still fall into an issue of an infinite process of generation where you have an infinite set of divine persons. So that was he tried that and it didn't work.
Yeah, I think that's pretty bad. I think probably the best he could go for is something like the Thomistic one.
I think not even that. I think you just have to concede that it's brute. There's just no way out. He has to concede that it's a brute necessity. It's not grounded by the essence. So what is it grounded by? It just is. It's necessary.
Yeah. I have a whole lot of problems with it, because I mean, I ultimately think even under that account, metaphysically it would be one object relating to itself, and I think that that's just conceptual distinctions. Like, it's just speaking of God as, like, the knower, the known, and the willer, and the willed, and that's just the same object being talked about, but under different relational modes. But I don't think that's distinct realities, at least in God.
It's just another way of expressing modalism.
Yeah. Of course, though, they'll try to deny that implication, but I'm not convinced otherwise.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I was gonna talk about. So do you remember when we talked about the whole relatability thing between the mediator between God and creation?
Yeah.
So I think the mistake is that a lot of people may think relatability only consists in kind, but I think it extends beyond mere kind sharing. It also exists in terms of conditions, which is more general than kind. So it's supposed to be, like, for example, like a finite being who suffers, who, if you believe in maybe like a major event like the Day of Judgment, for example, it would be a being that would be standing before God alongside all the other humans.
Yeah.
While, like, if you believed it was God, it would, the mediator would actually turn out to be on the one judging, not the one alongside us. So I think it goes beyond mere kind sharing. It goes more into existential conditions and stuff like that. Even, for example, I'll give you an example. Like, if you have like a universal mediator, I would expect them to engage in a very natural, common act. For example, marriage. That would be one example I'd expect from a universal mediator, because he's supposed to be a concrete exemplar to human beings in all general aspects of life. So I'd expect, for example, the universal mediator to be someone who's married and, you know, dealt with these things. As an example, like one thing.
Sounds like you're describing the Prophet Muhammad and all the other prophets, peace be upon him. I don't know why you're not a Muslim yet, man.
Did all? Sorry, what'd you say?
I don't know why you're not a Muslim yet. You're just spot on in how you rationalize.
Yeah, I'm trying to, like, basically, there's a lot, like, I have a lot to talk about. I think I'm trying to just build a framework or a blueprint of what I take to be like revelation, and then just fitting in religions and seeing which one, you know, like, is a better fit. But yeah, so I was thinking, did actually within Islam, did all prophets get married?
From what
Most likely Jesus didn't, and John the Baptist.
From what I could recall, John the Baptist, we don't know if John the Baptist did. I mean, there's no mention. But we would expect that when Jesus comes back, he'd probably get married.
Okay.
I mean, there's no official teaching or anything, but
yeah,
probably.
Yeah. I mean, for me, I would just say at least I would say, like, you can make a very good argument for why the universal mediator must be married and, you know, engage in very general experiences. But I don't think every single mediator must engage in it necessarily.
That's the Prophet Muhammad. He's the universal mediator, because he mediates for all mankind, not just one nation. وَمَا أَرْسَلْنَاكَ إِلَّا رَحْمَةً لِلْعَالَمِينَ. We have not sent you, O Messenger, except as a mercy to the worlds. That's what the Quran says about him.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's which was the first one I wanted to actually talk about. So I think with, for example, something like divine communication.
The heck?
Yeah, I don't know what was that about. Oh, maybe just accidentally turned on the camera.
People are high on drugs, man. Yeah, keep going. Keep going, bro.
Yeah, so with divine communication, since the mediator, which is, you know, a share of the kind, would be the same kind of being that it's directed towards, basically it would be the mouthpiece of God, of course. So when God reveals, you know, any sort of divine content, it would be revealed through an intelligible medium, and the most intelligible and relatable medium would be a human being, or, you know, sharing of the same kind. But I also believe that it has to have certain properties, and I'll give you an example. One is beauty, and the reason why I think so is because beauty is the effective mode by which, you know, you move the will towards whatever the function of revelation is.
There's a narration of a companion of the Prophet, peace be upon him, right? And he says there was one night, it was a beautiful clear sky, okay, nighttime, and it was a full moon, like as clear as it could get. I looked at the moon, and I looked at the Prophet's face, and I looked at the moon, and I looked at the Prophet's face. And by Allah, swearing, he's taking an oath, by Allah, I found the Prophet's face more beautiful than the moon. And in another narration, where the Prophet is traveling basically in the middle of the desert, in the middle of nowhere, and he comes across one of those Bedouins, right? Maybe they have they're set up somewhere. And it's her and her husband. Her husband has gone out to find some food for them or whatever. And the woman is there, and the messenger and the companions stop by, and they I'm trying to remember the story. They ask her if she had a goat so she could milk. Okay? And she said, no, we have a young goat, but I think the story goes that it was sick or wasn't producing milk. like, you know, very bad condition young goat, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so the prophet, you know, his blessed hands, he places his hand on the goat and he milks it, and it starts like, you know, like milk like starts coming out, like it's a healthy goat, like the healthiest of goats, right? And anyways, they stick around for a bit, and they, you know, she's heard this news of a messenger who's come, who's claiming to be a messenger. She doesn't know that it's him, okay? But she's relaying the news that she's heard of, you know, this messenger. Anyways, they leave. Her husband comes back, right? And she tells him what happened. And she, you know, the Arabs of the time, they were so eloquent in their speech, right? Like most eloquent people. And so he tells her to describe the man who stopped by, who was the prophet, but obviously she didn't know that, right? And so she starts describing him, and she goes on and on and on to say that he was the most handsome of men, and to say that he doesn't speak much, and if he says something, if he commands something, his companions almost fight over fulfilling his command right away, and so on and so forth. So you should read it, you should look into it. It's beautiful, man. But yeah, just when you're saying that you think he'd have these specific properties like beauty, we do think that. We do think that the messengers were all beautiful. And especially we think Joseph, your name is funny, it's Joseph. Joseph, who was, you know, the son of Israel or Jacob, okay? You know, him and his brothers plotted against him, and they sold him into slavery, and he ended up wilded up in Egypt, and then he ended up being he was a governor there. It is narrated that Joseph in the Quran, when he would walk through the palace, and there's the female servants there sitting down and they're cutting fruit, okay? When Joseph walks in, the female servants, they start cutting their fingers off without even realizing why, because they are in awe of Joseph's beauty. And it comes in narrations that Joseph receives 50% of the earth of creation's beauty. 50% of all possible beauty is reserved for Joseph, and the other 50% is distributed amongst all of other mankind. So it's interesting that you say that, man.
Yeah, I mean, I find these ideas to be pretty like I think they're very, very intuitive, and they sort of follow from understanding what the function of revelation is, as we talked about, which is movement towards God, which I called vertical unity, and then movement towards creation, which is horizontal unity. So like, you know, the good of creation, and negation of disunity, which is basically just another way of saying removal of evil. So that's just the function of revelation. That's like the core essence, like the three, you could say the triad or whatever. So the reason why beauty is very important is because humans aren't merely moved by just mere like robotic recognition. So beauty, what it's supposed to do is supposed to move the being towards it. It's supposed to enhance what you're learning or what you're experiencing and move you towards it. And because, you know, God,
you know, that's one of the reasons that the false prophet, the Punjabi Jesus, is dismissed as a true messenger. One of the reasons the scholars mention is that he's ugly.
Who's that? Punjabi?
So he's a false claimant to prophethood in the 19th century.
What's his name?
Mirza Ghulam Ahmed. He claimed to be a prophet after the prophet, peace be upon him, and he claimed to be the second coming of Jesus. And
I just saw.
Yeah, one of the scholars, or I think a bunch of them, mentioned that, like, you know, out of his other reasons why he's a false prophet, one of them is that he's ugly. Prophets are supposed to be beautiful, right? Yeah.
I unironically believe that is an actual determinant factor.
No, you're right, man.
Because it would be a deficiency on God's part to send a the mediator and have him be hideous, because that will play a negative role in terms of moving away human beings from the truth. Because human beings aren't fully rational. Somebody could be very ugly but speaking like the absolute truth, but because of his ugliness, human beings will just want to run away.
Yeah.
And I don't apply this only to the mediator as well, but I think also like the speech too, because speech can be beautiful in terms of its truth. So
Speech has to be eloquent. If you're stuttering and you're not an eloquent speaker, bro, everything you're saying is like the criteria that we Muslims take to be necessary of prophets. You know that, right? Everything you're saying, the eloquence, the beauty, the same kind, everything, bro. You're completely spot on.
It follows just like as long as you have in mind what the purpose of revelation is and what is required for that to be maximized.
Just one second, guys. Musa having a stutter doesn't mean Musa was not eloquent. This doesn't follow. Doesn't follow at all. Anyways,
also in the Quranic account, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala supports him, not in the Exodus account. So it's an issue for them, not us, even if that's the case.
Yes.
Oh yeah, Aaron being his spokesperson.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So in the Quranic account, God. Yeah. So in the Quranic account in Surah Taha, chapter 20, it's very different to the account in Exodus 4. In Exodus 4, God gets angry at Moses for his disobedience, not wanting to go to Pharaoh twice, even though God said he would support him.
I was just gonna mention this is further proven why, because Musa asks that his stutter is removed and healed, and Allah does it for him, right? وَاحْلُلْ عُقْدَةً مِّن لِسَانِي يَفْقَهُ قَوْلِي وَاجْعَل لِّي وَزِيرًا مِّنْ أَهْلِي هَارُونَ أَخِي. Okay, so why would Allah fix his stutter? Why would he fix his stutter? What's the wisdom in that? Because to have eloquent speech is one of the reasons, and to have beauty and other characters, wisdom, justice, these are the properties that that drive people's hearts closer to you and that influence them to follow you and take you as an example. Okay? And so Joseph is straight on there. Yes.
Yeah. So I think so there's like multiple properties you can talk about. You can just kind of deduce it from how human beings work, and maybe what would God most efficiently have to do if he were to communicate to human beings. And clearly, I mean, beauty is just kind of like the very first thing that pops to mind when you're thinking about motivating or attracting human beings, because what attracts human beings is beauty, and truth comes with that, because people find truth beautiful. And there's this notion within the scholastics of the transcendentals where goodness, beauty, and truth are not synonymous because they have different meanings, but they're in reality sort of pointing towards the same thing, which they think for example, like God exemplifies all that, truth, goodness, and beauty all in one. So I mean, revelation obviously has to be like good, beautiful, true, all these factors. And when you take into the fact particularities of history, so besides speaking of the universals, there's also particularities in histories. For example, I'll give an example, like take God communicated to a very specific environment, then of course the divine communication will have to relate to the immediate audience which it's sent to, because it would be alien to the beings it's sent to if it wasn't. So it interact with a lot of the things going on within the immediate audience. So I would expect something like, I don't know, if God sent revelation to the native Indians, you'll find a lot of appeals to maybe native Indian culture or concepts and stuff like that. So that's like one aspect, but that's due to the particularities of history, not from the universals of or the unchanging essence of revelation.
So out of all faiths, what aligns with those conclusions?
Well, I think I would say I would say Islam does, and the one, I mean, I'll speak another example. This one, I'm not sure, maybe I'll ask you guys. I haven't looked into all of it, but so far I've seen only Islam does this. And it's a very specific point, actually. And It's important to me, obviously, because you know the person I love the most is my mother. So I think Islam's the only religion that actually gets this at least explicitly right, because you know, due to a lot of maybe negative views of women throughout history, which is, you know, natural. You know, Aristotle's view of semen being, you know, the active form, and you know,
Joseph, are you the ex-Catholic?
no.
Oh, you know? Okay, sorry, I got mixed up. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. So is it the only religion, as far as I know, it seems like it is the case, to explicitly place the obligation of due love and respect to the mother over the father?
Okay, so it's to both, okay, but there are narrations that exist that place even more of an emphasis on the mother.
Mhm.
Okay, so some narrations I think are weak, but even with weak narrations, the scholars mentioned that we could use them for virtue, and it doesn't mean just because a narration is weak that its meaning is weak. Okay, so you do get the implication from our literature that there is more of a emphasis on the mother. So the Prophet mentions in narrations, your mother, your mother, your mother, then your father, something like that, right? Mother
Yeah.
3 times, then your father, kind of thing.
Yeah, so that's like an additional, like, this is like a very minor point. Personally, it's a big deal for me, as I said. But the reason why is because, well, the reason why I was thinking about this, and I think, so both parents, the reason why God deserves the most honor, love, and respect is because he's ultimately the source of everything, and he's the sustainer of everything. He's, you know, the cause of every being, and he preserves reality. So he would obviously be due the most respect and love beyond anything else. So he's primary. But then for any human being relative to a child, they have parents, and parents are the, you could say, I don't know, whatever language you want to use, depending on your philosophical views, second
They
causes.
could also
or,
be the means of your existence.
Yeah,
as a second cause. Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't
Yeah.
want to exclude the occasionalists, but
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
yeah. So so the reason why I believe the priority of the mother of the father, and I'm not talking about authority, right? Because I think the father takes authority due to, well, I won't get into that. But the reason why I believe the mother has priority in terms of love, due, and respect, second to God, is because she plays a bigger role in forming your identity and being over the father, because both of them play a role in the, you know, the initial start with the, you know, fertilization and everything and all that, but then the mother is the one that sustains you for, you know, for months, and you you know, basically feed off of her, you know.
Well,
for months.
for us, and tell me what you think, for us, the second being due most love and priority is the universal mediator.
I think that's in terms of absolute value. Because it would be the universal mediator would be the closest to God. So that's talking about absolute value. I'm more so speaking about like in relation, like direct relation in terms of causation and stuff like that. It would be naturally, it would be the parents.
So it's interesting that you say that, okay? Because the Quran says, so the Quran says that the believers were ordered to worship nothing but Allah, and the second thing mentioned, وَبِالْوَالِدَيْنِ إِحْسَانًا.
Yes.
And to be good to your parents. The second thing that comes after worshiping God alone in this context is goodness to the parents. So
yes.
it's also an inference there.
Yeah, I like, my reasoning is because of causation and identity. After God, your parents play the biggest role in forming that. And then I think the mother plays priority over the father because she plays a larger role in terms of that over the father. Although like by ancient beliefs, they did believe the father more, but that's due to like sort of like outdated beliefs from back then. Now after like the ovum and all that stuff, yeah, that's been outdated. Yeah, so what I found also interesting, because you mentioned that verse, the only two verses I'm far, and you know, you can correct me if I'm wrong, the only two verses that single out a parent after saying to honor both of them, both the two single verses that do single them out singles out the mother. You know, I think there's one in chapter, was it Luqman, I think.
Yeah.
Where it says, you know, the mother was like, you know, weakness upon weakness, I think, something like along those lines. Yeah, and then there's another verse where it mentions that she, like, you know, weans for, I don't remember how many days it says. But the only two verses that mention that singles out a parent after honoring the parents, it singles out the mother specifically.
I don't remember this verse. If you could just give it to me. But I'm pretty sure something like that is there. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but anyway, yeah. So why are you not a Muslim, man? Why are you not a Muslim? I mean, you're just super spot on. So what's holding you back?
Well, look, I'll do you have Discord? Because here's the thing, I'll email you, and then if you have a Discord, then probably be better to talk there, because I think it's easier to talk than through email. So I'll email you first, and then I'll add you if you can. I'll add you through email.
So is there a reason why you don't want to mention it on the live?
Yeah. I have like several reasons, but yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
no problem.
So
I was waiting for your email, man. You never sent me one. I told you to send me an email a couple
Yeah,
times. But you
here's the thing.
know what? Just add AN or Dean right now on Discord. Can you guys give him your Discord?
Yeah, I can actually invite you to my server. So, Joseph, my Discord is just Dean Responds. Same way it's on the StreamYard.
Okay. So it's just that, like just
Yep. Dean Responds, yeah.
Okay. I'll add you then afterwards. So I think there's one more. So yeah, one more thing, and this is found in a lot of religions, but I think this is one big one, which is the notion. So it's a bit complicated, so I don't want to prolong it. But basically, vertical unity, the highest form of it would be an action which implements all sort of activities or faculties a human being has in relations in one act. So like will, consciousness and thought, even bodily movements, speech. So an act that's intrinsically the most valuable would implement all those faculties in one action. And I think by definition, that's basically prayer in religions. So they have like, you know, you're thinking about God, you're speaking to God, your speech and stuff like that. And one thing I do have in mind is that basically what Revelation is supposed to do is not only does it direct people towards, you know, the correct pathway, it would also perfect it. So something that nature couldn't do is Revelation adds perfections to what nature itself couldn't bring about. And part of that is in prayer. So part of it is speech. Now, somebody could say, for example, right now, you could say a sentence in English that's truthful and good. You know, I don't know, you could say some true statement about God or something like that. That would be really good speech, right? Because it's pertaining to the ultimate reality and it's true. But there's a difference, which is that what Revelation brings is it brings a very unique form of truth that's in a relational mode and is directly caused by God. So I think in form, Revelation brings a sort of perfection that speech and nature couldn't bring about. And that plays a role in perfecting prayer, which I take to be like the highest form of vertical unity with God. So yeah, and I think the mediators would be the ones to bring about.
Are you a classical theist?
I wouldn't say so. No.
Are you a neoclassical theist?
I wouldn't put myself under those because I usually try to think through a lot of issues myself. So like, I don't like taking these labels because they might have ideas I'm not sure I subscribe to.
Does God exist above his throne or above every other thing? Ontologically? Would you say that? Would you say that's something intuitive?
That
if God exists, he exists above all things. That's his place.
I mean, I guess you could say it's intuitive in some sense, yeah.
would you say it's intuitive to say God has no place?
No place. Probably without like a lot of conceptual thought, it would sound very counterintuitive.
Right. I mean, you're spot on, man. Yeah. So, we believe that God is above his throne. We believe he's outside of the creation. And all that means, not that creation is a box that you step in and out of, is that he's separate from his creation in that he is directly above it. So
do you hold like a relationist relation view of space?
Yes.
Like you don't believe in
Yes.
absolute space?
No, there's no
Okay,
such
okay.
thing.
Okay.
Place is just a point of reference, a locational relation between two concrete objects.
Mhm.
So as long as two
Okay.
concrete objects exist, you have place. Okay? And God's place is he's above his creation. So then you have the seven heavens. Above the seven heavens, you have the throne. And above throne, you have God. Okay? And we don't believe that God is limited by anything. He's not confined by anything. And some people ask is, before God created the throne, where was he? Like to try to like refute this notion of God having a place, right? It's like before God had a throne, before the heavens existed, where was he? We'll say, look, there's two senses in which you could answer this. The first sense is because God being the Most High is an essential property, then he is above by nature insofar as potentiality. Just like God is creator before he creates, meaning he doesn't need to actualize it, right? God is above before there is anything to be literally above relationally, right? So God is ontologically and essentially the Most High, even if there is no second object, okay? In the sense of place being just a point of reference, like a relation between two things, if there are no two things, you could say, well, technically place wouldn't apply. It's just a category error. I guess that route is acceptable too, but place being the Most High is just an essential property. So he's still above in nature. By his nature, he's still above even without a second thing in existence. Wouldn't you say that's the most intuitive thing, that when we believe there's a God, we intuitively think he's above us directionally?
Yeah. Here's the thing. Yeah, I think I would say it's intuitive. But the thing is, well, maybe I won't be able to get into too much detail right now because I have to go soon. So basically, what I'll say is that when it comes to intuitive beliefs, I always found that intuitive beliefs are like mostly spot on, like they're mostly correct. But then you need to sort of carve it out through thoughts. So like after you think about it deeply, it sort of almost like carves out some misunderstandings or maybe some like vagueness. So I haven't really thought about space and time as well. Like those are two topics I've really not thought about at all, and especially in relation to God. So like, you have space and time and then God, and then connecting those three concepts together. I haven't really thought about it that much. So yeah, like if you're going based off of like intuitions purely, then I would say like intuitively, yeah, people probably intuit that that God is like above the heavens, something like that. And that's why you find it to be very, you could say it, you find it in a lot of cultural beliefs across the world, even like native ones and stuff like that, about being the high God being above the skies and stuff like that. That's probably why people have those sort of beliefs. I'm just not sure if that necessarily means, or we have the most accurate adequate understanding of that without much conceptual thought about what's going on there. But I'll definitely say it's intuitive, yeah, but I haven't thought about it, so I'll have to give it a lot of thought.
Yeah, for me, I completely disagree and reject this classical theistic view of God, where God doesn't speak, God doesn't move, God is not above, he is nowhere, he is not outside of the world, he is not inside of the world, God doesn't hear. I would reject this idea. This idea to me sounds completely counterintuitive. I don't think it aligns with the clear textual evidence and the clear rational evidence as well. I think the prophets, if you look at biblical tradition, if you look at the Quran, the Sunnah, it's very, I mean, David speaks about God being above his throne, right? Isaiah speaks about God seated on his throne. Jesus speaks about God being on his throne, our Father who art in heaven. God speaks in the Bible, he speaks in the Quran, he stops speaking, he creates, he stops creating. There's successive action there. And to try to just like interpret that in like a Platonic way or in an Aristotelian way, I think it's just completely, it just doesn't give the text its due right.
You think it's like an external imposed conceptual framework?
Completely there's nowhere in the text where you find God is nowhere. God doesn't speak. God is from his essence, he doesn't speak. God creates an effect or a created effect. When he speaks to Moses, it's not his words, it's a created effect speaking. Well, this is completely, I don't find that in the text. That's why the Quran says, وَكَلَّمَ اللَّهُ مُوسَى تَكْلِيمًا, that Allah spoke to Musa with words. He spoke to him directly. Like nobody infers from that God created an effect because God is mute and he can't speak, right? Like you can't get it anywhere. Or when the Quran says Ar-Rahmanu ala al-arshi istawa, that God has established himself upon or above the throne. You don't get the implication or notion that God is nowhere and he's not inside of the world nor outside of the world, right? And when we say that, when Allah says that the Quran is his speech, his direct speech, these classical theists would say that the Quran is his speech insofar as the meaning, but the Arabic sound and letters is not God's speech because God doesn't speak. God can't speak Arabic, he can't speak English. These are just created effects, they say. So really what happened is there is internal, what they call internal speech, and external speech, kalam nafsi and kalam lafzi, right? Where the internal speech, this is the meaning of the Quran, and that is somehow revealed to Gabriel, and Gabriel tells you the meaning is in his own words. So then the Arabic letters and sounds are actually Gabriel's words, right? And this is complete nonsense, because Allah tells us in the Quran that this is his speech. This is his kalam. This is kalamullah. This is, so that the sound and the letters, these are coming from God. God can speak, right? And this is one of the reasons that Ibrahim alayhi salam has an issue with the idols. He says, he smacks the idols, says, why is it that you don't speak? Why is it that you don't speak? Abraham expects his God to be a speaking God, not a non-speaking God who can't speak, right? But this is what classical theists say. They'd say God can't speak. He speaks insofar as a created effect. Oh, I don't believe in this. I think the Quran is clear, and the biblical literature is clear as well. That God speaks, God acts, God goes from not creating to creating. He created the heavens and earth in 6 days. How do you a classical theist but believe God created in 6 days? 6 days is a period of time. It necessitates one state of affairs to the other. one state of affairs to the other is a change. A change in a state of affairs necessitates time. So we say God acts successively in time, meaning that God does one thing and then he does another thing and he does another thing. But these people believe that the day of judgment already happened. Can you believe it? God is not going to judge because that doesn't apply to God. He doesn't have a future. The day of judgment, how? That's not intuitive. You don't ask somebody on the street and say, has judgment day happened? You say no. God judged us. You say, yes, God judged. No. God will judge us. He will reward either paradise or in hell, right? God will answer my prayer. For these people, God doesn't answer prayer. These people don't think God answers prayer. They think that God has one eternal act and he's radically immutable. He can't change whatsoever. So he can't go from not answering to answering. Sure, you could justify that using Aristotelian metaphysics and maybe Platonism, but that's just not an intuitive reading of the text. You would agree with me, right?
Sorry?
You would agree with me there that this is just this has to you have to import foreign philosophical commitments into a completely foreign text in order to read this text this way.
I think that's probably the case with like a lot of, especially I think that's the case with a lot of if you look even at for example like the Jewish philosophers, Christian philosophers, they all sort of kind of went the same pathway, which is typically like they would just read a lot of these texts and they would say things like which is actually besides the philosophical topics about whether classical theism is compatible with these aspects of religion or not, I think maybe the most apparent problem that comes to mind maybe for this side is basically that how I brought up the whole notion of the Trinity not being there in past revelations and stuff like that because it would be God being, I guess, like failing to communicate himself, and that would lead to like problems.
Yeah, you mentioned that last time,
Yeah. So I think it's sort of the same issue here. I think maybe that is the most apparent problem to me that someone would have to think through who holds the other view. I don't really have any set views on these issues, but I think someone who holds to this view, they would have to sort of explain why God would not use more specific language or better language that wouldn't imply something that's false, at least a common understanding, because then that may be considered deception on God's part, I guess you could say, or something like that.
Exactly. Like God says he hears. Okay, but like he really doesn't hear? Is that what you're telling me? Or God creates in this amount of days. But really you mean to tell me that he expects me not to believe that? So it's kind of deceptive, right?
I think when it comes to certain things, it does seem pretty off. I think you'd have to also look at like how the mediator, like the immediate audience, how they understand it, stuff like that, to get kind of a better grasp of what these concepts meant at the time and stuff like that. I think there's like points on both sides as far as I think thinking about it, but I need to like think about this stuff more. I haven't really paid attention to space and time and God. Space and time, specifically, I'm pretty allergic to thinking about those concepts. The last time I thought about it was considering the compatibility of change, real time in the PSR, because for example, if all causes and effects are if causes and effects are simultaneous ontologically, then you have the PSR. It just seems like everything would be simultaneous, so you'll get kind of this weird view where everything's actual. So like the past, future, and present are all real at the same time. And they would actually, a lot of theists, at least classical theists, would say that is the way it is from the perspective of God, that everything's actual, like at the same time.
That's crazy, bro. That's crazy that everything is actual, that God has no potential whatsoever.
The weirder part for me is that the past, present, and future would all be real at like simultaneously. So that means it would seem to at least imply that maybe time is like illusory or something like that. But yeah, I don't know. I haven't thought about time and space. It's very complicated stuff that, I haven't thought about. But yeah, I'll have to go now. So yeah, I'll contact you guys.
I appreciate it, man. You're always welcome here, man. Thank you for coming, eh?
Okay, all right. Take care, guys.
Have a good one. Hey, Dean, Ayan, you guys still there?
Yeah. I went away for a bit to go get a drink and to go pray. And dude, I'm just.
You guys want to talk to one more person for end of life?
Dude, I'm low-key dozing off. Didn't get
yeah?
some sleep
Okay.
last night, so I might just head out. I'll talk to you guys
Okay,
soon.
no
then.
problem. Thank you, Ayan, for coming, bro.
Take care, Dean.
All right, bro. Have a good one. Dean, you want to talk to one more person before I end?
Yo, sorry to be honest. Sorry. Were you calling me?
You want to talk to one more person before I end?
Yeah. Sounds good. So,
Hello, Lucky. You're muted. Muted, brother. Brother, you need to unmute yourself. You're muted. From the phone. From the phone. Mute. There's a mute button at the bottom there. It says your mic isn't connected, brother. That's why I think. Your headphones, they're not connected.
Yo, can you hear me?
What the heck were you doing, man?
Bro, I was oiling my hair because I can't use the camera while it's on this. So I was oiling my hair, bro. You brought me up at a bad time, man.
Yo, this guy was tweaking out, bro. Why are you tweaking out in front of everybody, man? That's all right, man. My bad. I did you dirty there. What's up? Are you Muslim?
Yeah. So I just had a quick question. Like,
Dean will answer you. Go ahead, Dean.
Yeah, I actually talked to Dean about this before. It's about I don't think you remember. It was on the EF. He's muted.
Yo, Dean, you there?
Are you there?
yeah, I'm here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was on like an EF Dawah stream, and at the end I was talking to you about Alexander. I don't know if you remember, but
okay.
You said that Alexander was not Dhul Qarnayn, and I brought up and I want to talk to you about this as well, especially like your view. Like I think it's absolutely impossible that he is Dhul Qarnayn, especially based on not just like scriptural evidence, but archaeological evidence. Everywhere he went, he built temples. I mean, he built them in Ephesus, he built them in India, he built them everywhere, especially like after he went to Jerusalem. So I just don't think it's possible that he.
How do you know he built temples?
Because that's just the archaeological evidence, isn't it? He built them. And
what archaeological? Wait. How does archaeological evidence connect it to Alexander himself doing it?
Because, well, I mean, his army like revered him, right?
Okay.
And like that. So if he became a monotheist, I mean, you're basing this off of one attestation from Josephus, and is that
that's all I need. I don't need anything else.
Why do you
wait?
Josephus
Wait, Knight, was Najashi a monotheist according to historical critical methods?
Well, no, but like.
But
okay,
he was.
there you go.
But the only attestation we have for Negus being a Muslim is from Muslim sources.
Yeah, but that's not what I take Muslim sources more seriously than like. But Josephus is just
we take Jewish sources more seriously than Greek sources.
But it's not Greek sources; it's archaeological evidence
from Greeks, right?
Wait.
No,
what from what archaeological evidence?
The temples that he built.
How do you know he built them?
1 second. Let me just find it.
Knight, who do you believe Dhul Qarnayn is?
All right. My view is, and I think it's like, no offense, I think it's more plausible. I think it's that he's neither Cyrus, he's neither Alexander. He's someone before that, and that the narrations where he met, Abraham and all of that.
Don't tell me that narration.
Bro, those narrations don't go back to the prophet.
either way.
That's
you know,
that's
you don't roll it.
that's even more speculative.
It's not either way. If it doesn't go back to the prophet, then how are you on
Are they
one?
weak or are they fabricated or like?
This way, I'm not saying it's fabricated. I'm saying it doesn't go back to the prophet. Meaning this information isn't attributed to the prophet.
Wait, who's it attributed to?
It's attributed to somebody from the
I think
Salaf.
a tabi.
A tabi, yeah. So
I mean, okay, so who do you trust more, him or Josephus?
Him or Josephus in terms of what?
Josephus for historical records, of course.
Okay.
Just wait. No, Dean, they're gonna clip you. So, oh, Dean, he thinks Josephus is better than the Salaf. That's not what he said, guys. So you see, Dean, you have to be careful when you speak.
Got to add a qualifier.
We obviously trust the Salaf more than anybody in understanding our religion and in understanding our faith and how it's applicable in practice. That goes.
By the way, people in the Salaf said it was Alexander anyways. So
that goes without saying. Okay, but you're not asking that. You're asking, when it comes to historical attestation, what holds more weight? A random report from the 8th century or a report that's a few hundred years after Alexander? I would say...
And that we have from the Salaf as well. People in the Salaf believed it.
Yes. So in terms of historical attestation, I'm not obliged to take this opinion from a tabi'i that doesn't go back to divine revelation. Why do I have to take it?
Okay, so just on me explaining the temples, I mean, it just makes sense. So when Alexander went to India, would they have been worshipping Greek gods?
The people, sure.
Probably, yeah.
What? They have no interaction. The only reason they have an interaction with Greeks is because he conquered Persia. How would they have? How would they?
You said why would they? Just one second. What was the question again?
In India, before Alexander's conquest, would they have been worshipping Greek gods?
Greek gods? Oh no.
Oh, Greek gods, no.
Yeah. So after that, Indo-Greek kingdoms arise, and there were temples built that worship Greek gods, and this is after Alexander's invasion.
Yeah, Greeks built Greek temples. Wow, what a shocker!
To worship Greek gods.
Just like the subjects of Najashi built churches, but Najashi is a Muslim.
Good point.
But the people who set up these Indo-Greek kingdoms were Alexander's number one,
how do you know that?
Yeah, Najashi's builders.
There's too much assumption here. How do you know that they set it up themselves?
Because their names are on coins. They were the kings of that period.
So what? How does that mean they're the ones who built these temples, dude?
Well, okay, fine. Okay, they're administrators, they're kings, but they didn't know temples were being built. Okay. All right.
What? Sorry?
Well, they were administrators and kings of these kingdoms, Indo-Greek kingdoms, right?
Yeah.
So
no, you said they built them. There's a difference between knowing about it and them building it. Come on, bro. Don't do that.
Either way, doesn't it make them complicit in the polytheism? Either way.
No, the generals can be complicit. How does that make Alexander a complicit? And even let's say he was a secret believer. What's the problem with that?
Same thing as Najashi.
Okay, so I'm
like
talking.
We would expect. What's the problem with Alexander being a secret believer?
Well, didn't he in the story? Doesn't he go around the lands and spread monotheism?
Spread monotheism?
Yeah.
No, don't remember that.
I mean, if he's a righteous king,
what verse is that?
I'm not referring to a specific verse. I'm just saying, like,
I don't remember in the Quran. I don't think it says that.
All right.
Yeah, I'm just talking about he just helps people.
But you wanted me to explain my view, right? So can I continue?
Oh, but yeah, sure, go for it.
Okay. So, like I said, before Cyrus, before Alexander, he's something before those two people, and then later on, and there's a story before Cyrus,
before Cyrus.
And so there's a story of this man who conquers east to west, and then Alexander gets put onto this.
What's the evidence for that? What's the evidence for that?
There's no evidence for that, but there's no.
All right, so your view is as speculative as my view, bro.
I'm talking about probabilistically.
No, you're just going 2 steps further and adding unnecessary assumptions. You're adding more unnecessary assumptions than me. There is somebody
I
who
think
conquered East
they're
to West.
unnecessary, but I think it's more probable than what you
Why
said.
is it more probable?
Because if Alexander's right-hand men are doing something that is the antithesis to what he would have like believed.
Did Najashi's right
Najashi was doing the same thing, bro.
Najashi's right-hand men build churches and worship Jesus as God?
Okay,
We got you there, man.
Like, bro, come on. Bro,
But again,
you're-
our sources
you're-
on that are Muslim sources. This is just a random Jew from like the third
It's not a
century.
it's not a
Alexander.
random Jew. A Jew in the first century holds
Alexander
about
lived in 4th century BC.
yeah. So your source is coming 1,000 years after. My source is coming 300, 400 years after.
My
Wait,
sources are historical
Libiana, bring up
archaeological
my
evidence of
screen.
coins and kings.
Bring up
Sorry?
my screen. Just share my screen for a sec, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
Okay, so let's read this first so we can exactly understand, because people talk about Dhul Qarnayn, but they don't read the passages. So they ask you, O Prophet, about Dhul Qarnayn. Say, I will relate to you something of his narrative. Surely we established him in the land and gave him the means to all things. So he basically conquered east to west, and then it goes on to explain. So he traveled a course until he reached the setting point of the sun, which appeared to him to be setting in a spring of murky water, where he found some people. We said, O Dhul Qarnayn, either punish them kindly or treat them kindly. He responded, whoever does wrong will be punished by us, then will be returned to their Lord, who will punish them with a horrible torment. As for those who believe and do good, they will have the finest reward, and we will assign them easy commands. Then he traveled a different course. Nothing here about him converting those people. Until he reached this rising point of the sun, he found it rising on a people for whom we had provided them shelter from it. So it was, and we truly had full knowledge of him. Then he traveled a third course until he reached a pass between two mountains. He found in front of them a people who could hardly understand his language. They pleaded, O Dhul Qarnayn, surely Gog and Magog are spreading corruption throughout the land. Should we pay you tribute, provided that you build the wall between us and them? He responded, what my Lord has provided for me is far better, but assist me with resources, and I will build a barrier between you and them. Bring me blocks of iron. Then when he had filled up the gap between the two mountains, he ordered blow. When the iron became red hot, he said, bring me molten copper to pour over it. And so the enemies could neither scale nor tunnel through it. He declared, this is a mercy from my Lord, but when the promise of my Lord comes to pass, he will level it to the ground, and my Lord's promise is ever true. And that's it.
This is important in identifying Alexander. Okay? I'm going to prove to you now, identifying Alexander the Great. These verses about Alexander are in response to what?
The Alexander romance.
No. The Jews were asking in
the
Medina.
Jews were asking about Dhul Qarnayn, right?
Right. So about that, can I explain?
Just wait. Were the Jews asking about Dhul Qarnayn?
Yeah.
Beautiful. So then the Quranic author assumes the Jews know who Dhul Qarnayn is, right?
Through tradition, sure, but I can
Beautiful.
explain.
Do we have Jews saying Alexander the Great is what matches Dhul Qarnayn's description?
Sure.
I rest my case.
That doesn't mean the Jews are correct. This could
You
be
just
like
said, why would I
anachronistically,
take a random Jew? But the whole point is that this is in response to what Jews are saying.
And
And by the way, I can actually show evidence. I'll let you speak. Actually, go ahead. You can speak, and I'll make my point.
So this could be the same thing as the Quran correcting, like, so they've got this story and they've attributed it to Alexander. The Quran doesn't use the Arabic.
But he doesn't correct. He doesn't say, this is not the same guy. They use the name Dhul Qarnayn, and the Quran affirms their usage of this name.
Wait, how do you know they use Dhul Qarnayn?
It could also be
Because
that
they
it's Alexander
asked.
the Great, and God's consciously editing the wrong details. That's another.
He's because they asked, if I recall correctly, in the hadith about Dhul Qarnayn, right? Or is it, or do they say the man who traveled east to which?
Yeah,
the man who traveled east to west. Yeah.
The man who the man who traveled east to west, right?
So from my position, all I'm saying is Dhul Qarnayn is like an anachronistic name applied to this person. So it references.
You need evidence for that. You need evidence for. You can't just
because my evidence is that Alexander cannot be a monotheist.
No,
that's begging the question.
No, that's begging the question. You're saying it can't be Alexander, therefore it's not Alexander. Yeah, that's what you're saying. Right now, you're doing
Okay,
a
wait,
magical.
can I show you from these verses why it can't be Alexander? Scroll up.
Sure, but remember, right now you're doing a magical Torah. account.
Okay.
This is
sorry.
magical Torah, magical gospel.
Same like
No
magical
different.
oral tradition. Scroll up.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1 second, sorry. 1 sec. Okay. Which verse?
It says he declared, "This is a mercy from my Lord," and he's mentions the
responded,
Lord. What the Lord has provided for me is far better. Like all of these, where he himself
that
is
one, yep,
speaking,
yep.
he's declaring his.
He's
faith,
speaking
right?
to who?
He's speaking to the people at the
people that he met, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Okay. Do we have any written source?
What-
Do we have any written sources from the people that he met?
We don't even have any sources.
And by the way, if Alexander meets a people and generally just speaks about God Most High and he says these things about him, how are people beside him going to infer that he's not a polytheist?
Do the Greeks
Yes, the Greeks believe in a Most High God. Every pagan tradition believes in a Most High God.
Yeah, and by the way, wait. I have a very important point here. I would assume Najashi would declare that he believes in like the one God to his people, right? So it's the same thing.
For example, when Najashi was walking around saying, "God bless you guys," and the Lord is doing marvelous things, and things like that.
I think that's
what would people understand from him?
Christians and Muslims, we use the same.
They would
word
understand
for
that he's
God.
talking about the pagan Trinity, right? But is he actually talking about the pagan Trinity?
But the word is the same.
What's the word?
Allah and God are the same thing. Like
Najashi was speaking Arabic? Well, mashallah.
Okay.
Guys, Najashi was speaking Arabic.
He would have used the same way.
No,
Arab
Najashi
Muslims
wasn't
use
calling
Allah
God. No, Najashi wasn't calling God Allah.
Where's
Where's the evidence for that? He was speaking, bro. He doesn't speak Arabic. He's not.
I wasn't saying he's speaking Arabic. I'm saying
all right. So cool. So he was using the same word for God as the other Ethiopians were using, right?
Right.
All right. But they're understanding a pagan trinity, right?
Sure.
All right. Does he intending a pagan trinity?
No, but like.
All right, bro. It's the same thing, bro. No, it's not the Greeks are different. No, we have writings from Greeks. They speak about God. No, they don't always specify which God. They just say God sometimes. Just theos, ha theos, the God. God. They just say God.
Okay.
We have many writings of ancient Greeks. Aristotle speaks about the God.
But he's talking about a prime. He's not talking about the pantheon. I don't even think he believed in the pantheon.
All right, whatever it is, our case is going to be stronger than yours. Every time of the day, bro, because your hypothesis assumes another person who matches the same exact description that nobody's ever heard of, seen, touched, heard, reported. We have historical attestation. You have zero.
You have historical attestation of a pagan.
No, in my view, he's not a pagan. I'm saying I have historical attestation that he's not a pagan. So I agree with you. My case is not strong. I never claimed that it was. Okay? Just based off of the historical critical method, my case is going to fail. Okay? But I'm willing to bite the bullet and say, look, as long as I have this Jewish early tradition that I could have continuity with, I could somewhat have some case, right? You have zero. You don't have any attestation. Zero. Except an attestation that comes from the 8th century from a tabi'i.
Yeah, via HCM, they'll think your hypothesis is way weaker.
Because mine is closer to the time, closer to the region, closer to the events, okay? My case is going to be stronger than yours.
Wait, the events of what? The revelation of the Quran?
No, of Alexander himself.
The closest historical documents to Alexander view him as a pagan, and the archaeological evidence.
Brother, you know all the documents are at the same time as Josephus?
Of Alexander?
Mm-hmm.
You have evidence for that?
Yeah, the earliest document is by, what was his name again? I forgot, the Greek historian. I forgot his name. Let me look it up. He has the first extant account of Alexander's life, and it's in the 1st century, if I... Here.
I'm seeing the Alexander Chronicle from 330 BC.
What's the Alexander Crown? 1 second, hold on.
It's Babylonian clay tablets. I'm not even sure it's something.
1 second. I'm saying from Greek sources. From Greek sources. I think there's earlier Babylonian sources, and I think the Babylonian sources mentioned that he worshipped their gods.
Yeah, Diddy made one.
Which strengthens my point.
Diddy had a source.
Oh yeah, Diodorus, exactly.
Diddy source.
Diodorus is writing.
That's earlier than Alexander.
Diodorus is
Josephus.
yeah, I know. I never said it's not. I'm saying it's around the same time.
Okay.
He's writing in the year 30, which is just 60, 70 years before Josephus. So, like, what's the difference? Like,
Wait, so why are you discounting Babylonian sources? What's the issue?
The Babylonian sources disagree with you. They say he worshipped their gods. Do you see what's going on here? Every time somebody's speaking about Alexander, they're saying he's worshiping their gods. Do you get the point? Everybody's trying to claim him.
It's the same thing as that they claim what's his name, that church father that we claim.
Hadith.
Yeah, Hadith. Yeah, it's the same exact thing.
Dean, has your tune changed then? Last time I spoke to you were pretty adamant that he was an Alexander.
Yeah.
So you asking me?
He's asking you.
Yeah, I'm asking, has your position changed?
When was the last time you asked me?
I asked you on EF Dawa stream ages ago, a few months ago, I believe.
On EF Dawa? I was never on EF Dawa, was it?
Yeah, we were.
I think it was Mansoor or something. They were on the stream.
We were, Dean. Remember, like a while
I don't think you were there.
You mean Dawa was, not EF Dawa?
Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one.
Okay. Yeah. So that was a while back. I didn't really do too much digging, but I don't think your view is possible, bro. There's other views that are possible.
Don't think that we are discrediting you, right? You're just asking me for my opinion. Yeah. But again, I admit my historical case is very weak. Okay, we have far more attestation that he was a pagan than not. Okay, so I'm telling you, my case is weak, and I'm not dogmatic about it. And if somebody wants to hold a different position, like Cyrus or whatever, I don't have a problem. This is just my personal view.
Sure. Also, I just want to ask.
So let me. Can I read some stuff? It's gonna be for like a bit. It's gonna take like a minute or two to read, but it's very, very important in terms of showing that the Quran has knowledge that the Syriac Alexander Romance didn't have, to show that it can't be copying all the details.
I can tell you about the Syriac Romance. There's a good article I read. There's a guy called Taha Sumro.
We know Taha. Yeah. Taha's gonna argue that it's. Yeah, Taha's gonna make a book on it. He's keeping us updated on that, or at least people that's around them are.
Okay.
I know we know Taha. So his book should be coming out at the end of this year. So can you share my screen, to be honest? Yeah. So this is like palatable for both like our view and your view, in that the story. You can't say that the Quran is just taken from the Syriac Alexander Romance, because it knows details about regions that the Syriac Alexander Romance didn't know about. Okay, so here let's just read from here. Okay.
I mean, the Syriac Romance by itself has a really weak textual tradition.
Yeah, so if we just start reading from here, Christian apologists often critique the Dhul Qarnayn narrative for two reasons. They argue the details about Dhul Qarnayn's journeys, the people met, etc., are from the Syriac Alexander Romance. They argue, due to point 1, it therefore follows the Quran identifies Dhul Qarnayn as Alexander, which would be a historical error. To showcase the strength of this research, it is worth pointing out that when the research was first, don't worry about that. Okay, Exhibit A. The people who could not understand speech nor make their speech understood. In the Nashana, which is the Syriac Alexander Romance, we are informed that the Caucasus, or however you pronounce that,
Caucasus.
That's
where Khabib is from.
Okay, yeah. So Eastern Europe, let's say, is the location where Alexander traveled to build his gate. This is also the majority view of Mufassirin. Okay, so the Mufassirin already had this understanding that's in that region, or in Eastern Europe. While the Quran does not give the Eastern Europe by name, it nevertheless provides a strong hint pointing towards Eastern Europe being the location in question in 1893, where the locales are identified as barely being able to understand speech, and as per another reading, barely able to make their speech understood. This specific detail about a language barrier is nowhere to be found in the Shana or any other version of the Alexander Romance for that matter. Now, it is fascinating to know that the Quran's description of Dhul Qarnayn's difficulty in communicating with the people of Eastern Europe precisely parallels the phenomena described by renowned linguist J.C. Catford as Caucasian polyglossia, which historically resulted in the people of this Eastern Europe region finding great difficulty understanding or making themselves understood to foreign visitors. So notice, it's eastward, and it fits the description of the Quran saying, but not from the Syriac Alexander Romance. So this is actually a proof for Islam. How does the Prophet...
The direction is opposite.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's opposite. In Alexander Romance, it's opposite, correct?
Yeah, it's the opposite.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I believe they tried to make it like him traveling in the direction of a cross or something like that.
Yeah. See the attached excerpt from the book Mountain of Tongues for the historical accounts found in the Greek writings from Strabo and the Latin writing from Pliny. This is the first example showing that the Quran had access to historical knowledge from ancient Greek and Latin writings, which the Nashana makes no mention of. The people who had no cover. Moving on to our second piece of evidence, we observe that the Quran describes...
Private chat.
What do you say?
Read the private chat.
Okay.
There's this one guy, I think you should get rid of him.
Oh, okay, yeah. Libyan can do that. So, Exhibit B. The people had no cover. Moving on to our second piece of evidence, we observe that the Quran describes Dhul Qarnayn's journey to an easterly location identified as Matl al-Shams, the land of sunrise. The Quran also describes how Dhul Qarnayn met certain people in this location who had no cover, clothes from the sun. The Nashana does not identify this easterly location as being any particular nation, although the original Greek Alexander Romance does identify the land of sunrise with India, which is a logical interpretation given that India was the most eastern country in the known world during Hellenistic times and would have naturally borne that title during those times. In much the same way, the Nippon, Japan, being an easterly nation, means sun's origin, etc., right? And Maghrib, Morocco. What further suggests that this nation of India is intended with Matl al-Shams is that in Linney's Natural History, we find the below description of the Indian, which literally means naked philosophers. And they give a citation saying it. And it's also clear that the Nashana had no knowledge to this of this knowledge, as it makes no mention of these people being naked, and describes them as running away from the sun and finding shelter. So it's mythological, it's more mythological, and it's less plausibly, it's less impressive in its historical knowledge. Do you understand? And then it goes on and on and on.
So
right?
there's obvious conscious editing, okay?
Yeah.
There's obvious conscious editing. And why would the Quran consciously edit a text about Alexander if Dhul Qarnayn is not Alexander? You get the point? Like, what is the Quran concerned about Alexander Romance and consciously editing it if Dhul Qarnayn is not Alexander?
Again, like I said, it doesn't.
It could be not Alexander. It could not be.
My magical Torah. I'm appealing to my invisible Torah.
All right, bro. If that's what you want to do, but for
There's
me,
one more thing.
Yeah.
I asked Jake on his live stream. He was going through the LPT and he was saying like he brought it all. Like he's the guy. He's the man. And I asked him if you took all your arguments from him. He said, yeah, you took your arguments for the logical problem of the Trinity from him, and he's the guy that brought it all over from the thing. Like I believed him at the time, but obviously with all this stuff coming through, is that true? Or?
Yeah. So unfortunately, I'm not even going to mention the name, but unfortunately, I hate when people take credit for what I do. I don't like it because it belittles me, and I don't like it. Okay. Now, that person was one of the people that before I got into this whole thing, I could say that he was my gateway into these things, right? He was my gateway. So, with the church fathers and the LPT and stuff, right? I don't have a problem, right? He was one of the people that were my gateway into these, I guess you can call them sciences or fields or whatever. But to say that he learned under me. What are you talking about? Like, bro, like, come on, let's not. Yeah. I've never ever, and I don't have a problem with learning. I'm just stating the facts, okay? I've never ever asked that person a single question except for one. about Dionysius of Alexandria, and that person told me I haven't looked into him. That's it. And the only other thing that I learned or that I first came across from that person is the passage of Justin Martyr in Dialogue with Trypho, chapter 56, another God and Lord subject to the maker of all things. That's it. Nothing else. But people want to undermine my reading, my learning, my studies. I have a whole library that I spent my own hard-earned money on, that I read. Me and Dean get on the phone every night and we study together. We read things.
Hey, yo.
Right? It's true. I don't know if you guys know, but me and Dean are on the phone almost every night, and we're discussing these issues. We're reading books together. We're reading church
Yo,
fathers
spam in the
together.
chat, Sassiano.
We're reading passages, right? And people want to take away from that, and I don't appreciate that, man. I don't appreciate that. So I don't like when people do that. Respectfully, I say this with all due respect. It's not what you make it seem, bro. I know a lot more people that I look up to, and you're not one of them, bro. I'm sorry. I'm saying the honest truth. Yes, you're my gateway into some things. That's fine. You could take the credit for that. Go tell the whole world. Keep announcing if you want. Go ahead. But that's it, bro. So
let me just summarize it. He was the gateway, but not the key. Put it that way.
Yeah, it's just I don't like when people try to take my what I've done and try to take credit
the key
for it.
as important as the gateway. You leave both behind.
Yeah, like everybody knows that that person is one of the first people to kind of get into these what the church fathers said and the the LPT and stuff like that. But brother, and let's say even if that was the case, right? Let's say that I learned under him. I'm his student, right? Which that's how he makes it seem. On TikTok, as a matter of fact, he called me his son and said that I would call him daddy. Can you believe it? Can you guys
Eternally
believe that?
begotten or not?
He really said that I am his son, and this is not now. This is like months ago, right?
Wait, why is he using rhetoric?
I learned from him, and that I am his son, and that I would call him my dad. Imagine, right? And I made sure that I'm not anybody's son. I made that very clear. But anyways, let's say that was the case, right? I'm learning everything. Why do you feel the need to just keep talking about it and undermine others, right? Just because you feel like you're their mentor, right? Like what? If I'm somebody's mentor, I'm not going to come out and say, yeah, I taught him everything he knows. Yep. Everything that whenever he does something good or beneficial, yeah, I taught him. He's my son. From me, it's all from me. Bro, like who says that, Like what kind of
Yeah,
person?
and I want to say something
what I'm
clearly.
saying?
Look, I'm not going to say any names as well, but this is actually it's an actual disease, right? When people are coming and they're developing arguments, and okay, maybe they take one or two things from someone. There's actually a disease where it's not just this one individual. We've seen it multiple times. Debiano and myself have been doing this for a while. People grow heads and they start saying, "Oh, but this that you use
This argument comes from me, brother. Why do you guys have this weird mentality? Like, brother, we were all once ignorant. We were all once stupid. You didn't come out of your mother's womb knowing things. You came out as nothing. You were nothing. You didn't know how to walk. You didn't know how to talk. You didn't know how to eat. You used to poop yourself. Humble yourself.
Dean, do you poop?
Nothing. Bro, no time for joking right now. I'm serious, bro. Guys, humble yourself. Why do you guys feel the need to say, oh, that argument? I gave him it. It's from me. Brother, what, did you come up? Were you born and you just knew this information? Yeah, obviously you got it from somewhere. Did you not? Or obviously you read something that made you think about it or rationalize to it, right? So let's Come on, guys. Like, you know what I'm saying? And this whole thing about taking credit for other people's stuff is so cringe to me. So cringe. I don't like when people do it to me. I really don't appreciate it. I taught him everything he knows. Brother, I've only asked you one question in my life. He's my son. He'll call me daddy. Brother, come on. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is such a ridiculous thing that I don't even know what is going on up here to make you say. Imagine, guys. I'll tell you guys. I learn a lot from Dean sometimes. So sometimes Dean studies more than I do. And he'll hit me up. He's like, yo, Lubiano, look what I found. Oh, look at this connection. Look at this. I'm like, dang, bro, like, that's sick. That's amazing. And then I'll start, speaking about it. I'll start using it. You don't see Dean coming out and say, oh, I taught you that, Lubiano. That's from me. He doesn't care. Or sometimes I do the same thing. I'm like, yo, Dean, check this out. Look at this new thing. Look what I came across. And then he'll go and speak about it. You won't find me saying, Dean, you're a C tier because you learned it from me. So you must be F tier. Like, it's so cringe, bro. Like, we got to humble ourselves. I'm telling you. Humble yourself, bro. We got to be humble, man. If you humble yourself, Allah will raise you up. Allah will elevate your status. He will exalt you. But if you exalt yourself and you're making yourself above others and everybody is wrong and only me and my buddy are going to Jannah and everybody else is going to hell, then Allah is going to humiliate you. That's the truth. Okay? So, yeah, I just got to look. I'm going to answer my mom. She's calling me, Dean. Just here, take over for a second.
I got you. Yeah, so basically, guys, more of the story. People got to be humble. People got to respect one another. Assume the best from one another. You know what I mean? All right. Yeah, so now you got any other questions? Okay.
I believe I had one. Can't really think about it right now. I'm just chilling.
What's your question, Akhi?
One sec, let me just find it. Nah.
Hey, let's hurry up. So
I think that's me. Yeah, I think that's me done. Thank you. Thank you too.
All right, Night. Thank you, bro.
A-tier apologist, man. Inshallah, you make it A-tier.
Inshallah, one day, bro. One day I'll be the one who's, you guys learned from me. One day, bro. One day.
I've been crying myself to sleep at night since then. Since I'm not a B tier.
Hey man, no, we got degraded yesterday. We're not B tier anymore. We're actually, what is it? C?
No, but I'm don't be known. Am I A tier now?
Hey Dean, you guys, can you actually let's talk about that before I end the live. Can you guys believe certain people said that I hide my aqidah? Oh my God, that's the funniest thing in the world. Brother, I get takfired on Twitter all day. A lot of people in my chat get upset sometimes because of the things that I say. Can you guys believe certain people said that I don't make my creed clear? That Dean doesn't make his creed clear? Wow, man, that's amazing. It's either a straight up lie or the person just hasn't consumed enough content.
Yep, bad argument from silence, man. What can I say?
Right. And whoever came up with this idea, please tell me, I want to see it, where you're not allowed to post about Christianity before making a video titling it, I disagree with Ash'aris and Maturidis. Only then you will be accepted and you will go to Jannah. You have to make a video and title it, Everybody's a Deviant. And then you could go ahead and make videos about Christianity. What kind of ridiculous Where do you even come up with that? I don't need to do that. Everybody knows what I'm upon. Everybody, I don't shy away from it. It's very, very clear.
But why aren't you saying it, Libyan? You're not spelling it out for everyone
You
right now.
have to say it. You have to make a video and tell everybody that everybody's a deviant and you're my creed. Brother, everybody knows what I believe. Everybody
Yep.
knows. I don't need to make a video for everybody and title it a specific way. Okay? Like, brother, like what is this, bro? What are we doing, bro? Like, it's such a toxic mentality. And not only is it toxic, but it actually drives people away from you. It makes you look so sick, and it drives people away from you. People are not gonna be driven towards you, even if you disagree with them, even if you think they're deviants or whatever, right?
But what does the Quran say? If the Prophet ﷺ was harsh, they would have ran away from him.
Right. Like if you're just, and remember, this is the truth, guys. Since we're on the topic, I don't even want to talk about it, but since we're on the topic, okay, most people that are on YouTube, most people that watch my channel, that watch Deen Respond, that watch any channel, are not Aqidah experts. They're just regular day-to-day Muslims. They've never even heard these things before. Go to Deen's YouTube community posts.
Yeah.
Half of the comments, what the heck is Athari? I've never heard of that before. Athari, I thought I was Sunni. Did something new drop? Check the comments.
Bro,
Check
someone
them.
told me I thought Ash'ari meant you're hairy.
Yeah. Now imagine these people, right? Getting them exposed to these different, very articulate and confusing matters that one needs to be studied and learned for. You're just confusing people, right? You're just gonna confuse. Most people already are upon clarity by the fitrah. Naturally. Most people, you ask them, where is Allah? Above the throne. Go out, try it. Ask your grandma. If she's alive, may Allah bless her and give her long life. I mean, ask your mother, right? Where is Allah? Oh, he's above, on his throne. Does Allah have successive actions? That he does something yesterday and then tomorrow? Yeah. Is Allah eternally has he judged and there's one act, and is God nowhere? No, God is somewhere. These things are intuitively known. Like the hadith of the Jariyah, of the slave girl. When the Prophet asked her, where's Allah? Well, she doesn't know anything. He asked her, where's Allah? She pointed up. She didn't need to study any book for that.
Yeah. Similarly,
She didn't need to open up any book for that. She just knew intuitively. And that's what most people are upon. Go ahead, Dean.
Similarly, even my family they're not even Sunni, they're Shia, right? And even them, when they spoke to me, particular members of my family, they told me, what's going on? I'm seeing you like on mainstream Muslim, stuff on YouTube and Twitter and whatever, just going at it. And I said, look, there's matters that we discussed, and they're like, what sort of matters? Because they wanted to assess, what's going on exactly.
By the way, for context, Deen is an ex-Shia, ex-Shi'i 12, right? You were a 12er before, right?
Yeah, that's right.
So Deen was actually an ex-Rafidi, guys. Can you believe it? It's crazy. But his family is still Shia and stuff, right?
Yeah.
So that's why. Continue, Deen.
Yeah. So I asked particular family members of my family, look, do you think it's kufr to sacrifice in the name of other than Allah? And they said, of course it's kufr. Of course it is, right? Yeah. So even layman Shia family members that I have, they don't need someone to tell them these things that are just fundamentally easily known by the fitrah, and they're just easily known, man. Known in the religion, easily, by necessity. They don't need someone to tell them this stuff. And this is just like a prime example. They don't watch dawah. They don't listen to shuyukh. They know a bit of Quran. They, pray and do the, obligatory actions and whatever. Older members of my family, they don't really get into religion that deep. And, you guys probably know more than them, right? But most definitely. And still, they know.
As far as the Indian response, thank you for the support, man. Here, people are showing love. Guys, listen. I know that I do a lot of things that upset some people in my chat. Okay, I know a lot of the people that watch me don't agree with me on some things. I have people that watch me that are Ash'ari, that are Maturidi, whatever, and they know I disagree with them. They know it. I've made it very clear, but they still continue to watch me. Because maybe they like how my dawah with Christians. Maybe they like my personality. Maybe they find me funny or they find me entertaining, whatever. Okay? And that's fine. That's fine. You don't need to go and antagonize people because you're pushing them away. Yes, let them know they're wrong. Let them know, yes, you're wrong, and stand on it. Don't compromise. Okay? But also, these people, maybe when they see my videos, they'll be more lenient and open to understanding my perspective. Why? Because I'm not somebody who's just antagonizing everybody. You're a kafir, this, kafir, that, bro. Drop my hat. One sec.
Exposiano.
Drop my hat. Can you guys believe it? Right? This is not the way to go about things, man. All right? And you know what? It's great. Like I don't really want to even talk about this, guys, honestly, because it's just it's so unnecessary, and it's just everybody knows it, bro. Everybody knows it. It goes without saying, but there's some people. Okay, you know what? Let's address the intention thing, Dean. You want to address that?
Yeah. Just before we do that, I want to make clear as well what Biano was saying. You know, when I see people, right? Because obviously we don't make general takfir of Shia. I think everyone agrees on that, right? When I would find people, making takfir and making like general takfir and all this, holding to these more harsh positions, it would push me away, right? Especially with antagonizing and whatever. But when I would see da'is inviting to the haqq, you would see amongst the Shia, they don't care about inviting kuffar. They care about, from what I experienced, that is, inviting, how should I say, inviting Sunnis to Shiism, right? I would never see them really dialogue with Christians and so on. That's what opened me first off to Sunni Islam. And then obviously the argumentation and whatever, right? And the evidences. It opens someone's heart. It makes it softer towards the people when, you show them you're inviting people to the truth. Right, you're inviting kuffar, not just. I'm not saying don't give dawah to Shias directly or whatever. What I'm saying is, don't make your whole thing specifically only one thing where everyone's on innovation except for me and my small crew. It just looks cultish and it looks like being very unreasonable. And yeah, that would have put me off.
Yeah, let me share my screen. Actually, hold on. Image. Okay. Think this is it, right? Okay. So this book is Sharh Masail al-Jahiliyyah. This is a sharh by Sheikh Salih al-Fawzan on the book of Sheikh Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab. Okay? So look what one of the sections is on. Okay? Let me show you guys. Here. Look what the section is on. Okay? Look what it says. This is about the people of Jahiliyyah, right? And one of the sections is اتهامهم لأهل الإيمان في نياتهم ومقاصدهم. المسألة الثانية بعد 100.
So issue 108, that the people of Jahiliyyah, they accuse others, they accuse the people of Iman, the believers, of ill intention and accuse them of basically ill intent, right? And that they're doing things for the wrong reasons. Okay? Then he says, رَمْيُهُمْ أَتْبَاعُ الرُّسُلِ بِعَدَمِ الْإِخْلَاصِ. That they, the people of Jahiliyyah, they accuse the followers of the messengers by calling them insincere in their intention. وَطَلَبِ الدُّنْيَا. And they accuse them of doing things for the sake of worldly benefit. فَأَجَابَهُمْ بِقَوْلِهِ. So Allah replied to them, مَا عَلَيْكَ مِنْ حِسَابِهِمْ مِنْ شَيْءٍ. That you don't, to the Prophet, that you don't have to worry about holding them account, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is holding them account himself. Okay? The sharh. So this is what Shaykh Salih Fawzan says. مِنْ أَعْمَالِ أَهْلِ الْجَاهِلِيَّةِ. From the doings of the Jahiliyyah. أنهم يرمون الفقراء بأنهم ما آمنوا إلا من أجل أن يحصلوا على شيء من مطامع الدنيا. That they accuse the poor ones that they did not believe except that they would benefit a worldly gain. كما قال آل فرعون لموسى عليه السلام هو وهارون. As the people of the family of Pharaoh accused Moses and Aaron. And then he quotes the verse. وَقَالَ قَوْمُ نُوحٍ. And also the same thing the people of Noah did to Noah. And he quotes the verse. يَرْمُونَ الْأَنْبِيَاء بِأَنَّهُمْ يُرِيدُونَ الشَّرَفَ وَالرِّئَاسَةِ. They accuse the prophets and the messengers that they are looking for status and they are looking for governance or rulership, authority. ويرمون فقراء المؤمنين بأنهم يريدون الغنى والثروة باتباعهم الرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم. And they accuse the poor ones that they are seeking by their intention, looking in their heart, worldly gain, so that they are, in following the Prophet, they are enriched. فالله جل وعلا قال, and then he quotes Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala refuting them. فهذا رد عليهم بقولهم في المؤمنين إنهم يريدون الدنيا. Allah responded to them about their accusation of the believers that they are only doing this for the sake of dunya, wealth, status, money, whatever it is. And so Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala refutes them. Imagine the Salaf, they used to say they're so scared of pointing out others' intentions that they wouldn't even know their own intention sometimes. Right? You have people here, Labiano and Dean are doing this for the grift, the clicks, and the views. Brother, I didn't know that you were God Almighty and that you looked into my heart and you found that I'm doing this for the clicks and the views. Sorry, did you look into my heart and you saw that I'm doing this for the clicks and the views? Sorry, man, I didn't know that I was doing this for the clicks and the views. Who maybe I'm not seeing something, but who even gets the impression, right, that I am doing this not out of sincere? And I hope Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, I hope inshallah I am sincere. I hope inshallah subhanahu wa ta'ala that I am sincere. And I ask Allah that if I am sincere to keep me sincere, and that if I'm not sincere to rectify me and to allow me to be sincere and to do things for His sake alone. But who
Amen.
gets the impression that I am doing this for the sake of clout and money and views? Please tell me, guys. Do you guys get that impression? If that's the case, maybe I'll need to work on myself. Okay? But I really don't appreciate that you have others here. As soon as we're destroying, refuting these Christians, okay, they want to come out and say, no, Libiano and Dean, they're doing this for the sake of views and wealth and fame. Wow, man. And you want to be like an ultra Salafi Wahhabi? Read the books. Read what Sheikh Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab says himself. You know what I mean? Like, what is this like behavior? I don't this behavior is so toxic. Such a toxic behavior. And I just wanted to share this scan with everybody to what the scholars say. Dean, do you wanna say anything?
Yeah, I mean, if we're doing it for the money and whatever, listen, I could make more money working 6 days a week, building bricks than how much money I'm making right now, to be honest. So it makes no sense that I'm doing this for money when I could just go work a job 6 days a week and make way more money than I'm making right now, to be honest. It doesn't make any sense. And with regards to the statements, it's not nice. I cleared it on that individual's live for everyone, but I'm just going to repeat it one more time. I let them know that my audience and my subscribers, if we're on the rise and we're giving da'wah to Christians, it's not a good time, to speak about intra Sunni matters. It's not good timing. Build up a foundation, build up a following, and then maybe later on I will get into that. I don't want it to harm what I've got going on right now in terms of giving da'wah to Christians and kuffar, etc. So that's the first thing. And secondly, I let the individual know that you're going to have people coming into my comment section deviating the discussion. I don't want that. I don't want people,
Just wait. Look what Muwahid said. Harsh position, bro. Takfir bil umum is from Asl al-Din. Who said that we don't takfir bil umum? What? What are you talking about, man? Are you okay? Anyways, continue.
Yep. So there was an omission of a detail that I had said as well, which is that besides the first point I just said, the second point that I said on that call was, which he didn't mention until I mentioned it, which is the fact that you're gonna have battles in my comment sections and people mentioning me on Twitter, replying to me, talking about these discussions. I don't want it. I don't want minions to come from either side onto my channel when that's not what I do. That's not my shtick. That's not what I do. I don't deal with these matters. I'm no expert to go into them. So that's the point there, right? I don't know how these statements make someone think that I'm doing it for the clout or doing it for views or money even. You find anyone who's close to me, they will never come out. You only find this individual. I'm telling you from now. I assure you from now.
Look what somebody said.
Yeah.
Deen Orthodox, as someone studying in Medina, my scholars have said, focus on the da'wah, not on critiquing the du'at. Our mission is against the kuffar, not other Muslims.
We agree with that.
Yeah, but listen, I agree that if I'm closely associated with someone and that someone goes off the rails and he starts calling to kufr and shirk, that it's my responsibility to speak out against this person because I've in the past associated myself and aligned myself with said individual. That makes sense. But with these people, we've never associated ourselves with them to begin with. And the communal obligation was met. The communal obligation was met. Okay?
Yeah.
So if I am not even associated with such a person to begin with, how does it make sense for you to try to bully me into forcing me to, disassociate from someone who I'm not even associated with? You understand? I also want to address one more thing, okay? There's this idea of, oh, Lipiano, you're doing this for the views. Okay, there's two ways you can understand this, okay? Doing it for the sake of views to seek popularity. This would be doing something for other than Allah. But wanting views for the sake of Allah is different. If you don't want views, why the hell do you have a YouTube channel? Go give dawah, don't tell anyone, knock on people's doors like the Tablighis do. Knock on people's doors, give dawah. Why do you have a YouTube channel? If you don't want to push your influence and as many people as you want to see your dawah and benefit from it, why are you on YouTube? For what? Go find tablighis, knock on the door with them, go on 3-day jamaat, as they say, sleep in the masjid with them, wake up, go knock on Muslims' houses, give dawah to them. That's it. Go to sleep. Why the hell do you have a YouTube channel if you don't want to increase your audience? What? How does that make any sense? Like, how does that make any sense? Of course, I, the Orthodox Muslim, want to increase my audience. Why do I want to increase my audience?
Astaghfirullah.
Oh my God, no, Orthodox, you want to increase you want views?
Claudiano,
Cloud
chat.
chaser. Who the hell doesn't want his views to be out there so that people benefit? Who the hell doesn't want that? Who doesn't want that? Dean, do you want as many people to see your videos to benefit?
Astaghfirullah.
No,
How can you
seriously.
suggest such a thing? No,
Seriously.
but seriously, yeah, of course.
Yes, I also want as many people to see my videos so they could benefit. And I'm sure Jake wants to see as many people see his content so people can benefit. Right? That's why he has a YouTube channel, is it not?
Yeah.
Right? So
As long as you don't compromise, there's no issue.
exactly.
As long as you don't compromise and your intentions are right.
Exactly, man. Exactly. So, you know, these are my thoughts, man. And I just said the name box, and I don't even want to mention him, but
Name drop Iano.
now he's gonna go on a rampage on X and start like, you know, trying to come for me. Whatever, bro. Whatever, guys. I don't wanna speak about this anymore. Okay, it's I don't know why. Like, I haven't been responding. I've been ignoring this, but constantly my name is brought up. My name is, all of a sudden people know everything about me. All of a sudden people are experts on Libiano's life. They know what color underwear I'm wearing, subhanallah. Wow. They know the color of my underwears. They know inside my heart. They know what Libiano is doing and what he's not doing and what he's done, and he's done this and he's done that. And come on, guys, why do you keep trying to drag me into your drama and your wars when I am focused on these mushrik kuffar, cross-licking pagans? Do you know how many people message me every day saying, Libiano, I'm losing my faith? Libiano, look, can you respond to this Christian guy? Can you respond to that guy? I'm losing my faith. I have doubts. I have shubuhat. I apostated. Hello, brother Libiano. My son has apostated. Can you talk to him? My daughter has apostated. Can you talk to her? Every day, guys. It's not a joke.
Don't forget about the girlfriends.
Bro, I get calls every day. Oh, brother Libiano, my girlfriend is Christian. How do I? Brother, I am worried about that. We got people who have serious issues because, you want to know why? Because these Christian apologists are pushing the hell out of their dawah. They're pushing it so hard. They're producing videos every single day. And sorry to say this. I've never said this publicly, but I'm going to say it now. Muslim apologists are lazy as hell. The Muslim da'is are lazy as hell, bro. Lazy. You guys are not pushing out content like these guys are pushing out content. You guys are just comfortable with everything going on, comfortable in your little circle, right?
And lack of study. Lack of study is the main thing.
You're comfortable with the amount of knowledge that you're on, right? You don't want to explore other avenues. You don't want to look at other perspectives. Lazy, bro. Lazy. So when me and Dean are trying to do something productive, trying to do something outside of the box, trying to come for these guys, right? Trying to make an influence. Oh, Libiano, you know what? Wallahi, he said this. Libiano is chasing clout. Why? Because Libiano wants to debate all the big Christian debaters. Wow. Wow. Wow, guys, I'm chasing clout because I want to challenge all the big Christian names. Apparently. What kind of, oh my God. You can't make this up. If I'm not going to challenge these Christian debaters, who is? Who is? Please tell me who is.
Maybe Junior.
You guys are letting Junior debate these guys. You guys are letting Junior And I let Junior, I'm cordial with him. Junior, bro. But when I try to go and talk to these guys and try to humiliate these guys, prove that these guys, first to their fans, that they're not all that, they don't know nothing, and show that we Muslims can actually respond to these guys are easy to deal with, they're not that smart, and their arguments suck. Right? And guess what? It works. Because guess what? When Muslims see that we are humiliating these people, whether you like it or not, Muslims' faith grows. Wallahi. Wallahi, people, their faith grows, because it's unfortunate, but some people base their faith based on who's better at debating. Not saying it's right or wrong, but wallahi, there's people out there that base their whole faith and trust in whether the Muslim side can dominate or not. And I've seen that whenever Muslims don't do well and are not responding, wallahi, people message me, they say, we talk about their doubts and shubuhat. Oh, brother, why did you apostate? Brother, what happened? Oh, these Christians are pushing out content, nobody's responding to them.
You serious?
Wallahi.
Yeah.
They're saying nobody is responding to. Hold on, what the heck? George says, Akhi, don't be a murji. What are you talking about?
How many people in the chat even know what that is?
Do you even know what a murji is? A murji is somebody who separates action from belief. That iman is just connected to belief and not to action. What? Yes, iman is connected to belief and to action. Both of them are necessary together to express true iman. Brother, I don't know what you're saying, man. I don't know what you're talking about. But anyways, guys, I'm sending, hold on. One sec. Let's respond to this. My brothers, I'm sending a small support to you and also on Dean's channel to appreciate your efforts. Please don't get into these inter-Muslim fights and stay focused on your goals and visions. I intend this as a sadaqah jariyah for my father who passed away recently. Barakallahu feek, Habibi. Thank you so much for supporting my channel. Thank you so much for supporting Brother Dean Responds. And I ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to have mercy upon your father, to admit him into the highest Jannah, to the highest paradise, to expand his grave and allow it to be cool, chill for him, and to protect him from adab al-qabr, the punishment of the grave, and to bless you as well and to keep you firm. Allahumma ameen. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Ameen ya Rab.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. I don't deserve your kindness that you guys show me every day. I don't deserve it, but I don't know how to express my gratitude to everybody. Like I've said it before, this channel is nothing without you guys. You guys always support me. You guys are always tuning in, even when I'm talking about BS that's not related. You guys are there. So I appreciate you guys. You guys are the reason that, you know, I push every day and I try to be better. And barakallahu feekum. I appreciate it. I'm sure Dean feels the same as well. Ignore the masakin. Half of them are probably munafiqeen. Jahiliyyah is more widespread than people think. Thank you, bro. I wouldn't say half of them are munafiqeen. I think that's an extreme thing to say. I don't even know who you're talking about specifically, but yes, it is widespread. It is widespread.
Yeah, I think on that.
Hold on, wait. He said you should disassociate yourself with deviant groups and speak against it. It is not normal having only guys. Who disassociates from deviant groups more than me? Do you guys not see me get attacked by people of all different creeds? And everybody knows it. That's what I do already. Who said that I don't disassociate myself with? Brother George, come on, bro. What are you doing? Anyways, like it's very clear. It's very clear, bro. It's very clear. I make it very clear. If somebody's wrong, you're wrong. I disagree with you. I'm not
okay, bro. You're just
One
gonna
thing I wanted to say.
You're
one
just
thing I wanted
gonna
to say,
raise
Dion,
my
on-
cortisol for no reason. Yeah, go ahead.
What I wanted to say from before is the way that, like, we don't want any of you guys to see us, oh look, because I'm saying, look at the comments right now. People are saying that you guys are above, other da'is in terms of this or that. Listen, guys, it's very simple. When we debated those Christians 4v1, I don't want to don't compare us with other Muslims. Don't do that. Just compare us to when we 4v1 those Christians on that live stream. We were teaching them the agnoete. We were teaching them a Greek word. We were teaching them basic logic when we were speaking to them, right? And all of that against those that are like double our age. What does that show? There's not even just people in the Muslim side of things of giving da'wah, but even the Christian side of things, those that have popularity and those that have gained attraction and those that do apologetics on the other side. Both sides are lazy, right? I'm gonna be like be honest. Both sides are lazy, and we need to uplift the standards before they do. And alhamdulillah, we're trying to do that, right? We're trying our best, right?
Yeah, we're trying our best. And this whole comparing da'is and it's sickening to me, man. This whole idea of a tier list is so sick to me. It makes me want to puke. Can you believe it?
And look, I'm not going to even name. I hate naming individuals, right? But I'm just going to name one example just to show you guys what I'm talking about, right? Just so I'm not just saying general statements of da'is and whatever. Very prominent da'i, right? That gives da'wah to Christians for decades, well respected. Said the 4 Gospels were canonized in Nicaea.
Yeah.
That's inexcusable, right? And you're going to find likewise blunders on the Christian side, right? Where, someone's making big blunders on Islam, right? So on that respect, we do agree there needs to be an uplifting of arguments and knowledge, and that's what we're trying to do. But you can try to do it without undermining and belittling others, right? The same way I didn't name the person, I said it, and I said, look, we need to be self-aware.
Yes, and I do that all the like. You guys, for those of you who watch me regularly, right? You guys will I'll sometimes say, guys, don't use this argument. This argument sucks. It's a bad argument. Who's heard me say that before? You guys have definitely heard me say that before. I'll tell you, guys, stop using this. This sucks. It's not a good argument. I always do this whenever I see like somebody, but I never mention the person and say, this person makes a bad argument. Why? Because that belittles that person and that undermines the greater work that he's doing. Not only that, but it gives ammo to the kuffar, sharrul bariya, gives ammo to them. Why? Because now they could clown us. You see, the Muslims are calling each other this and that. You see, if you're saying that, look, I'm just being objective. All right, brother, be objective. Call out the bad arguments. We agree with you. There's a lot of outdated arguments, bad arguments. Call out the arguments. Say, guys, this is a video about this argument, and I want to tell you why you shouldn't use this argument. With you, bro. 100% do it. I do it. But when you start making this about the person himself, now you've lost me. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Say, guys, I'm here warning about this person because he makes bad arguments. The argument is bad. Why would you do that? Now, you made him look like an idiot. You're making him look bad. Okay? You're making fun of him, undermining him, hurting his feelings for the sake of what? I just want to be objective, brother. We have to be objective. But you lack any kind of wisdom. Like, it's like this brain has no wisdom in it. Like, why? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, Muslim Lantern, Bro, Muslim Lantern is done.
more than you'll ever do in your life. Muslim Lantern has done more and brought people to Islam more than you'll ever do in your entire life. Talking about, oh, Muslim Lantern this, oh, Ahmed Didat this, Ahmed Didat's legacy, you'll never even reach a fraction of it. Call his arguments bad, whatever. It's just the facts. It's just the facts. Oh, Sheikh Uthman, he's a... Bro, Sheikh Uthman brings shahadas like it's breakfast. Sheikh Uthman's simple da'wah brings people to Islam like it's his breakfast morning routine. You can't deny that.
May Allah bless him.
You know what I'm saying? Oh, Sheikh Uthman is... he's... Oh, bro. When did Sheikh Uthman ever run the LPT? When did Sheikh Uthman ever talk about church fathers? When did Sheikh Uthman talk about, complex metaphysical issues?
Let him run that
And look
Ahazaya
at him.
argument against Avery. Make him run to the NIV.
Yeah, very, very simple. Very simple. And guess what? Look, Sheikh Uthman brings people to Islam like no other, bro. Like no other. And you want to belittle these people. You want to make them seem unimportant, make them seem insignificant for the sake of what? Oh, brother, I just want to be objective. Brother, we have to speak the truth, brother. We have to call each other. Bro, this way of thinking is so sick. I swear it's sick. And guys, I don't have a personal problem. Wallahi, I don't have a personal issue with anyone. I made this clear. I made this very clear. I don't have a personal issue. I don't have beef. I wish the best. Okay? And I want them to do better than me. I want for my brother what I want for myself. I wish that Deen would do better than me because guess what? Once upon a time, I had 0 subscribers. Deen, who had 4 or 5.
No, don't mention it,
subs.
bro. But no, don't mention it.
Just
Don't
listen.
mention it.
4 or 5K subs.
Libiano.
Used to bring me up.
Libiano, don't even mention it, bro. I don't want you to mention it.
I'm just saying, guys. Who remembers that? Dean was pushing me. He didn't say, oh, brother, you have no subscriber. He didn't say, oh, you don't have any subscribers, brother. And like I don't understand how you want to like undermine the work of these individuals, right? Like it's so crazy to me. It's very funny. I know we've been live for 6 hours, because the other live got cut. But I'm just saying, guys, look at these things objectively with your brain. You'll see what's going on. Guys, who says you'll know them by their fruits? Who says you'll know them by their fruits? Is it false? It's true, man.
Q
It's
gospel,
true.
man.
Look at the fruits. Look at who's bringing people to Islam. Look at the one who's most influential. Look at the people bro. Look at who's motivating you to do better and who isn't, who's just always nagging. I've never met a man who's always nagging, bro. Always nagging at somebody, at something, at someone, always complaining, bro. There's somebody like that. And then there's somebody who, through him, people are praying more. People are coming to Islam. People are motivated to learn about their religion. People are motivated to defend their religion. It's clear, everybody sees it. Somebody who complains and nags all day about other people's mistakes and other people's wrongs, and somebody who's not nagging all day and actually putting in the effort. Everybody sees it. It's very clear. And khalas, I'm not going to talk about this anymore. I got everything bottled up in me, out. I had a lot bottled up in me that I was concealing, and I didn't want to speak about it. And now it's out. And I felt like I wanted to speak my mind. And I did. Okay, and if I have any shortcomings, and if I said anything wrong, may Allah forgive me and correct me. And if I said anything right, then it's from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, not from myself. And that's it. I'm just going to end the stream now. Dean, you want to say something before I end?
Yeah, I think that's it. And I think we agree We made our position clear on this matter, our opinions clear on this matter. There's no back and forth coming after this. I'm telling you that.
Yeah. All right, bro. Thank you for coming, man.
Take
I
care.
appreciate you.
Salam.
And we'll talk. Assalamu alaikum, bro. I feel good, man. I feel better, man. You know when you just want to let it out. You guys know what you just want to let it out. I'm just gonna read the rest of the chats before I end the stream. May Allah reward you for the good. Ameen. Allahumma ameen. Thank you for the support, Habib. I appreciate it. What dono service takes the least fees? PayPal, probably. PayPal, I think, or like GoFundMe or something. I don't know. Thank you, though. I appreciate it so much. Barakallahu feek, Habib. How's your book going, Ankian? I don't know why you guys are like the Yanos, like in the comments. My book is it's going, man. It's gonna be a while to finish. I'm working on it slowly here and there. I just want to perfect it, inshallah, but I'll let you guys know. Disassociate Yano. Appreciate it, man. Thank you for the support, Zakaria. I love you, man. I've been studying in madrasa for years. Wallahi, you two have inspired me to have so much love for the dawah and seeking more knowledge, especially since I'm also 23 like you guys. Such a breath of fresh air. Barakallahu feek. Comments like this, sometimes they bring a tear to my eyes when I read them. You guys send me them. I'm just so grateful for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that He has placed me in this position and He has allowed me to and used me as a means of guidance and a means of uplifting for His servants. Barakallahu feekum, guys. I appreciate it. The certain individuals unable to do what you and Dean did last week for the last 2 years. Thank you, bro. I appreciate it, but I don't think we should make comments like that. Because these comments, I understand they come from a good place, but these comments are, they antagonize, and maybe somebody, if he reads something like that, he'll be pushed to do something incorrect, okay? And so I don't think comments like that are very beneficial, but I do appreciate it. I do appreciate it, and thank you for your support, man. Just fixing my camera there. Doesn't matter what these cross-licking pagans bring. Nothing should make the average Muslim believe that the Almighty became a diaper-wearing baby. That's true. That's right, but unfortunately it happens. Wallahi, I'm telling you guys, the amount of messages I get, okay, is not funny. It's not funny. It's actually concerning, which shows that we are not doing enough. We have this responsibility and we are not doing enough. I know it seems silly and absurd to those of you guys that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has blessed with high faith and iman, but remember, not all of your brothers and sisters are on the same amount of iman as you, because Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam said that iman, or kama qal, iman fluctuates. One day it's up, one day it's down, and some people struggle with weak iman, and some people struggle with doubts and anxiety, right? So trust me, I know it sounds absurd, but it does happen. It does happen. Trust me. A lot of people don't know about their faith. Muhammad says, for the sake of dawah, may Allah accept it from me and you, Libyano and Deen. Barakallahu feek, Habibi. Thank you so much. May Allah accept it from you. May Allah accept it from me and all the people who do good and call to Allah's way. I appreciate it. Thank you for tuning in and thank you for supporting my channel. I appreciate it. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. For everyone everyone, including Muslims, already has their own ongoing non-stop tests. I respect you guys for not meddling in others' dawah. So let's stay that way and move on. Let's go back to debating Christianity. Thank you. I appreciate it. And I think, and generally speaking, that should be the case. There are circumstances where we're obligated to warn against others who are causing harm, who are calling to misguidance and stuff. But generally speaking, people don't do that. Generally speaking, people have mistakes here and there. So we shouldn't, bicker at each other's mistakes, and we should uplift each other. And we should only unite upon the truth. Barakallahu feek. Somebody says, can you see yourself forgiving someone who has bad? Brother, I said this earlier. Wallahi, I forgive the brother who slandered me. I forgive the brother who slandered me, and I said I don't have any personal issue. And I say this from the bottom of my heart. Yes, I'm going to keep my distance. Not because I have something against them, but just for my safety and for the better of the scene. But wallahi, I don't have anything in my heart. I forgive. I'm not holding personal grudges. I said this last time. I'm not like a drama guy. I don't care. I don't care about the drama. I don't do it. I don't care about it. I already said it last time. Beautiful stream, especially Isaiah 11 intertext. Yeah, that was a nice one. Thank AN brought that up. Barakallahu fi. And Barakallahu fiqh as well. I appreciate you. Thank you for supporting the channel. Don't worry about it, man. Just focus on yourself on the dawah. Very necessary drama and a waste of time. Absolutely, man. Couldn't have said it better myself. Thank you, Habibi. I appreciate it. Sincerity isn't proven by having no worldly benefit. It's proven when the benefit tempts you and you still stay within halal and refuse haram. So the dunya stays a side effect, not the goal. Man, you are a poet. You are a poet. Guys, how beautiful is this brother here? Whenever he leaves a comment, it's always beautiful. You know what I mean? It's always beautiful, man. Couldn't have said it better myself. Reminds me of the hadith when the Prophet ﷺ asked that Sahabi after he unalived the person who took Shahada in war, did he open up his heart to check? Man, there's many examples in the Sunnah and in the stories of the righteous predecessors. So may Allah protect us from that. It upsets me that these brothers were together against the enemies of Islam on PPD. Now I just waste time talking other Muslims. May Allah protect us, man. May Allah protect us from fitna. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَالْفِتْنَةُ أَشَدُّ مِنَ الْقَتْلِ. That fitna is more severe and worse than killing. And it's true. It's true. May Allah reward you, my dear brothers. Let us keep our efforts sincere for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala alone. That's a reminder for everyone. Thank you, Barakallahu Feek, for the reminder. I appreciate it. Habibi, thank you so much for your support for the channel. I agree, brother. As far as I'm concerned, you and Deen Responds eventually are S tier. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala keep you steadfast. You guys are amazing. All that drama is unnecessary. I am Dawah tier, bro. I don't want you to put me in tiers, bro. I don't want to be in a tier. I want to be Jannah tier. That's what I want. If Allah allows somebody like me
to enter the lowest level of Jannah, that's the kind of tier that I want. That's my tier. If Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is merciful upon me and He allows me into Jannah, that's the tier that I want. Pride is a dangerous thing. May Allah keep us steadfast. Allahumma ameen, man. It is. And nobody's safe from it too. Assalamu alaikum. May Allah bless you all and reward your efforts. Always my birthday today. Please keep me in your du'as. Jazakallah khair. May Allah bless you. May Allah honor you. And thank you for supporting the channel, my brother. And I ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to strengthen you and to increase your lifespan and not to take away your soul, except that you are a mu'min. Allahumma ameen. The gangster, the silent assassin, Shadow Blade, an unbeatable trio of brutal force, stealthy, precision, and unseen ruin. They crush Christian strongholds and rhetoric's shadows, leaving foes stunned. Wow, man. I ain't never heard something like this, man. Hey, man, I appreciate it. Thank you so much, man. Can you refute the Christian argument against the Quran saying crucifixion existed in Pharaoh's time? Crucifixion in Arabic, which is the root word sa, la, and ba, does not mean Roman crucifixion. It just means impalement. And that's what the Quran references in context, that Pharaoh said that he will impale them. Okay? He will impale them. All right? So there's no indication of a Roman type crucifixion there. Hopefully that helps. AN, nobody knows his face. His voice haunts debates, a chilling siren, sparking dread, veiled in, I don't even know how to say that word. He stalks unseen, freezing foes. He is the Shadow Blade. Razor terror, shreds Christian doctrines mercilessly. Hey, man, might as well add AN to your favorite anime, man. We need an AN anime, man. Dean is very dangerous. From the outside, he looks very cute and introverted, but that's deceptive. His arguments come quietly, yet are deadly rat poison. He is a real silent assassin. Wow, man. Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy, man. This brother Libiano came out of nowhere. Since then, Christians never been the same anymore. What a gangster. I appreciate it, man. That's so kind of you. I hope that I'm doing everything correctly and I continue in bringing humiliation to these guys by Allah's will. Deen is definitely S tier. Same with AN and you, bro. Barakallahu feek. I appreciate it. Inshallah subhanahu wa ta'ala, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accepts. When 50 said, sunny days wouldn't be special if it wasn't for rain. Joy wouldn't feel so good if it wasn't for pain. He solved the problem of evil. Yeah, you guys are funny, man. Thank you for the YouTube member. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the support. Appreciate it. Thank you for your support. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Just a little support from my brother. I support you and the dawah, whatever I can. Assalamu alaikum, voice crack. Man, you support too much, man. You don't have to, you know, do all of this for you to support me. I really appreciate it. Barakallahu feek, Habibi. And you know, I'm indebted to you, man. Thank you so much. Thank you for the member. I remember Steve, I gave him shout out on Speaking Muslim channel. Alhamdulillah, may Allah keep him firm. He's still stuck on something. Oh, you gave him shout out. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, maybe I'll talk to him privately and figure out his issues. Assalamu alaikum, Rabbi. Do you think Quran 73:15, Deuteronomy 18:18? 1 sec. Guys, my mom's calling. Let me just do this quick. 73. Yes, about the yes, it's an intertext where it compares the Prophet Muhammad to Musa alayhi salam. Indeed, we sent a messenger just like we sent a messenger to Pharaoh. Yes, I've made this point before. Is there a way to save convos from before Flash? I downloaded the stream, but it's gone. It's off YouTube now. Cover for the first minute to check if genuine. We'll do. Jesus Christ is the Lord. Anyone ready for debate? Thank you for jizya, bro. Appreciate it, man. Did he logic disciples really beyond any type of degeneracy? Telling you, man. Telling you. Libiano, your knowledge is inspiring. Curious, what is your favorite surah? Mine is Surah, because to me it's a turning point. My favorite surah is Surah Maryam. Surah Maryam, without a shadow of a doubt. And then it's Ar-Rahman. For sure. Brother Libiano, why you ignore Christians attacking you today? I saw David Giant Dog mocking you and laughing. He said Muslims fighting each other. Guess what? Jai and Doc can kiss my bum for all I care. Who the hell cares about Jai and Doc? All they do is gossip all day. Jai and Doc can kiss my bum for all I care, bro. Like, who the hell cares about Jai and Doc, bro? They do nothing. They're just butlers. They literally do nothing. Who cares? Literally, who cares about Giant Dog? He is the hope of the universe, the answer to all living things that cry out for peace, the protector of the innocent, the light in the darkness. I am truth. Truth. All, I think you misspelled that. Nightmare to you, Goku. Man, this brother is amazing. I love this brother. Thank you for the support, guys. I really got to get going. Ahmed says, to be honest, I find it so weird how they refuse to disassociate, how they say you refuse to disassociate, yet the Asharis were chaos after you had convo with Kareem. Yeah, I already mentioned that, but La hayata liman tunadi. If you're an Arab, you know what I'm saying. La hayata liman tunadi. All right, guys. Guys, I've been live for like 6 hours, 7 hours almost. And I really got to get going, man. I really got to get going. Thank you so much. Again, I appreciate every single last one of you for tuning in. I'll see you guys after tomorrow, inshallah. Make sure you look out for the new video posted today, and I post every day, so you guys know the drill. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. I'll see you guys next time. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. السلام عليكم.